Ben, I know check you also who clear why. Oh, okay, Facebook. Okay, Jayo. Ben, I don't want me tissue kit to having papa me.
Good morning and good afternoon, good evening to everyone joining us from across Africa and the diaspora. My name is Oluchi, and I'm truly honored to serve as the main moderator for today, the day one of the Autism Africa Forum. On behalf of the organizing committee, I warmly welcome you to these 2 days of learning, reflection, and collective action. Before we begin, I would like to acknowledge the person behind the vision and the leadership of this forum. This event is organized and hosted by Fabi Diallo, a mother of a child with autism, a board certified behavior analyst, and an educator whose work bridges lived experience and professional expertise. Through her leadership, she has become a leading voice in autism advocacy across Africa and the diaspora, advancing early identification, ethical intervention, and culturally grounded support for autistic individuals and their families. This forum is not a standalone event. It is part of a broader continental and global movement. On April the 2nd, in recognition of World Autism Awareness Day, Spark a Spectrum of Possibilities will take place across 29 African countries alongside coordinated actions happening worldwide. This initiative focuses on awareness, early screening, community engagement, and appropriate referral, bringing information and services closer to families while strengthening local capacity. The conversations we are having today are directly connected to that movement and contribute to the momentum leading up to April the 2nd and beyond. This is a free, public, and multilingual forum, and we are grateful to each of you for being here. Before we begin, a few notes on how today will flow. Each of the sections will include a featured speaker presentation, followed by 3 questions from the audience, which I will pose one after another. There will also be a short transition between the sessions, and we kindly ask everyone to remain respectful in the chat. This space centers families and lived experience. Now, let us now begin with our opening keynote. Our keynote is on From Survival to Purpose, Turning Pain to Impact. So it is with honor that I open the Autism Africa Forum with our keynote speaker, Merit Amofa. Mary is a mother, an educator, an author, and a powerful advocate whose life journey reflects the lived realities of countless families navigating autism across Africa and even the diaspora. Her story begins in a place that many parents know intimately, the survival mode. Survival marked by uncertainty, fear, and unanswered questions. Survival shaped by social isolation, judgment, and misunderstandings. Survival within systems that are often unclear, under-resourced, or unprepared to guide families with dignity. Mary speaks honestly about what it means to parent a child with autism when information is scarce and support is fragmented. She reminds us that many parents do not begin their journey with a plan. They begin it simply trying to breathe, trying to cope, and to protect their child. But Mary did not remain in survival. Through resilience, reflection, and courage, she transformed lived pain into purpose, purpose into advocacy, advocacy into structured, meaningful impact through her leadership with the Clicks Africa Foundation. Her work demonstrates how personal experience, when supported and channeled, can become a force for collective change. Mary reminds us that lived experience is not a weakness, but is an expertise. That pain does not silence us, it sharpens our voice. And that when a parent dares to speak, many others will begin to believe that they too can have a voice. Her keynote invites us to reflect, to heal, and to reimagine leadership that is rooted in truth, in empathy, and shared humanity. She sets the emotional and ethical tone for this forum by centering families, not as statistics, but as the heart of the movement. Mary, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for that wonderful introduction. I see that introduction more for Fabi than me. She's done amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see only two people live. Do you want us to maybe just wait for some 5 minutes? Or maybe...
Just continue. Continue.
Okay.
It's being
Yeah.
streamlined.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for the great opportunity to be here. I am truly, truly honored. And I want to say a very big thank you to Fabi and the team, the work they have done behind the scenes to bring this to life. I am so grateful. I am truly honored to be part of this great movement. And I know that out of this workshop and conference, something great is going to happen. We are all going to stand united with one purpose: support for our continent. And that
That's
is
right.
exactly Fabi and the team are doing. So, Fabi, I
That's
give it
right.
up to you. You've done amazing. God bless you. So, like you rightly say, I'm a mother of 3. I'm a teacher by profession. If anybody had ever said I was going to be an advocate or a special needs mom, I would have said that was a lie. But here we are today on the autism journey. My daughter turns 24 in few months, maybe 2 months from now, yes. So once again, thank you very much. And I want to use this opportunity to also welcome every parent joining in from any part of the world. You are the right place. We just want to let you know that you are not alone. You have us all cheering you on, telling you that you can do it, and letting you know that it is no fault of yours, absolutely no fault of yours to find yourself here. And so together, we are going to cheer each one on. So I'll start by saying, I'm sure we all know what autism is and what it is not. So I'm not going to take too much of your time. However, I just want to draw attention to something extremely important. What does the diagnosis of autism mean to you and your child? We all know that autism is a spectrum. It affects every child differently. What works for one child may not work for another. And that is very, very important for the parent to know this truth. Even sometimes, what has worked for you, your child, in one situation may not work another time. And that would mean you will need a parent who is so informed so that whenever you have the opportunity to liaise with professionals, to liaise with people that are going to help you on this journey, you would be able to articulate what works for your child. And so doing, bring everybody else on the same page with you. This is so important, extremely important. So today, if you are listening to us, I'm asking you, what does the diagnosis of autism mean to your child? We know it's a spectrum affecting children differently. You may have a child who is hyperactive. You may have another who is not hyperactive. You may have a child who is talking. You may have another one who is not talking or not communicating. You may have a child with extreme sensory issues or behavior issues. And then you have another child who may not have some of these issues. What applies in one situation may not apply in your child's situation. It is very important to understand the autism diagnosis for yourself and for your child. Sometimes we are being handed with terms like your child is, moderate, your child is severe, your child is level 1, level 2. And sometimes I ask myself, what does that mean to the parent who has been handed over this diagnosis? It is very important to know your child very well. What are their strengths? What are their challenges? What are their unique strengths that they have that you can tap into? These are so important, extremely important. So I tell parents, it is okay to be in denial. It is okay to ask so many questions. It's okay to even ask, why me? But beyond that, you need to pause and ask yourself, what does this diagnosis mean to me, to my child? What is my child's unique challenges? What strength does my child possess? How do I use that strength in supporting my child? This is very, very important. Now, the next thing you need to know, who are the people I need on this journey? Sometimes in our quest to get professional support, we forget one very important thing, and that is your natural support. That is extremely important. Your natural support. Who are the people right there holding your hand? A husband, a partner, a grandmother, an uncle, a colleague at work, someone who truly understands you and they say, look, we are here with you. We understand you. We are holding your hand when you know you are, at your break pattern. That is so important. So even as we begin this journey in finding the right support for our children, in finding what interventions will work for our children and at what time, which ones am I rolling my child on? You need to identify these pillars. Who are the people that are going to be with me on this journey? Trust me, as much as this journey feels so lonely, and I know what I'm talking about, you can be in the multitude of crowd and you still feel lonely. When I tell you that I'm tired, it means something different. My tiredness is not the tiredness you know. Your tiredness, sleep can fix it. Your tiredness, getting maybe one day away can fix it. When I tell you that I'm tired, emotionally, mentally, spiritually, so I can take 1 week sleep and rest, and it will not solve that tiredness. That is what I'm talking about. And this is not something everybody would understand. This is not something everybody would understand. And I know that most parents listening to me today would identify with it. Even sometimes when you get a call, you need to look at the timing. If I pick this call, am I going to have the peace of mind to talk? Why? Because at that particular moment, your child may be going through something that you have no control over. So even picking something as simple as a call, you need to decide whether to do it now or later. That is our life. And so you need to identify who is with me in this journey. It gets to a point that you feel that you are being blackmailed. Why do I say this? There are places and times and services we pay for that even when you are demanding what is so rightfully yours, means that you are being unrealistic. You are demanding too much. There are times it feels like people are doing you a favor for a service you've paid for. Are you going to fight? You have to choose your battles wisely and know things that you're going to give your energy to. Very important, extremely important, because on this journey, every minute counts. And so you choose the people in your circle wisely. You also learn to advocate than demanding. That is very important. The language of advocacy brings people on the same level with you. And that is something you need to learn. It doesn't even stop, it continues, because every point in your child's journey needs a different strategy and skills to advocate. Level of advocacy, how you are going to articulate and put your points across so that people that may not understand your child can come on the same level with you. And that is the only way you can begin to see some of the things you want change in the life of your child. So again, parents listening to me, do not throw away your natural support. It could be that one person that checks on you all the time. It could be that one person that sends you a message and genuinely, it's not a rubber stamp kind of message. They mean well for you. They mean well for you. Look, I say all the time, God is not wicked. As much as we believe and think that people are evil and all that, there is that one person who genuinely cares it with you. And that could be your natural support. That could be that support that will help you to stay mentally balanced because you need it. Before we were faced with autism, I hear about mental health, and it was a word that was so distant to me until I personally went through it. I have gone through it all, from depression to anxiety to panic attacks, and all of it I've gone through. Unfortunately, we put on makeups and people see us and, oh, you are such a strong woman. Oh my God, I don't know how you do it. Behind it, I cry. Even after 23 years, I still cry. I still cry. But the difference, I cry, I shake up, I stand up, and I move. So it's very important. Identify the people in your circle. Choose wisely what you give your energy to. Extremely important. It may sound like a fun, but it is not. Because you need that strength. You need that energy. It is so important what you give your energy to, what you give your attention to. Even as these people, you are being surrounded by them. It's very important. So as you're going through this, as you're going through the challenges, the pain, let that pain be that one tool that fuels your energy to be able to get the right intervention, the right support for your child. Don't forget to get your notebook all the time. You are not a computer, you are not an AI. Write down. Something could be your child's strength at this particular moment. Next year, it may look like it's so distant for that particular child. And sometimes when you stand to speak, it may look like you are even lying. That's our children. I call it, you go 50 steps forward and sometimes you can 70 back. You need to stand firm. You need yourself. You need people in your circle. You need to know what you give your energy to. That is very important. So now you know your child's strength. You know your child's challenges. You know your child's unique learning styles. These are very important. How do you arrive at this so that you know that if I'm sitting with an ABA person or an early interventionist or a dietitian or A or B, I know that the reports I am giving about my child reflects their true self. It will mean that you need to be a researcher. What did I say at the beginning? If you see one child with autism, trust me, you've seen just one child. What works in one situation may not work for another child. You keep comparing, you're at a disadvantage because that would affect you mentally. So how is this one person? You need to be an advocate. You need to be a researcher. You're going to be a lab technician. You're going to be a nurse. You're going to be everything your child needs. And at the same time, you need to stay balanced. So it's very important to research. And when you research and you read something, write it down, practice it. It may work in one situation, it may not work. That is okay. The fact that you had the ability to even try it out, pat yourself on the shoulder and say, me, Fabi, me, Mary, me, this A or B, I am doing the best. In fact, somehow it also gives you a certain level of energy to know that I tried. I did not sit on the fence. It is very important. Now, how do you even sieve all this information coming to you? It would only happen for you to be able to sieve out the right information when you know your child. So when somebody jumps up and say, oh, go and do intervention A, go and do horse therapy, go and do floor time, go and do sunrise, go and do this. Put your child on gluten-free, casein-free, this. I can tell you what I know will work. Because you know what? What a lot of the time the diagnosis does not tell you is that it comes with what we call comorbidities. So underneath the autism diagnosis, whether level 1, level 2, level 3, whatever level, underneath it, there are other issues. Sleep issue could be there. Sensory issues, which is another one big area we almost always have challenge with. About 80 to 90% research says that have sensory issues. Hypersensitivity, either to sound, to touch. And I think one of the ones we find so challenging sometimes is to taste, of food, texture, and all that. So we are having children who are extreme picky eaters, living on things like ketchup and chips and not. But you know what you're feeding the child is also very important. So before somebody jumps in and say, go on gluten-free, casein-free, I know my child. I know my child's sensory issues. I know, what they can have, what they can't have, and one challenging issue, even when you say, I have done, test A, test B, test C, and so I know that my child can have A, B, C, D. Are you going to cook in isolation? Because you're a family. Maybe there's grandmother there, there's an uncle there, there's a husband there, there are siblings there. How are you going to do this? You have this child who has sensory issues, has comprehension issues. They may not even be communicating. And then they see you eating ABC with your other children and husband, and then they are given a particular kind of food with different texture. How do they understand this? So you notice that even when you want to do some of these things, you need everybody on board in that house. So that if I say that I am not eating bread, that is if that child reacts or whatever, then I know that I am not going to eat it. And then my child sees, another person, we are forcing her to eat this. It has to be some uniformity. But at the same time, you cannot, for instance, I remember when my child had gluten and casein issues and then we were asked not to eat A, B, C, D. Here was I with a 52-year-old husband who has been eating oats for the rest of his life. And then all of a sudden I get up and say, you cannot eat it. You see, it doesn't really make sense. But if these people are with you, why? Let's try it for 1 month and see if we are going to see some progress. And then we all try it as a family. And then we see that it's working. For the sake of that one child, maybe we may have to compromise something. Okay, if we are going to compromise, we may not have it at table, but maybe when you are out, you can have it at your own, time. So there's that understanding. It is very important. Know your children, research, write the information down. If you can afford, there are some basic tests that your therapist or your professionals may have recommended to you. It is very important. For me, one of the things I tell all the parents, if you can afford it, go and have your child checked for allergies. Trust me, if you know how allergies can distort the life of your children, you will do it early. And I wish this was an information I was told earlier. I'm saying this because sometimes we jump and do so many things. Meanwhile, we are all tapping into one financial source, and autism can make you bankrupt. Take me as an example. Autism can make you go bankrupt if you don't have the right information. And take it from me, we are telling you the truth here. People are selling things, taking advantage of our vulnerability. So you need that strength. You need that mental strength to make those informed decisions. So parents, research, 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 research is very important. How do you stay mentally strong in all these challenges as a parent? Work on yourself. Work on yourself. How do you do that? Take a pause. I don't even tell parents one day at a time. I say a minute at a time, 20 minutes at a time, 30 minutes within a day. Work on yourself. You cannot be everything to everybody. When you see the diagnosis on one side, there's one person here giving you advice, a second person here giving you another person telling you what you're supposed to do. And especially for us as Africans, I don't know about where you are, but in Ghana, sometimes some of these challenges, people think that it has more to do with superstition than medical condition. Why? Because autism is not something you see on the face and you can tell. It doesn't have a look. So our children seem so good, so beautiful on the outside. And so it makes it so difficult for people to identify with that when we are saying our children is A, B, C, D. I've had people walk to me and say, why are you accepting that something that is not for your child? And I said, I'm not. It's just because you are looking on the outside. When you see a person with physical disability, or maybe, a person who is using a wheelchair, if you're considering people to do a race or, a run, maybe in your mind you have an understanding of that person's strength. And so you may not necessarily consider them if you're looking for people to run a race or maybe, do 100-meter sprint. You won't, because you know that maybe A, B, C, D. So with physical disabilities like the visually impaired, physical disability, you have a clear understanding, even if you don't understand disability in general, but not when it comes to children with neuro challenges like our children. It doesn't have a face. And so everybody else sees your child that you dress so well in a different way. And so they come with their own understanding of the picture they see on the outside. It takes God's grace, it takes strength, it takes mental strength to stand firm and see the advice, interventions thrown at you and say that I am going to commit time and energy for this. And so please, work on yourself. You need to relearn a lot of the beliefs, parenting styles that have worked for your regular children, and begin to work on yourself, understand your child from where they are. So you are meeting them, you are not pushing them. There was a time that I was working on, people will tell you, my boss at work had a child who had autism and they've been cured and A, B, C. The first 7, 8 years of my time, we sold practically everything we had. I traveled to Vermont, New Hampshire, and I stayed there for a month in a hotel. I am a Ghanaian. I am used to my banku and my fufu and my curry. Here was I in Vermont eating broccoli. We came back west of. Why? Because I went there without even thinking of who are my natural support. Here am I in Ghana in the scorching sun, then into the snow. So already I was even drained before my appointment in the morning. When I start in front of that holistic doctor, paying 40, $400 and $350 per session, I went back with empty head because I couldn't remember anything. And from his background of the food he believes and thinks will work for my child, he wrote broccoli. What was the other one that was similar to rice? There's one particular one that is so similar to rice. I've forgotten the name. Menopause, forgive me. And I was buying all these things. Remember, I had to now begin to cook. I didn't even know how to cook. Wouldn't it be wise if I had stayed? Look at what I have, because mind you, and I keep telling parents, in our environment here as Africans, there are a lot of things God has placed in our environment that works for our children. Most parents don't even know that cassava is gluten-free. Now there are parents who are having cassava cake, cassava snacks, and all that, instead of just using it for the curry and fufu and all that. So it's very, very important. There are a lot of things that you have to unlearn and relearn for the sake of this one child. Now, you are not working for perfection. You are working to see a child who is beginning to find themselves. Let me sign this caution here. Not every child would be able to maybe do something that we expect them to do. And it is okay. It is okay. You need to come to that place of peace within yourself. There's something that a parent told me some time ago that had so much impact on me. He said, Mary, I wish that my two boys who were in prison are not there, but maybe diagnosed with autism, where I could wake up each day and know what they're eating, where they're sleeping, what is happening to them. She has two young boys, not with any form of disability. I don't know what happened. They found themselves in, with the law, and something happened. I think it was a rape case or something, and they are in prison. When that woman said that to me, that was a very profound statement. Waking up knowing what your child is eating, where they are sleeping, even though they may not be telling you what they are going through, that alone gives you some level of peace. Our children are not armed robbers. Neither are they. Yes, they have their own challenges. And I'm not disputing that fact. Yes, there are days that it gets so difficult, and you ask yourself, why me? After 23 years, I still ask that question. So you are not alone. You are not alone. But you need to unlearn a lot of the things that we know as parents. We see a child who is making progress and doing well as a doctor. And of course, we want our children to be doctors, to be lawyers. I and my husband, we have a son that went to medical school at the age of 16, and we're so proud. And, when we meet friends, we keep talking to them, my child is this and then God blesses you with another one who cannot even identify letters of the alphabet at maybe 15, 16 years. If not you, who else should God give that child? I'm not saying it's easy, but trust me, in this pain that we go through, it is not a wasted pain. Let that pain fuel you to see the best version of yourself. Now, you've gone through this, you're helping your child, and all that you've gone through. Let me tell you something. You begin to live with purpose. For everybody who is listening to, unless you are not a parent who has a child with disability, you can confidently say that if there's nothing at all, this child has made you a better person. There are days that people have done things to me and I want to reply them. And I see that I don't want to waste my energy. Let me give them benefit of the doubt. I have started practicing what I call advanced forgiveness. So if Fabi does something to me. Fabi, I've forgiven you for 2027. I've forgiven you for 2028. I've forgiven you for 2029. So even before you offend me, I've already forgiven you in advance. What else could make you live this purposeful life than experiencing disability? I am not disputing the fact that we go through our challenges. But when God brings you to that level of peace and inner peace, you begin to live with a purpose. You give your energy to things that are very important. For all my travels and the experience I've had with parents, there's one thing that runs through. You see another parent, you haven't met, you don't know them. And in that moment of 5-10 minutes of meeting them, you feel like you've known them your life. Why? Because you have experienced something that others haven't experienced. You are now living very intentional. You have become so non-judgmental because of your child. And therefore, you don't need words and explanation to connect on a spiritual and deep, meaningful level with people. I remember the first time I met Fabi. I don't know him anywhere. I've just seen some posts and I follow and I read. And then, oh, Mama, you are here. I said, yes, I'm coming to see you. We had that talk and, smiled and like I have known him from childhood. That was instant connection. And it's so rewarding and peaceful. What else will bring you this intent and purpose than experiencing our children? You become so non-judgmental. So non-judgmental because sometimes you expect people to understand your child. And that understanding, you begin to live with it. What else can give you that level of gratitude? Because us as parents, we begin to celebrate things that others take for granted. What is eye contact to other parents? Nothing. What is a child who is waving to other parents? Nothing. What is a 15-year-old saying mama for the first time to others? Nothing. To you. To you, that means a lot. Some of you here, your meaningful experience that was so rewarding for some of these moments with your children. The day they said their first mama, the day they tasted something that they've never tasted before, the day they waved, bye-bye, when you waved to them, the day they gave you that millisecond eye contact. Who else celebrates these things with gratitude except us? The things that others take for granted is a celebration in our house. Have you parents noticed that even your children who come after the one with autism or disability of whatever sort begin to mature more than their age? Have you noticed that? Our children, the one who are regular or, in quotes, they are so understanding. Sometimes they ask you a question and you ask yourself, am I talking to my 10-year-old? Am I talking to my 8-year-old? Because it affects not just you and your husband or your partner, but your other children. And so there's nothing else that makes you live with intent, live with purpose, live with gratitude, live with non-judgmental attitude and this experience that God has blessed us with. Yes, you may not see it as a blessing now, but trust me, some years to come, you will look back and ask yourself, how did I survive? If I can make it, you can. If I have stood the test of time, you can. This experience will bring the best out of you. I think I have less than 20, 22 minutes. I'm going to pause in the next 4 or 5 minutes. And please, you can ask me any question. There's nothing like, we let it bare because I know that for Fabi and Tin and for everybody joining us from whichever part of the world, We want to open up to you. We want to talk to you about our intimate moment, to you, so that you don't have to reinvent the wheel when you have the opportunity. If you don't have a child and you are supporting a child with autism or ADHD or other forms of disabilities, you would be able to understand us, because even as we go for all these therapies and the rest, there are days that I sit in some of these sessions and I can tell that this person attending to my child really doesn't know my child. And so we need you all on board. That will only happen when you understand us, some of the things we go through. And so please, you can ask any question and I'll be as honest as I can with you. My fourth take home, if you did not hear anything at all for today, your pain or your challenges that you go through with your child will be that one driving force to bring the best out of you. 2, you did not do anything wrong. You did not do anything wrong. And so do not, take it on yourself as you've done something wrong and so maybe it's a punishment. No, no. There's autism in Ghana, it is in Zambia, it is in Senegal, it's in America, it's in London, everywhere. That alone should tell you you didn't do anything wrong. Know that you have what it takes to support your child. You are enough for your child. And so please stand firm, believe in yourself, and know that you're doing the very best for your child. Okay? You may not have the money to subscribe to all the interventions and all that, but know that that love and strength you show up each day for your child is even enough, even if you cannot do anything at all. That understanding of accepting your child where they are and supporting them in the best of your ability is one greatest gift you can give to your child. And in all of this, do not forget yourself. In all of this, do not forget yourself. If there's one gift you can give to your child, it's good health from a parent. Thank you.
Wow. Wow. Thank you so much. That was a very powerful and inspiring presentation. Thank you, Ma Mary. Thank you. We have three questions from the audience, and I will ask them one after another. Starting with the first one, this question is from Amina. She said, what moment marked the shift from survival to purpose in your journey as a parent? What was that moment that marked the shift where you stopped surviving and you moved to purpose in your journey?
I think that happened when I met, at first I thought I was alone, and then I was introduced to this parent group. That was a moment that changed. One, I saw that I wasn't alone. And then I also saw that every challenge that I was going through with my child, there were others who have been there. And therefore, there was no need to reinvent the wheel. I know I've shared this on social media a lot of times, that at a point, I joined 52 Facebook groups, posting, asking questions. And so at that moment, when I joined the parent support group, one, I saw that I was never alone. And then I could identify with people who could understand what I was going through. So when I tell people that I'm tired, there were people who understand what tiredness means in our context. That was very, very important, because at first, because of the denial and the guilt, I didn't even want people to know that I had a child like that. And so it was more of me not wanting people to know. In fact, I tried so hard to get my child in a mainstream school so that it made me feel well and better to know that, oh, where is your child? Oh, my child is school A, B. Oh, she's able to go through mainstream. I said, yeah, I felt better because I felt that once people knew that she could go through there, even if she was not receiving and not benefiting, I was okay. But that moment when I met the other parents and they shared, that moment that I paused. And then I asked myself one question. If I were to be in her position, how would I want to be treated? That was a turning point for me. So again, I would say it's okay to be in denial. It's fine. Don't stay there for long. You are not alone, and you will never be alone. There are people, above, or there are people who have walked that road. You will not be the last. And so sometimes there's no need to reinvent the wheel. And I'll give you one example. At that turning moment, I had tried so many times to potty train my child. It was not working. Anyway, my child menstruated at 9 years at a time when she was not potty trained. However, I knew she loved music, but I didn't even know how to use that one thing she loved to support her, as a green light. And that was when a parent suggested to me, you said your child loves music. I said, yes. Is it okay to get another tool and sit in front of her when she sits on the potty and sing to her? That was a turning moment. And within a period of 6 weeks, something I could not achieve within 6 years. You see, so that became a turning point. And I think it's something I want to recommend. It is okay to be alone, but for how long? Because on this journey, it's a long one, it's a lonely road, you need people.
That's right. The next question says, it's from Kwame. Kwame says, how can parents transform personal pain into collective impact without burning out? Because I think the very pain, what one part of the pain here is burning out. Who cares for the carer? So he's asking, how can they transform this pain into a collective impact without burning themselves out?
Thank you very much. So, like I said, instead of the anger, turning the pain into anger and all that, always ask yourself, what can I learn from this? It's so, so, so important. I remember one time when I was so bent out and I called another parent who had a 49-year-old son. And I said, I am tired. I'm this, my child this. And then he asked, is she sick? I said, no. Is she all right? I said, yes, but she's not sleeping. She said, at least she's not sick. Begin to find that window of hope in whatever, whether you are bent out or, let's even take today as an example. I am so tired, but when I got up this morning, I was so grateful that God, at least I got up to take my own bath. I got up to be able to prepare my own breakfast. That was very, very important. Again, I used to fight a lot out of the pain. There was this inner anger within me that I was transferring to everybody around me. So I remember my sister is still with me, and I kept fighting her. We were supposed to do A, B, C, D, and every day it was the anger and pain within me. When I paused on myself, I said, okay, she's not doing A, B, and C the way I expected. Is there a way I can talk to her, not in a form of fight, but to get her on my side to understand? And I think shifting my approach also helped a lot because, trust me, yes, you get to that point where you find that inner peace, but it doesn't go away. And as much as you need people, you need to sometimes pause and transfer that pain into something as a fuel for getting the others on your side. So instead of fighting you for not getting up to do A, B, and C, okay, next time, can you at least try and make an effort to maybe get up at this time so that you can do this? And trust me, I have fought everybody in my circle. And it got to a point that I was alone. I said, no, for how long would this continue? Because I need a break. I need, even if it's just 30 minutes of your time that you can give me. And I found that people were saying, oh, you have just been lucky to get the best of maybe nannies, the best of them. But I noticed that it was my approach that changed. They're the same as the ones you also have. It was my approach that changed. Instead of fighting, I asked myself, because at the end of the day, I still need you. If I'm angry and I push you away, I still need you keep on bringing, and the people you don't even know, they could be worse off than the one you already know. Is there a way I can meet you halfway? I ask myself 3 questions. Are you compromising the safety of my child? That I don't need you around me. That I will not compromise, regardless of your help. If you're not doing that, trust me, there's nothing else that if I sit down with you and talk through it, we can never find a way through. So you can only begin to transform from that pain to living with a more purposeful life when you take a pause and work on yourself, especially your own belief systems. It's very, very important. Very, very, very important. It is the only moment where we can say, yes, I don't have a cure for my child. There were days I was watching on CNN to see whether they will announce that just that they have found for cancer, found for this, or they'll found for autism. As I continue to hold in that hope that it will happen, I need to work on myself. Without working on yourself and taking a pause, trust me, that pain, you still continue it. And instead of learning from it, it's just going to transfer into anger, and it's going to transfer that energy to all the people around you. And it's very important. So take a pause on yourself, relearn a lot of the things that you know, give yourself a little break, and make sure at every moment work on yourself. And that will mean you need people, because it's very important. A balanced mind will give you that emotional stability, and that will transfer into living a more purposeful life. That is only when you see eye contact as gratitude. You begin to see, wave as a gratitude. You begin to see a child's first word as gratitude. Otherwise, from where we are brought up and what we have learned as the regular and normal, it will be very difficult to identify living a more purposeful life.
Wow. I think the need in this journey, that the need for choosing your cycle wisely, just like you said, cannot be overemphasized. And to the last question, this one is from Safia. Safia says, what would you say to a parent who feels they are still living in survival mode today? That they're still living in that survival mode. They've not been able to find the purpose. What would you say to such a parent?
Absolutely nothing lasts forever. Nothing. Absolutely. Nothing lasts forever. Yes. A lot of things may not make sense to you now, but they would in the long run, unless you leave out hope. Nothing. Trust me, not even our troubles. Nothing lasts forever. So yes, it may not make sense to you now. You may be going through the most difficult, challenging moment of your life. But trust me, this too shall pass. It surely shall. It shall pass.
That's right. This too, this too shall pass. So while you were speaking, I took out some things from, I made some notes of some key points, which I would like to reiterate. Some of them, the first one is that you choose your cycles, choose your cycle wisely, and then choose what you give your energy to. That hit differently. Choose your battle wisely, choose what you give your energy to, and then take note of the changes. You said write down at every point, write down, because when you sit in front of intervention, or you sit in front of any form of support, that whatever report you're giving concerning your child should be a true reflection of who that child is. I took note of that. And you said another thing, that no two cases of autism are the same. No two children living with autism. Your case, this child case, you can't use that and say, okay, this works for this child, so it's going to work for mine. And you said research and research and research. So don't stop learning, don't stop relearning, don't stop researching. And finally, you ended with the point, you said your pain will be your driving force to bring the best out of you. I want to thank you so much for joining us today. It's been an amazing time having you here. Any last words, any final words, any final comments?
Yes. So I just want to tell parents out there, don't give up on your children. Do not give anybody the opportunity to define what your child can do, now or in the future. It's so important. Sometimes I think we believe, and I'm not saying that we don't need professionals. We need them. Without them, there are a lot of things we can't achieve. But please, the fact that your child is not doing something now does not mean that they can't do it in the near future. Okay, so whenever you tell me my child is A, B, C, D, they can't do A, B, I said yes for now. It doesn't mean so. Do not give anybody that, that power to define who your child is. It's so important. Parents, if faith is that one last thing you want to hold on to for the sake of your child, please do. Choose your battle wisely. Know what you give your energy to. It's very important because that drives you. So know what you give your energy to. And, the more you are accepting of your child, the more the people around you begin to see your child differently. So sometimes there are people see so much in my child that even sometimes I don't see it. It's because of the way I treat, the way I've changed my language, the way I talk around my child, how I present it is so important. And finally, let me say this, please. What the world see in our children is disability. Know how you present your children is very important, please. I'm not talking about dressing them well, getting the best of fashionable clothes. Not at all. Let's keep our children very neat in wherever they find themselves. If people see our children, they have a mental picture. If they see all the negative, at least they can remember one thing. That parent that keeps their child so well, it tells a lot how much importance you attach to your child's existence. It's very important. Thank you very much. God bless you, and know that you are more than enough for your child.
Really, you're more than enough for your child. Thank you so much, Mama Mary, for joining us on the first day and taking the time out to be our keynote speaker for today. It's been an amazing time having you here with us. Thank you. And we'll move to our next session, but it's time for us to probably take a coffee break. Take if you need to drink water or take a break and come back in the next 2 minutes, and we will bring up the next speaker. Okay, before we bring up our next speaker for today's event, our keynote speaker has done justice to that topic of turning pain into purpose. And in our next session, it's going to focus on limited access to specialized services and support, a reality faced by many families across the continent. How do we assess specialized services? So we are honored to be joined by our speaker, that is Helen Oshikoya. Helen Oshikoya is the founder and the CEO of Nobelova Gradani Psychoeducation Services. Helen brings to this forum a deeply grounded perspective shaped by years of hands-on work with families navigating limited and uneven access to autism services. Her voice reflects realities that are often discussed in theory, but lived daily by parents across Africa. She speaks to long distances families must travel to access basic services, to the scarcity of trained professionals, to unclear referral pathways after identification, and to interruptions in care that leave families discouraged and sometimes or most times uncertain. Helen reminds us that access is not simply about whether services exist on paper. It's about reach. It's about whether families can realistically get there. It is about continuity, whether support is sustained over time. And it is about reality, reliability, whether families can trust that care will not suddenly disappear. Her work highlights the emotional toll of navigating systems that require parents to constantly start over, constantly re explain and re advocate. Yet it also reflects perseverance, creativity, and deep commitment to meeting families where they are. This session calls for practical, context aware solutions that prioritize families' realities, reduce barriers, and build systems that are both accessible and sustainable. It is my pleasure to welcome you and take it from here, Helen.
Hi, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here.
Pleasure
And
to have you.
thank you. Thank you. And thank you for that wonderful introduction. Um, I'm here, I would say, in the capacity as not only a behavior analyst, but also as a lawyer. And I will give my perception in both context to allow parents to actually understand why there is a difficulty in accessing services. Now, let me just come down to a parental level. One of the major reasons why, beyond professionalism or non-professionalism, that parents are unable to access services is the parents themselves. Denial. Denial is a very, very strong motivating force that prevents parents from actually even seeking help, whether it's there or not. There's so many times when a parent will come for an assessment with me, and I'm actually telling the parent what is obtainable. And the parent will literally tell me, but that's not for my child. That's not for my child. And we also have to remember that in Africa, we don't have what they call negligent parenting system. Come and take your child away because of immense denial. We find out that a lot of children are not able to get the services, whether they're there, because the parents refuse to accept that there is something wrong with the child. And in that context, we look at how government can also help. How does government help? Government should start having what they call standardized screening processes so that even if you are in denial, the government is able to screen the child and let you understand that you are in denial, but you are compelled to actually seek help for this child because you are the advocate of your own child. The second one is taboos and stigmatization. We find out that a lot of parents, whether they're educated or whether they are enlightened or whether they are pillars of the society, they still embed themselves in traditional taboos. They don't want to discuss about the fact that children have this challenge and they need to be supported. I remember when I started about 15 years ago, and I was telling parents that part of what I do is mental health checks. And they were like, oh, how can children be mentally ill? And I tell them that children are actually legally classified as mentally ill from the age of 7. Your child can be classified as being mentally ill as early as 7. And then we also know that autism is a neurodevelopmental disorder. So it comes out of the umbrella of physical illnesses and sits right at the tip of mental health disorders, which definitely are in the psychiatric realm. Parents did not want to hear about psychiatry Parents do not want to hear about anything that is actually going to be tainted as if the child has a psychological challenge. But you see, one thing I tell parents is that even if you don't want to accept, society will make you accept eventually, because the child will become so unmanageable and so impaired that you have no choice but to cry out for help. And by that time, it's too late. Early intervention starts early. And, we have I'll give an example. With Down syndrome can actually be detected from birth. But two things will happen. Parents will say, no, my child cannot have Down syndrome. Or they will say, it's not possible for my child to have Down syndrome. And then they neglect what that child needs. Because in the society, we still refer to children with Down syndrome as imbeciles. So you can imagine the parent at the back of their mind doesn't want to accept, because the child will be stigmatized as being an imbecile. And I know for sure, because when grandparents come to me and ask for advice and they have a child with Down syndrome, they never say Down syndrome. They say, that my grandchild that is an imbecile. So you see, those are some of the things that parents try to avoid, even though the reality is staring them in the face. And the only way that that can be reduced is in a situation of advocacy. So parents that are in that situation need to be the advocate for their own child. You can't just put your child inside a cupboard and cover it and expect that you are not going to be able to do what you need to do, because you feel society has a particular perception. Because society has a particular perception of what your child is or is not. We do school health screenings in a lot of schools. And even in those schools, I have parents saying to me, why do these children have to be in this school? After all, they're special needs schools that they can go to. Yes, they are special needs schools they can go to. But why send a child to a special needs school when you can provide intervention early enough for them not to meet the criteria of special educational needs schools? It's not as if they're not going to have special education within the school setting. But why must it have to be in a special needs school? Because what is required to be in school is school readiness. So if you have a child with autism, for instance, and intervention has taken place, and the child has school readiness criteria, why does it have to be in a special needs school? So you see, even within the educated setting, you have parents who are educated, who sit down and create those barriers without even thinking about the fact that so many children have this challenge. More children than we ever anticipated. Sometimes I sit down in my quiet moment and I say to God that, did you actually prepare me for what I have to do right now? Because if you had told me in my early teens, when I was becoming a lawyer, that I would be doing this today, I would say it's totally impossible. And that's why people that have actually come into this space, it is a personal calling. And we have to continue advocating for these children. No matter how bad or no matter how good, we have to have a burden for them. And the only way that they are going to be able to access the right services is if we professionals continue having a burden to make sure that the system and the systems applicable are right. We cannot sit down in our own quiet corner and say, oh, that doesn't concern me because it's not my problem, but we all have this problem. Another reason why services are not accessed is affordability. Affordability. It has become extremely expensive for parents to access this service, especially in Nigeria. I don't know about other countries, but in Nigeria, because the government doesn't subsidize. The government doesn't subsidize. But on the other hand, it costs a lot to become professionally qualified. And because we don't have a local body, we still have to do our training in Forex. We still have to do our training, our keep up our certificates in Forex. And then considering the fact that the foreign exchange is becoming more and more less obtainable. So when you are costing your services, it becomes almost impossible for the average person to access. Now, is that a problem that we created? No. Is it our fault parents can't afford it? No. But we always, as providers, have to be able to rob Peter to always pay Paul. You have to have a minimum access that parents can be able to afford. Is it going to be enough time to do the intervention? Maybe not. But sometimes it's still better to access something small than not access at all. So we as service providers need to put ourselves in a position whereby we don't become unreachable. Because in Nigeria currently, the average Nigerian, as in low-income Nigerian families, they can't access services. They can't. There was a time that we were providing for the lower caliber or those that are that can't afford, but they wouldn't come because they didn't want the stigmatization. They didn't want the labels. So therefore, they didn't access the service. And then we find out that you've employed people to take care of that caliber of citizens, and they're not accessing it. So what do? You let them go, and then you sit down and wait for those that can afford it. Is that the right attitude? Maybe. Is it the wrong attitude? I'm not sure, but unfortunately, it is a situation that we find ourselves in as service providers and also as parents. Now, for instance, if you have a child that has a multi concerns, so the child's, for instance, let's say the child has cerebral palsy, for instance, so he needs physiotherapy, he needs speech therapy, he needs OT. And then by the time you add all those costs, it becomes totally impossible for the average person to afford it. And I know that this is not a challenge peculiar to Nigeria alone. It is a challenge peculiar to a lot of African countries. And that's where I go back to providers. And I say to service providers, I have 50 to 60 children. Is it not better for you to have a minimum cost for 50 children, make an impact on 50 children, as opposed to having 2 to 3 children that are paying premium? Because eventually, that premium parent will leave you because they feel that they can get a higher premium somewhere else. And then your business is struggling. Your business starts struggling. As opposed to if you had keyed in and collaborated with somebody that has loads of children, break even in your costs, that is paying your salaries, paying your overheads, paying your this, and even if you make little gain, yeah, but that little gain is sustainable over time. A lot of people ask me, why do I have so many kids? I'm going into almost 200 kids, blah, blah, blah. I am also a behavior analyst. I can do this. My programs are this. They are better. Da 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 da. I ask them, look at your costs. The reason why I have so many is because my gains are little. You have to ask yourself as a service provider, are you in this to make money, or are you in this to make impact? Because if you make impact, you will make money. But if you're in for the money, I'm so sorry, you're not going to go anywhere. So service providers have to really sit down and ask themselves, are they in it to really, really help, excuse me, or are they in it for their own selfish gain? Now, some will ask me, excuse me, some will ask me, but it's a business. Are we not supposed to make profit? And then I ask them that if every business, look at companies in the UK, you have Edinburgh and Son, then you have Edinburgh and Son and Co. Those businesses did not sustain themselves because they are profit driven. They sustain themselves because they are impact driven, because they want to make an impact. And that is why the name is able to stay over time. You have businesses that start off in 2022. That is even ABA businesses. By 2023, 4, 5, by 2025, I'm just giving an example, they're non-existent. And you see the business collapsing, excuse me, over time. And that's because their priority was to make money and not to impact. So that in itself makes it difficult for parents to access services, because the people they want to access service from are only interested in profit. Excuse me. Are only interested in profit. I'm so sorry, I have a cold, but let me just. Thank you. Now, another thing that causes inaccessibility. Excuse me. Can I just take a minute to just
All right. Okay. Stay with us on the line as she grabs some water and she will rejoin us. So be patient.
okay, I'm back. I had to just get a sweet because okay, so now another thing that prevents us from actually accessing services is cost. This is for the providers now. Cost of training. So it's extremely expensive to become a behavior. I'm looking in the context that I wouldn't even look at it only in the context of a behavior analyst, but in the context of a service provider. whether an occupational therapist, whether a speech therapist, whatever, it is expensive. So those that can actually afford the training become limited. So a lot of parents are limited in the ability to access those trained people. So now you have what they call, I would call them mini-me's or duplications, or we call them, in Nigeria, we call them 7-Up, you know? They call themselves clear, but they're not actually clear. So what happens is that those guys come in, they flood the market, they start promising parents all sorts of things, and then parents believe what they are saying. And because parents want the best for the children, they actually access those kind of people, and eventually all they do is waste money. So is it their fault, these quacks, is it their fault that they can do that? To a large extent, I don't blame them. You know why? Because government is not regulating, government is not taking those things that concern those kind of children seriously. Because if somebody can misrepresent themselves and call themselves what they're not, and people just don't bother to call them out, we're going to still continue being in this situation. You need to call them out. But you see, in calling them out, a lot of parents don't even know what the right ones are. So if you ask a parent today, who takes care of a child on the spectrum, the parents will probably say occupational therapist, or the person will say physiotherapist, or the parents will say lesson teacher, or the parent will say a shadow, a facilitator. So parents don't even know the hierarchy of care that is required for each disorder or each discipline that is affecting the child. They don't know. So a parent that has a child on the spectrum, they'll say, I need OT, I need speech, I need physiotherapy, I need this, I need that. I need this, I need that. And then the parent says, I need all these things. I have to have them. They tell me that if I don't have them, my child is not going to be better. They go into panic. And then what happens, the doubts or the people who aren't qualified capitalize on that. I've had people call themselves speech therapists and have not entered the rooms of a classroom before. And they're speech therapists. They're speech therapists. And you know what? For some peculiar reason, you get more speech therapist quacks because parents feel that if the child is talking, the problem is solved. So anybody who is ready to tell the parent, I'm a speech therapist, will be most likely able to defraud the parent than somebody who's a behavior analyst. Because if you tell a parent, I'm a behavior analyst, they'll be like, but my child doesn't have any behavior problems, even if the child is on the spectrum. So you find out that more parents are duped by fake speech therapists than they are by behavior analysts, because the parents' driving force is that they want the child to talk. They feel that once the child is talking, their problems are solved. So you have parents going from one fake speech therapist to another fake one, to another one, to another one. Then they'll do online, then they'll do offline, then they'll do all sorts, because they believe that speech therapy is the solution to the problem. I always look at autism as a house. And you know, in a house, you have different windows. You have windows in a house. Now, ABA is the door. So the ABA goes through the door. But if you open the windows a little bit, you find out that the speech wants to come in, the OT wants to come in, the occupational person wants to come in, right? But you find out that if the windows are all shut, and the behavior analyst, well, the ABA person goes through the door of autism goes through the door, and then in the right time, the behavior analyst lifts each door, each window open. So child is ready for speech, that speech window is open. The child is ready for OT, that OT door is open. But the problem is that everybody wants to get into this house
at the same time,
forgetting that the house you need to go through the door. You have to go through the door. You can't continue going through the windows. And that's why they say autism is a disorder that likes misery company, so to speak, in the context that everybody is ready to go through the window, the cracks, and everything when it comes to child on the spectrum, because there are multiple challenges with the child, and everybody feels they have an equal right to that autistic child, even though they are not qualified to access that child's problem. And it still goes back to education. It still goes back to awareness. It's like I tell my colleagues, everybody knows about autism. Everybody knows about CP, but nobody knows the professionals that are meant to handle each different disorder that a child has or comes across. You have people that would tell you, child on the spectrum, oh, it's a facilitator the child needs. I tell my colleagues, invest your time in educating the society on what are the professionals that are meant to address each particular disorder that you know. If it is only autism, you know, advocate. Oh, there's behavior analysts, there's technicians, there's this, there's that. You go for an assessment, you go for a diagnosis. Service providers don't do that. All they want to do is conferences, autism, 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 autism. But there's more to autism. There is the access. Okay, I have a child on the spectrum. How do I access services? A lot of parents don't know, because we, as providers, a lot of us don't educate the public about what is required. Who are the people to take care of your children? Who are this? Who are that? Yes, you may hear it in one seminar, you may hear it in one conference, but are we consistently drilling it into the society to say this is what is required? This is what is required. And because we're not drilling it and we're not investing in that area, it becomes hard for parents to access the service because they have no clue. All they know is the child is on the spectrum, and that's it. And then we also have to look at the fact that our countries, African countries, we need to start rising up and having our own bodies, our own certification bodies to reduce the cost that is heavily labored on us by international bodies. I know a lot of people that want to become behavior technicians. I'm fortunate and I'm blessed to be part of quite a few international bodies. And I always appeal to them to reduce the cost of the exam and the access. And they've been wonderful, but it's still not enough. You're looking at the average in Nigeria, the average earnings of a person who wants to become a technician is less than $20 a month. 20, if possible, with the fall of the naira. And yet you have a training that a coursework they want to access. So for instance, my organization, if you want to be a behavior technician, it's everything is free. Your training is free, your supervision is free, everything is free. The only thing you pay for is your exam. And that is highly subsidized. And in the subsidy, I still have to source for the Forex to pay. But how many organizations can do that? And how many organizations would get staff that are committed? Because a lot of challenges service providers have is they train and people leave. They train, and so they have a consistent turnover of training, departure, training, departure. But then I say to them, it's not so bad for me because I'm a lawyer. I can create a contract and I can enforce it. But not everybody has that legal skill. So maybe if we start focusing on maybe like a government sort of board certification setting so that you can choose, do you want the local board setting, which is just as fine as the international, or do you want the international? But you see, we Africans are also, we're racist in the sense that if you have a local behavior analyst certificate and somebody has an American behavior analyst certificate, what's going to happen? You go with the one with the American because you obviously feel that they are better trained or they are trained well. So we also, to a large extent, contribute to this problem. It sounds funny, but it's the truth. So we're always going to have this problem, whether we like it or not, until we're able to rise up beyond certain colonial thinking, so to speak.
Mindset.
Colonial thinking. Yes, mindset. Yes. So the fifth and the last one, why people can't access services, is very, very critical, and that is government. Government have not made it, they've not put in what it requires for people to access. And that's because governments, most African governments, don't appreciate and they don't realize the magnitude of children that have this challenge. In schools currently in Nigeria, you're looking at almost 20 to 25% of children with a neurodevelopmental disorder and autism being the highest amongst them.
It's massive.
Yes, yes. So you can have a classroom of 15 children, 8 are on the spectrum, and just one teacher and one assistant. I can say this categorically because I test. I'm a school tester. And in the last 15 years, I've tested close to almost 100,000 children. And within the last 4 years, the prevalence continued to creep up. In fact,
I think we lost the volume there. Are you still there, Helen? Um, That might be network. Are you there, Helen? Are you still there, Helen? Okay, while we wait for her to rejoin us, I think she might be having issues with her connection, but let's be patient. I believe she will rejoin us. While we wait for her, she has been speaking to us on um, limited access to specialized services and support. She has been dissecting the things or the barriers that parents face in assessing care and support for their children and for the families with children living with autism. And these barriers stem from the barriers parents create for themselves and the ones that the systems create. So both personal barriers and systematic barriers. She's mentioned barriers like denial, parents not being able to accept reality on ground and seek help on time. Another thing she talked about is access to standardized screening process where the government has failed to standardize the screening process and make it compulsory that parents seek help for their children, because it's not just about the parents here. It's about the children being able to assess the care and support they need on time. She also talked about what we are familiar with, which is the taboos and the stigmatization that exist within African context, where some of these things are related to either spiritual attacks or one superstition or another. She has continued to talk on so many things that could hinder access or limit access. She talked about the service providers and the cost of training, which is high, and the tendencies of parents falling into the hands of 7-Up, as she termed it, because they panic and they fall into the hands of these people who are probably there just for the money or just to make money in the business. I believe that when she returns, she would continue to give us so many of how we can overcome these barriers and access the help that we truly need for our children. Okay, while we still wait for her, she also talked about how we can begin to redeem the cost of training for specialists in Africa. Because I don't think this is just a Nigerian issue where we all value certificates or certifications that come outside Nigeria. She was talking about how we can reduce the cost for these trainings, that make trainings accessible, because I believe that the more that the service providers are trained, or the more trainings they get, and the cheaper or more accessible these trainings are, the more it's possible to reduce the cost of accessing these services and getting quality service, not just the services. I think she's here with us. She has rejoined us. Helen, are you there?
Yeah, I'm so sorry. These are
It's okay.
the hazards of Africa.
I
Okay.
understand.
Yeah. I'm so sorry. Okay, so I'm almost rounding up actually. Okay,
Yeah.
so we're talking about
Reducing the
access.
cost. Yes.
Yeah, reducing the cost. Yeah, so if the government supported more, so for instance, in let me say in the Western world, quote unquote, you have that government also, supports a lot of the children that have this challenge. And then we will find out that a lot of parents don't mind the stigmatization and don't mind the label because they get funding or they get finance. But you see, in Africa, it's not like that for us. The government, if you want to access this kind of service, you have to go through the local government. And then with the local government, there is no real opportunity. And then you find out that your child that could have had a better opportunity has very little opportunity to become something because the access is not there. Because, government is overwhelmed. Government has a lot of they place a lot of emphasis on other things. They don't really place emphasis on this particular challenge. And the reason why is because it's lifelong. It's lifelong. They don't want to invest in something that has to be continuous over time. Okay, so for instance, a child that needs a wheelchair, a child that needs crutches, you buy the crutches, you pay for the wheelchair, and you don't really bother because cognitively wise, that child is probably going to be able to go to school, but it's just that they can't move around. There's nothing wrong with cognition. But when you're talking about things like Down syndrome, things like CP, things like autism, it affects cognition. And cognition investment with regards to skill acquisition, it's expensive.
That's right.
It's totally expensive. So they feel that they don't want to invest too much there because they can't sustain it long term. And that's where this early intervention keeps on. There are a lot of people that says early intervention is the key. They don't even know what early intervention is. They just keep on saying early intervention is the key, early intervention is the key, early intervention is the key. And they just don't know what early intervention is. And that's because that early intervention hasn't been explained to them well enough for them to actually understand how early intervention can benefit them or the children. It's kind of like a double whammy in the context that you can't access service because government is not helping, and the service that you can access is not really going to help your child. So you find out that parents find themselves in very, very difficult and peculiar situations, even though they want solutions or even though they want assistance for the children. And in all this, the summary of all this is if you are from a low income earning background or underprivileged background, you can't access services, not because you don't want to, it's because the yardsticks to get that services is so wide. It's not as if the services are not there. It's just that these things, yes, these things that I have mentioned have made it totally impossible. Some people think parents can't access services because it's not there. No, services are there, but there's so many barriers preventing them accessing it, even though it's there. Am I making sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because to a large extent, every country, yes, to a large extent, every country, no matter how poor they are, they do have a small portion assigned to children with special education. I mean, I've not come across a country that doesn't, but that small portion, is it really enough to be able to give your child the quality of life that is required in the future? No, it's not. Even in England, in America, in Canada, government gives you the basic. If you want more, you have to add more. You have to top up more. But if you don't have more to add, most likely your child is not going to have the kind of services that another family who have access to can have. But then we also look at the flip side. Some parents have loads and loads of money, but the child's disorder is so intense and so advanced that all the money in the world will not be able to do much apart from maintain the child and keep the child comfortable. And then you have a poorer family whose child's challenge is not that difficult. It's just that they don't have the funds to actually access what the child needs. So it's like we're in the Bermuda Triangle, whereby we're just circling around with the hope that we don't get sucked up and disappear in that Bermuda space, because it becomes extremely difficult and frustrating over time, because you can see the services, but you can't access it because of your own certain barriers preventing you from accessing that service. But that notwithstanding, I always encourage parents that even if it is little that you can afford, go to a provider that is good and that will give you that little. It is still better than not having anything at all. It's still better than not having any access at all. So, on that note, I think I've been able to hopefully enlighten, encourage, and given a different perspective or a deeper perspective on why services are not being able to access, or the reasons why services can't be accessed as much as it should be, despite the fact that those services are there.
Wow, wow! That it's been a presentation that is filled with so much information. I just hope that we'll find out how, or break these barriers and assess this support that our children with autism would need. There are questions, about 3 questions here. I want to thank you so much for coming in and helping us. One of the questions has been answered, I believe, but I think you can clarify the person. Tunde was asking, what barriers most prevent families from accessing autism services consistently? Like, what are the most barriers that families face?
What
barriers?
Consistent barriers.
Most of them, what's the most barrier
Yes.
that families
Yeah.
face in accessing this service consistently?
Yeah, taboos and finance and stigmatization.
That's right.
Taboos. So
go on, Mr.
Yeah, taboo. Yes, I said taboos, finance, stigmatization. Those are the biggest barriers.
Yeah. Okay, another question from Zainab. Zainab said, how do families cope emotionally and practically with interrupted care? how do you suggest that families can cope, emotionally, and practical ways to cope with services that are interrupted or care that are interrupted?
I can't hear you. The line is cutting in and out.
Okay, if you can hear me, Zainab is asking, how can families cope emotionally? How can families cope emotionally and practically?
How can they cope emotionally?
And practically with this interrupted care, with interrupted care.
Okay, so the thing about it is that, emotional support, right, has to be done really within the family setting themselves. And that's part of accepting. Then, in acceptance, right, try and reach out to groups that actually have, platforms that actually encourage. What I tell parents is that you, you should have a discerning spirit when you join these groups. Some of these groups are actually not healthy, and they actually instigate more fear and instigate more challenges. But take the information these groups give you and then do your own research. Do your own research and then try to surround yourself with positive thinking people, people that will be, people keep on saying, nobody will understand. Yes, you're right. Nobody understands. But the truth of the matter is that if you don't continue reaching out consistently, you won't find somebody that will understand. So you just have to continue doing that. Look, surrounding yourself with good people, keeping your mindset clear, doing a lot of research, and also giving yourself a lot of knowledge, because knowledge is power. If you even feel that you want to take it a step further, you can do a training, do a certified training that will give you more in-depth, so that you're not so handicapped. Like 80% of the behavior technicians, behavior analysts in Nigeria, most of them have children on the spectrum, because they have decided to go beyond what was being provided. And with that, you're able to not only help your own child, but also help more people. I just continue encouraging parents. It's not an easy journey. It's not a journey that you would say you understand. The only thing is, surround yourself with people that are empathetic, not sympathetic, empathetic with you, so that they're able to come up and give you that moral support that you require. If you surround yourself with sympathetic, they're only going to be telling you, oh, so sorry, oh, it shouldn't happen to you, oh, it's this, and then make your problems worse. Empathetic are people that will put themselves in your shoes and decide to help you to unravel what you are experiencing as a parent.
Wow. Wow, that was a strong one. And the last question from Ibrahim. He's asking, in low resource settings, what realistic community-based solutions? What are the reality-based solutions to improve access in low resource settings?
No, the truth is that you just have to look for somebody that is actually interested in making impact and helping. So, for instance, like in my organization, we try to make it as affordable as possible. We're not an NGO, unfortunately, because we can't have an NGO and start looking for money, because we don't have the manpower to do that. But you can educate yourself more, look for service providers that are open to assist or open to do payment plans, or who can actually give you little or as much as you can afford, so that you're able to have something and be able to do something. It's like, for instance, we just got a speech therapist recently who's come from the UK, and parents are already saying that, oh, she's from the UK, there's no way I'm going to afford it. And I told them, I am doing it in such a way that every child will get, even if it's just a little, because I'll be heartbroken if she comes in and then parents that can't afford it will start seeing her and saying, oh, how I wish my child too can have a speech therapist from the UK. So you, as a service provider, has to be empathetic enough to be able to make your services in such a way that it's affordable to all. You always have to rub Peter to people. There are clients that can pay more. Leverage on those more to be able to help those that can pay none.
Yes.
You may not make a lot of money. Yeah, you may not make a lot of money, but I keep on saying it. If you are doing this thing, right, if it is what God has called you to do, you won't be rich in it, but you will have peace and He'll provide for all your needs. I mean, I've gone off what I'm supposed to say, but that is from my own personal experience.
Exactly. Thank you so much. It's been an amazing time having you on this program today. We want to thank you for giving your heart out and bearing it all on this platform. And the most important thing I took out from the last part is that the role of family and circles cannot be overemphasized in getting that emotional support that we all that parents need at this point. And lastly, you said something. You said avoid groups that might instigate more fears, or that will make you that will instigate fears and negativity, around you when you're seeking for support. And thank you so much for joining us. And in our next speaker, thank you, Helen. Take care. Our next speaker today would be speaking on culturally appropriate intervention and education models. So let's take a minute break, and when we return, we will be having Dotun F. Akande join us on the forum. You can take a minute break, take a toilet break, or grab some water. Okay, thank you all for staying and rejoining us. We will continue in our next section, which is on culturally appropriate intervention and the education models. So our next speaker invites us to reflect on how interventions must fit families' cultural and daily realities. We are delighted to welcome Dotun Akande, an advanced certified autism specialist and the founder of Patrick's Speech and Language Center in Nigeria. Dotun's work is guided by a simple yet powerful question: does this intervention truly fit the child and the family? She challenges the widespread assumption that effective interventions can simply be copied and transplanted across contexts. Instead, she emphasizes that meaningful support must be adapted, culturally responsive, and grounded in the lived realities of families. Language matters, culture matters, family routines, family beliefs, and expectations, they all matter. Doughton speaks to the risk of imposing models that do not align with family values or daily life. When interventions ignore context, families disengage, progress slows, and trust is lost. Her experiences shows that her experiences show that progress accelerates when families recognize themselves in the support they receive, that when they can relate with the support that they receive, when interventions feel respectful, relevant, and achievable. She emphasizes collaboration over prescription and partnership over compliance. This session invites professionals, educators, and policymakers to rethink how programs are designed and evaluated, reminding us that cultural intelligence is not optional. It is foundational to ethical and effective practice. Please welcome Dotun Akande. Dr. Akande, if you were on the call, please take the mic.
Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. Good morning, where I am. I'm glad to be
Thank you for
here.
joining us.
Yes, thank you for the invite and thank you for bringing this to the fore. It's something that is very dear to my heart and something I have or advocated for over the years. So I'll be sharing my slides. I hope that I have the content to be able to share my slides.
Once you prompt for that, I'll give you permission.
All right. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can everybody see my slide? Yes. So good. So good morning again. This is actually lessons from my practice, the practice that we've been on for the past 20 years. And a lot of things have changed my mind over time and over the years when it comes to culturally appropriate autism intervention and educational models. And that is because we struggled very, very early when we set up the center in the country. We struggled with systems, we struggled with the, how would I put it, the high and mighty programs that were dropped at our doorsteps. And we struggled with contents as well as the words that goes on with autism, the big words that we use from time to time. So this morning I just want to open up to ensure that I let kind of my heart out. This slides is just for me to kind of guide me as I go along. I want to speak from the heart. I really do want to speak from the heart, and I would go through with it, but most of the time I would be speaking from my heart. We know that a lot of the interventions that we see today are born out of either systems from the UK, US, or Canada. For example, the behavior modification ABA was designed by the high income countries. And why was it designed by them? For the families to be able to assess insurance and to be able to fund the intervention for families, especially in the US. That was how ABA came to rise. And it came to rise because parents were agitating for more services for their children and for the government to come in to support their children, which we don't have in this part of the world. We struggle with the system, even understanding what autism is not to talk of how they can support and manage the intervention. They are busy, the government is busy struggling with the able, in quotes, children, and struggling with getting them into schools rather than even thinking about physical disability, which they can see, and struggling with intellectual disability, which they cannot see, and is always attributed to spiritual attack, attributed to mental challenges, and our children are laden with medications. And when we see them, we are at loss at what to do, and we are in despair just seeing how far the medication has affected the lives of these individuals. So our reality is that we get late diagnosis. The children come in at a very late age when the parents have more or less given up. Some of them do not even want special needs schools. They don't even want interventions because they don't even want people to know. So the stigma comes in at that point in time. And when stigma comes in, the children are hidden in the homes. They are not allowed to go out. They are affected by, they are isolated from their peers, from the community, even from the family. Sometimes they don't let them out of the room. So these are some of the things that we see in reality. And we have few hands. We have very few people that are knowledgeable and know about this um, disorder or difference, and very few people who understand how to manage the challenges that they face on a daily basis. And of course, when they get into the school program, the schools are overcrowded. There are so many people in the classroom. The child is missed. The child is left alone in one corner, trying to figure out how he can make sense of this world that we have it. And then we have to deal with evidence-based versus context and appropriate. So we are looking at what is actually appropriate for this child. What is evidence-based? How can we manipulate evidence-based, to fit the context? So when a child or a family arrives at our center, the first thing we see is late intervention, years and years of delay, where the parents have, more or less given up and they don't know what to do anymore. They just want someone to take it on. We came in around 2006 when there was nothing on ground and very, very few people were in practice at that time for individuals with autism. What most people knew or learned was that they could manage them in mainstream school because they had physical disability, they had mobility problems, they had visual problems, hearing problems. Autism was really very new at that point in time. So parents were coming in at a time when there was absolutely nothing on ground. And when we started, parents began to, and we started to tell a story, and that is the power of storytelling, which we don't do in this part of the world as well, because of the shame culture and the the hiding culture and the judgment from the community. Because of that, many people don't come out to say what is happening. But when we came out and I spoke about my challenges and then the way in which we managed my son to a particular level where he was able to, live a full and functional life, many people started to see that, oh, so it is possible for my child to, be in this, to have this and still live a full and functional life. So without storytelling, we would not have been able to get to where we are today. And where we are today is the fact that many people have now come to the realization that autism management is possible and they can take on that management even from the older age. So I will come and tell more stories about that. And then the spiritual and behavioral explanations that we need to say at every point in time. We all know that the behavior that our children exhibit sometimes mimic mental health challenges. So a lot of people start to look at the child as not being alive, more or less crazy, not being here in our community, and not even living in the setting that we're looking at. So those are the reasons why a lot of us, we know that in Africa in particular, we are very spiritual. Everything has to do with spiritual attack. If the child is coughing, we look at the neighbor. If the child falls down, we see who is around when that child fell. We are very spiritual. So a lot of it had to do with them taking the children to churches or mosques or wherever their beliefs are, and then trying to cast out the demon that child possessed. So those are some of the things that we saw when we came into the scene. Also, a lot of schools rejected the children, mainly because they didn't understand what the child was exhibiting, the hyperactivity, the inattentivity, the odd behavior, the looking from the corner of the eyes, the flapping, the walking on tippy toes. Those are behaviors that many of the schools did not understand how to manage these children. So they would rather say, oh, sorry, we cannot take your child in this school because we don't want him to corrupt the other children in the school. We don't want them to imitate him. We don't want them to, look at him in a funny manner. We don't have the resources. I prefer it when they tell me they don't have the resources. That way we can manage, resources, and we can help train some of their teachers. And then we have the emotional exhaustion from parents. The parents are just tired. They've done everything. They've been here, done that, and they cannot cope anymore. So when they arrive at our center, we find that the parents just say, I just want my child to be okay. I don't want anything else. Some of them just come, drop the child. They are tired. They just want respite. And those are some of the issues that we dealt with when we started the center. Then we looked at our core philosophy, respect. Like I said in my summary, when I was asked to do this presentation, we need to look at the core culture and language. And why do I say that? There was a young man that came to us at 35, and at that age, we were reluctant to take him at the center, even though we are a special school. So I'll backtrack a little bit and say a little bit about Patrick's Speech. So Patrick's Speech and Language Center was designed for children and adults with autism. We were the first in Nigeria to set up specifically for individuals living with autism. And we were designed as a special school. At that time, special schools were not appreciated or even tolerated. Many people didn't want their children in special schools. They wanted them in mainstream schools because they felt that putting children together in a special needs unit means that the child will copy the other child's behavior. And I often wonder why parents are always worried about, oh, my child is going to copy this behavior that this child is doing. If your child is copying, in my own opinion, I used to tell them that if your child can copy, that means your child can learn. So I didn't see the rhetoric about a child copying another child. So when we set up as a special needs unit with different areas of specialization. We took on speech and language therapy, occupational therapy, behavior modification. We were very, very big. We are very, very big in music and movement, and we were very big in vocation as well. So when the 35-year-old man came to our doorstep, that was the oldest we had ever seen. We couldn't reach him. We tried everything. We tried to get him to speak to us. Of course, he came in non-verbal, high and very, very challenging behavior, lack of understanding of his environment, not being aware of himself. And then so we said to ourselves, to the mom, can you try our summer program? Let's just see if there is something that we would be able to do to support him. And so the mother was very happy because she for the first time, she found somebody who was willing to take her hand to support her son. So when they came into the center, we started off with him. We realized two things. We realized the first thing is that even though he was very hyperactive and was not very aware of his environment, he understood his person. And when I say that, what do I mean? Most of the teachers at that time were younger than him. When they call him by his name, he would not respond. But when they say Uncle Sheon, when they add an uncle or a connotation of somebody elderly to his name, they found out that he will stop in his tracks and he would, give a recognition. Sometimes he would not smile, but he would stop and take a look, give eye contact, which ordinarily he would not give, telling you that he understood his person. Then we started to work with him in different areas and we started to support him and talk to him about therapy. We took him through the different areas of therapy. When we were eventually able to reach him, we noticed that there were every time he would come into the school, he would walk into my office and go straight to my fridge. And he would stand by the fridge and I would ask him, "What do you want?" He wouldn't answer. And then one day I decided to use the local language to ask him what he wanted. And he responded verbatim. Wow. Telling me that language matters, culture matters. That's an example of how we can reduce our didactic method of teaching and improve it in the area of either understanding the individual or using a play-based or natural system method to work with that individual. We used everyday materials. We used everything that he understood. He loved Coca-Cola. We would use the bottle of Coke to teach everything. If you do this, we would give this. We would give you the Coke if you do this. Using things that he was familiar with helped rather than the things that we borrowed from or we had in the classroom that we used for that we brought in either from the international systems. Then we found that training parents as co-therapists went a long way. Importantly, the children do not have enough time, either in the school or in the therapy center, to for us to teach everything that they would need. And we know that the children learn best in the least restrictive environment, in the natural environment, in their naturalistic environment. So we started to train parents and encourage them to come and understand what we do at the center. We asked them that we reduced the jargons that came with working with them. We reduced the jargon and increased, the words, the natural words that were used in a home environment. And if they understood language, the language, either the Yoruba, Igbo, or Hausa, we found out that that was easy for them to understand. Then we had blended fees. I know the person that came before me has already spoken about that. In this part of the world, we found that there are a lot of people that could pay for services. Parents are be laden with the fact that they are the ones that pay for services. They understand the system that we live in, which is the Nigerian system, where the government is not involved in supporting individuals with special needs. The parents have to pay out of pocket, and many of them could not afford the fees. This 35-year-old that came to our doorstep, the mother was a single mother who her marriage had collapsed because of the challenges of her son, and then they had blended fees. So in terms of managing the fees of the children, we've had to engage in free services for the families. So we started off with every time we have 3 children, 1 person must be free. And then we started to look at different areas in which we can support our scholarship scheme. We've been very, very big in scholarship, and we've done a lot for families outside of the school. And our focus also is on life skills. We don't believe that the children cannot do anything at all. What we find is that parents are overcompensating for a lot of the things that our children, especially our teenagers and our young adults, can do. They are overcompensating because they believe that, oh, there is no, because the child is challenged in this area, we must, follow the lead of that child of how that. No, we believe strongly in the fact that, and I think it's actually an African thing. An African mother believes that the children can fly. You know how we are when it comes to my child has to be a doctor, a pilot, an engineer. We believe our children can fly. So we've come to our natural environment. And then if you look at at maybe I'm a little bit older. When I was very, very young and I used to go to the village to see my grandmother, there were a lot of things that they would put us through as young children, making sure that they understood first our personality. My grandmother understood each person's personality. She knew that if I would do this with Dotun, she would go this milestone. If I do this with her younger sister, she would go this milestone. That's focus on life skills and what the child can do independent of the parents is one of the core philosophies of how we operate at Patrick's. We believe that there is nothing impossible with this, our children. We have one of our young adults that has been with us a long time. We've taught him everything, shoemaking, sewing. We've taught him every educational aspect of it. He did not grasp any one of it until we introduced him to cleaning of the center. We encouraged him to clean, first of all, his own environment, then the classroom, then the school. Then at the end of the school, he would take out all the trash we have in the school. He knew what to do. He followed the routine on a daily basis, and now he has a job doing that. So we are very focused on life skills and what the individuals can do independent of their challenges. And we believe that every child can learn. So our practical intervention model, we do have our therapies. So we have the speech and language therapy that we normally work with the children. And because speech and language therapy needs specialization, and we do not have that many speech and language therapists in Nigeria. So I can tell you, since 2006, when we came to the scene, in fact, since 2000, when I came into the scene of autism, I cannot find 10 full speech and language therapists on ground at the same time. The minute they get through, they get their certificate, there's brain drain. They are out of the country. Occupational therapy, over the years, there was a lady that found out that there is a need, a large need for occupational therapists, and decided to set up an occupational therapy school in Nigeria. That helped open the doors for more occupational therapists to come in and help in the area of special needs. But even with that, very little, very minimal part of autism is being spoken at the occupational therapy school. So they've had to come out and learn more from organizations such as ours. I remember the first occupational therapist we got at Patrick's. He said he knew nothing about autism. All they did tell him in the occupational therapy school was for the was for him to work with those working with the physiotherapists and the elderly that were struggling with life skills due to stroke and old age are managing, them in that regards. And then we have the play-based learning. The play-based learning is really one of the very best ways in which the model we've used to support our children in the different areas of therapy needs, in behavior, in behavior modification, in music and movement, in attention building, in sensory integration. The play-based method has shown to be one of the ways in which we can teach skills. And you remember, in our classical cultural model, we have a lot of games that has to do with hand-to-eye coordination, that has to do with understanding movement, music and movement that had to do with a lot of clapping, a lot of jumping, a lot of hiding, a lot of problem solving. So those are the methods we have used to support the children. And then we look at our environment. Our environment must be simple and engaging. And then the use of local toys that that is designed, to support those individuals. And then family and home programs. I've spoken a lot about that in terms of training and supporting these individuals in their home and in the places where they understand, where they are most comfortable, where they are accepted, where the environment speaks to them. So now I want to speak a little bit about parents. Education is intervention. They are intervention. I put the is in capital because I want to state the fact that the educating the parents is very important in intervention. Parents must learn autism and understand it to a place where they would be able to dissect it to the minimal level. They will be able to make it seem as if it's something that they are out of this world, that they understand fully. They must be able to understand their child. They must be able to put the challenges the child faces into a plan. They must be able to draw up what we call, they don't need to do an IEP really, but they need to have a notebook where there's what we call the observation notes that supports the beginning of therapy. You must know the child. Without knowing that child and understanding that child, you have already first of all set up yourself to fail. You cannot use the in quote unquote typical therapy for all children. Some children don't need behavior modification. Some children don't need speech and language therapy. Some children don't need attention activities. Some are not hyperactive, they are hypo. So you have to learn, first of all, observe that child, know the learning style of that child, understand what makes that child ticks, understand what ticks that child off before you start set up to be able to support that individual. And communication is key. Many times they say because the child is not speaking, that way, therefore they cannot speak to teach that child any skill. We find that when they bring the children to us at 4 and they are in diapers, and we say, "Oh, why didn't you do potty training?" He said he can't speak. He can't tell us he wants to go to, but you can show him where the toilet is, and he can go. So you can build his receptive language while you wait for the expressive language to develop. So communication is, they have to learn how to communicate with the children effectively. They have to understand how that child relates in terms of communication. And then they must also be able to regulate not only the child's behavior, but their behavior. They must not tick off their frustrations on that child. And we find that African parents are very impatient, and we definitely have a need to, sometimes sit back and allow the child to be able to be expressive. We are most of the time focused on getting that child to do what we want, for the child to compliance. We insist a lot on compliance rather than leading the child, to support the intervention. So culturally speaking, it's not everything that we have in our culture that is good or that gives understanding to what the child is struggling with. And then the daily skills, of course, we have to teach it, we have to understand it, we have to make sure that it works effectively. We have to make them do some chores that you have to make them do some chores that they should be able to do in their daily life. You must encourage them to be self-sustaining, self-reliant. And then, of course, the parents must also advocate for their children, advocate for services. Individuals in our culture it does not encourage, us, challenging our government, but we need to rise up and challenge the government, challenge the systems. Those are things that we feel that the parents can add to intervention. The results of all that I've spoken about here It's confident families and faster progress. The families become more confident, especially when the children are doing well in their various areas of services, and the progress now becomes, kind of faster than the okay. Sorry. Okay. Okay, now. Inclusive education. I know there's a lot of talk about how we need to be inclusive. The children must be able to stay in the mainstream school, must be able to manage their resources, must be able to, sit with their peers, must learn alongside their age group, must learn. But we need to rethink what we mean by inclusive education. When we say rethink what we mean by inclusive education, we need to know what is happening in those areas when we are calling inclusive. We cannot be inclusive when placement is not inclusion. So I wrote it here that placement alone is not inclusion. Placement alone is not inclusion. The fact that we place them in the community does not mean that we have included them. If we don't prepare the environment that they are going into and following the systems where we say in the developed world, where they have trained the teachers, they have continued with advocacy for years. They've been advocating for this and they've been talking about it. Even in the developed countries where they have been talking about this for years and years and years on, there are some parents are still struggling. First of all, with services, then with the community even understanding the challenges that their children face on a daily basis. So we say placement alone is not inclusion. Placement alone is not inclusion. At Patrick's, how do we make sure that this happens? So when you come in and we start to see progress, and our center is not a center where you are supposed to stay in for the rest of your life. We find ways in which we can make you inclusive in your environment. So the first thing we do is to put you in a class for beginners. Once we have that in place, depending on your age and your ability, once we have that in place and we start therapy and we begin to see progress, then we now divert a little bit, go into the transition class. In that transition class, we start to prepare the individual for two areas. First, in the vocational area. Secondly, in the academics. If we find that the child is doing well with academics and has gained enough skills, we slowly integrate. We send them to school 2 days a week and for a term. And once we see that that has progressed, we increase the number of days until we eventually, face them, let them go into the school system. And then if it's the vocational system, we let them go into the community. So we start with them in the beginners class. We branch them out into the main school system or the vocational system. We prepare them and then we let them go into the community. Also, teacher training. We are very, very, very big on teacher training. And that is because many people know what they've read on Google, what they've seen on TV, what they've read in the papers, the trainings they've attended abroad, and they cannot bring the practice down to our level. So we use our Nigerian systems and our Nigerian experiences to train the teachers. We modify the goals, we modify the system, we track what that individual has been able to do. We engage the parents and the people that work with the child, and then we flow into that inclusion, either by sending the child to where the child would do well in. For example, we have a young girl, a young lady who came to us at the age of 7 and struggled with academics. But we found out that whatever practical things you teach her, she's able to, grasp easily. Eventually, she settled in for the sewing. When we saw that she's doing well with sewing, we sent her to one of the big sewing institutes for her to intern there. And then understand the system of the system and the structure. And we also were able to teach the tailors in that institute how to cope with her, how to manage her, how to work with her, and how to encourage her also to blend into their system. They too understood how important it was for somebody who is different in their community to be able to blend into their own community. So it's a win-win. It's a symbiotic win-win relationship where the teacher is learning, the student is also learning. And then we, of course, modify goals, to suit whatever plan we have for each child. And then we have the participation focus. That is where we focus on what that individual can do and participate in without prompts, without help. Okay, so we also look at our population size as an advantage because we are a country of over 200 million people. That means that we have an advantage. How do we use that our cultural advantage, our large size as an advantage to our own culture? It means that we can have large parent cohorts. We can bring parents together. And how do we do that? For us at Patrick's, because we are a center that many people know have a strong scholarship scheme where we support parents and families, we often get a lot of people come to our doorstep to say, oh, Mrs. Akonde, I cannot afford services and I need this service for my children or for my child. And I would love, to come on. And there is no way we can take everybody at the center. The center is not large enough to take, even if it's large enough, we can't afford it. So we decided to start what we call the community outreach. In that community outreach, we go to the different areas, the locations where we know parents struggle with their children or the low income areas. And then we set up for 3 days. We see the parents on a one-to-one basis. We encourage them we first of all go to the area, we do an advocacy, we do a call, we send out flyers that we're coming on this particular day. And on that day, when we get there, we set up, we have the different units, we have the registration units, the registration units will tell us who is here and where does that individual need to go. So we have the speech and language unit set up, OT set up, community advocacy setup. We have the psychologists on ground, to help with, and then the counseling session for the parents. And we allow them to go through the different areas. And when we finish that program, after the 3rd day, we pair them with the primary healthcare center that is around their area so that if they have any need, they can always go there for anything that has to do with medicals. We also have doctors on ground that would help, with if they needed anything that had to do with, maybe it's nothing to do with therapy, but something to do with medicals. They would also be able to guide them. So we pair them with the primary healthcare center. And after the 3 days, we put everybody in a WhatsApp group. In that WhatsApp group, we have somebody that comes in on a daily basis to talk about different areas of need: nutrition, OT, speech, academics, inclusion, every area that you can think of. We have somebody that will come in. And what that has done is that it built a large cohort of parents. So the parents have now come together. We've been doing that since 2019, and they have now built a community on their own where they can share ideas. So when the question comes into that digital platform, we put everybody in a WhatsApp group. So on that platform, when questions come in, the parents also can come in, to share ideas, share understand what they have also been through, and then also create opportunities for referrals. So these large parent cohorts has helped build a community of parents that understand the needs of their children and can work in the different areas that their child would, succeed in. Then we have group therapy in the in in our center, at our center, or in the different areas. Why is group therapy important? Peer-to-peer mentoring goes a long way. And we move away from the didactic method of learning and more into the play-based, understanding that the regular way of teaching will not work for our children. We need to find ways in which we can make it functional. We look at the functional communication, we look at the function of the behavior that they are exhibiting, and how can we mitigate those functions? How can we, create ways in which we can support them in their area of challenge? And then rapid peer learning. Remember, I said that they complain about copying. Copying is actually a good way, a good thing that you can use in the therapy area to support learning for our children. And that is because we learn a lot, especially the girl child, by copying and understanding those the needs of those children. So peer learning and peer mentoring and peer tutoring, we find it very, very, very instrumental to the progress of the children, and it's very functional, and it makes it, very interesting to see what happens when we put someone that knows and somebody that is learning. We pair them together. We usually get very good results. And lastly, it has helped to build local paraprofessionals. There has been many complaints that in the field where we are, there are many quacks in the field. Many people have come up with different groups. So when we started at a center, but there are many groups out there that have home-based teachers that goes into the homes and the schools to support the children, either as a shadow teacher or as a tutor. So we found that many of them, when we do our training, when we started with training parents as well as training teachers. And then once they get the certificates, that 1 day certificate, they run with it, and then they begin to say that they already have skills in dealing with children with autism. When we saw that that was a challenge, we raised a team. In that team, we have a speech and language therapist, an occupational therapist, a behaviorist. I handle self-regulation, and then we have nutrition and community health. We came together to set up a training institute. In that training institute, we've been able to train local para professionals, because why do we have so many of them coming for that training? One, the incidence of autism is growing, and even disability is growing. The job market is saturated, so you find somebody that has studied economics coming into this profession. Yes, some of them want to make money off it. So if they want to make money off it, they have to be good at it. That is our philosophy. If you know it's an area you want to go in, come and learn how to manage these children. So we have a 3 months program where we train the paraprofessionals, and then we put them on a 40, I think 80 hours internship, where they would come in and learn the practical side of it before going into the community. Now, what we realize now is that we have so many of them coming in for the training and going into the field, and we are now looking at a way how we can build regulation around those professionals out there. So you see that it's a pillar, it builds itself. So culturally, we are getting to a stage where we understand our own system, we understand our own culture, we are building our own environment, we are advocating for different services, for improved services, and we are supporting those that are in the field to reduce the number of quacks that go into the homes and go into the school. Not saying that there would be quacks out there, but I mean, we are mitigating the fact, because parents are becoming wiser, And like I always say, the center cannot do it alone. We are waking up the senses of the parents, waking up the senses of the government, waking up the senses of the community to say, okay, now these people are out there. Who is going to regulate these services? So that is the next step at which we are putting our boots on ground to make sure that we get that done. We've realized it. We've seen that that is something that has come up culturally. We are also looking to build our own system, just as well as they in the West have been able to build their system. We are not there yet, but we are moving on and we are trying to catch up with what happens in the developed world. So I put it here that scale enables faster skill diffusion. Once we begin to scale up and move up, it enables us to diffuse skills faster and better. Okay, sorry, my system hangs from time to time. So how do we replicate this framework to suit our cultural systems? One, we've talked about it. We train the parents, we train the teachers, we use our community spaces. When we talk about using our community spaces, there's a project that we just finalized and we put out there for funding. It's using the community spaces. How do we do that? We go to the primary healthcare centers. Like I said, when we go into the communities, we do therapy sessions, 3 days, we bring them into the system. But now we want to use the community spaces by using short drama presentations for the areas. You do a short drama, use that to bring people out from the community, and then use that space to train the little cluster of families that are around that area. Look for somebody that can head that unit, that can continue to go into their homes to support them and find ways in which they can continue to help them make their children better, encourage them. If possible, if we find work for them around that area, once we've been able to train the child enough in that community, we can infuse some of the skills and talents that that individual has into some of the work programs that exist in that community, helping that individual to be included into that area of community. So we're partnering with churches. I go to churches and I speak about inclusion, how they can allow the adults to come into their space, to be greeters at the door, to come into their space and be part of the music group, because we know that a lot of our children love music. They engage in music like no, like it's their natural world. So why don't we teach them how to play an instrument and then use that to introduce them into the church or the NGOs around, find ways in which we can infuse some of those their gifts and talents in those areas, and then blend, like I said, paid and sponsored therapy together. So once we find those that can pay, then we find those that can sponsor those that cannot pay and bring them together, and then tracking outcomes. Something we have not done very well is data gathering. We have not been very good at gathering data. I would say mostly the doctors are concentrated on those that they see in the hospital and not those that are in the community. So one thing that we have not been able to do effectively is track outcomes and put outcomes into series. We've done that in our own little way, in our little area as Patrick's, but we need to go out into the wider community to bring that into full. Autism support begins with understanding. Without understanding, without observation, without learning from that individual, we have failed. No matter how much of an expert you are, If you do not understand the individual, if you do not understand the child, if you do not understand the environment, you have failed. Then it goes along with training. Training is very important because that's how you learn how to manage the child, how to develop a plan, how to do a schedule, how to use the picture exchange communication if the child is nonverbal, how to encourage alternative means of communication, sometimes sign language, if the child is attuned to that, and writing, which is sometimes some of the children like to do. They like to write rather than speak. Some of them like to type rather than speak. So you need to find what works for that individual in your community. And in our local community, because we are still developing, many people do not have the use of the technology to be able to manage these children in the different fields. So technology in communication, technology in occupational therapy, but those can be broken down to what is available in the community. You don't have to have the technology for you to be able to train, your child. And we can give you low technology that can be used, to support these children. And you can look at what happens in your own environment and use that as a means to support the child. The community and the environment in which the child is growing is very important and must be also encouraged. Compassion and empathy must also be encouraged. So I say here, when science meets culture, our children thrive. When science meets culture, our children thrive. Thank you very much for listening to me today.
Thank you so much for being on the program. It's been an amazing time having you here. But before we let you go, there are some questions in the chat. If you would stop sharing your screen so that we can bring that on.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. So first question we have is from Chinedu. So Chinedu says, what happens when intervention models ignore culture and language? I believe you've answered that question, but you can help clarify, Chinedu, more.
All right. Like I said, intervention is not cast in stone. You can build your own intervention strategies. We've had to build our own over time at the center, and that has helped us, to reach the children more. I mean, if you listen to what I said about the young man that came to us, and then we were trying to teach him in English, and he was not learning, and we switched to the local language, and the child it was amazing what he has been able to achieve in terms of communication in the local language. So that's why it's important for you to know the individual, know the child. You have to be able to understand that child, to be able to reach that child in their cultural, ask questions, ask the parents, ask the family, go deeper, ask deep questions that the family will be able to provide that you, as the person intervening, might not know or understand. And teach the family also the importance of using the language and the system. One of the things we taught the mother of that young man was that whenever whenever he had lunch, he would take his plate and drop it in the sink. And because he liked food so much, when it was time for dinner, he would go and stand by the stove, and the mother would have to wash the plate to, serve him dinner. So we said, no, can you please let the plate sit in the sink, and encourage him that when he wants dinner, you say you have to wash your plates to be able to get dinner. So like, kind of, using the district trial training, to get that child to be able to, do what you want him to do. Yeah.
In the same vein, Miriam is asking, sometimes when we try to kind of adapt our programs, people think that it might begin to lose, we begin to water it down so much that it will begin to lose context. So she's asking, how can programs adapt to context without losing effectiveness?
You build effectiveness. I mean, I don't believe that you can lose it totally, because what you need to do is do your task analysis. I mean, find out where you start from in that program, and then you begin to. The problem is we are focused on compliance so much that we stay too long on prompts rather than use allow the therapy itself to dictate the level at which we are going. So you don't have to keep in context. All you need to do is do a task analysis of whatever you're about to do and start from where that child is at the lowest, and then you build it up, and you don't have to get to a place of full capacity before you go to the next level. You build it up, and then you begin to pick the brain of that child, allow that child to use his ability to problem solve to move on onto that ladder. You can build your ladder. It's not cast in stone. Our grandmothers did not, have systems in place when they used to teach us how to manage, when they used to manage our behavior when we were growing up.
That's right. It's not all about ticking the boxes. It's
Yes.
about the impact.
Yeah.
Okay, and then lastly from Yusuf, it says, what indicators show that an intervention truly fits a family's reality? What interventions or what indicators show that an intervention truly fits a family's reality?
Progress. Progress is your indicator. Progress on all sides. Progress in the parents acknowledging the challenges of that child and willingness for them to follow you through that pattern. That's the first thing. Training the parents to understand how sequencing matters to that child in his everyday life and allowing that child to be a person. And when you see that there is a lot of happiness and joy coming into that environment, that child usually thrives. So the progress in acknowledging, the progress in accepting therapy, the progress in educating that child to the full potential of that child. Remember, full potential doesn't mean the child has to be a medical doctor or an engineer. Full potential is what that child can do independently without the help of anyone. It could be that the child loves music and plays drums. If drums is what that child wants to do, then we'll make sure that the child is the best drummer in the community. So that's what tells you that intervention is taking place. And progress, you can define your progress. And at every stage of attainment, you move to the next level. It's like a ladder.
How you can define your progress. Thank you so much for joining us. Most of the things you pointed out here is that parents' education is a major intervention, is a major part of the intervention. In fact, the parents' education is intervention. I took that down. The result of parents' education is, it gives confidence to families. It leads to confident families and faster progress. And another thing you said is that it's important, it's imperative you understand the child, because if you don't understand the child, it will be difficult to relate or reflect when you're narrating, to reflect the child's true situation and the kind of help that the child needs. You also said that we should focus on that. Your center focuses on the life skills of the children. Would you mind closing up on that?
Okay, yeah. So thank you very much for having me today. It was a real pleasure to, share some of the things that we've been able to do over time. Life skills is one thing that we find that parents, especially parents that can afford services, rarely encourage with their children, because they tend to want to do everything for the child. A 13-year-old was brought to us, and because we were not allowing the child to take on some of the things that he brought into the center with him into the classroom. The parents felt we were not, nice enough, to
inclusive
support.
enough.
We were not willing. She actually said that we did not respect the wishes of her child, which we feel that sometimes a lot of enablement has to be dropped at the door and allow the problem-solving part of that child's brain to come on. One thing I didn't speak on was that if we do not encourage the growing and the growth of brain development in our children, research found out that many of them, when they attain the age of between 12 and 13, they begin to have epileptic fit because they are not using the part of the brain that has to do with functional life skills. And that
Yeah.
is why we promote it at the center. Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Thank you so much for being on the program. It's been an amazing having you here. Thank you. And
Thank
do
you.
have a wonderful day.
Thank you for
Okay,
having
so moving forward from that, we are going to be looking at cultural beliefs, misconceptions, and stigma. Cultural beliefs, misconceptions, and stigma. And the speaker for that would be Jackie Robinson Cooper. So we would bring Jackie up in a minute's time. All right, thank you for staying with us. The next section addresses cultural beliefs, misconceptions, and the stigma surrounding autism. We are deeply honored to welcome Jackie Robinson Cooper, an autism mother, an advocate, and a respected community leader whose voice has become essential in conversations about culture, belief systems, and the stigma surrounding autism. Jackie speaks from lived experience, rooted in both motherhood and advocacy. In many African and diaspora communities, autism is still widely misunderstood, sometimes feared, sometimes denied, and often explained through myths, spiritual interpretations, and most often silence. Now, these beliefs do not exist in isolation. They shape family decisions, delay access to support, and influence whether parents feel safe seeking help at all. Jackie helps us understand that stigma is not only external, it often becomes internalized, affecting how families see themselves, see their children, and their place in the community. She speaks with honesty about the emotional weight this creates for parents, particularly mothers. We are frequently blamed or isolated. Importantly, Jackie does not approach this topic with accusation or judgment. Instead, she invites dialogue. She creates space for reflection, for empathy, and for learning. Her work emphasizes that cultural beliefs can evolve and that awareness, when handled with respect, can become a powerful tool for change. This session challenges us to examine our own assumptions and recognize that dismantling stigma begins with understanding, not confrontation. Jackie Robinson, if you are ready, please take it from here. You're still muted. So.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Good morning. Good morning from Liberia, Monrovia, Liberia, West Africa.
Good morning.
Good morning. It is morning on our end. No, it's not. It's afternoon on my end, and it's morning on the end from where I live in the States. So
Okay, you're welcome.
we will start. Thank you. I will be projecting because I'm using my notes on here. So you will see me moving back and forth, okay? But let's start. We will open with an African proverb. And this proverb says, the child who is not embraced by the village will burn it down to feel its warmth. Let us sit with this proverb for a moment. So I am Jackie Robinson Cooper. My daughter is Jamie. Jamie is now an 18-year-old with autism. And I'm a board member of the Autism Society of Maryland as well. I'm a mother, a wife, an advocate for kids and adults on the autism spectrum disorder. So today across Africa, Proverbs carry wisdom passed from generation to generation. This one reminds us that exclusion does not happen quietly. When a child is rejected, misunderstood, or pushed to the margins, the consequences are felt not only by that child, but by the whole community. Today, we are here to talk about children and adults who are not often embraced by the village, not because they are dangerous or incapable, but because they are misunderstood. We're here to talk about autism in Africa, about cultural beliefs, misconceptions, and stigma. This conversation is not about blaming our culture. It is about understanding them, questioning harmful narratives, and discovering how African values of community, compassion, and Ubuntu can help us do better. Autism exists in every African country, in every community, and in every social class. The question is not whether autism belongs in Africa. The question is whether our villages are ready to embrace it. So, I always like to start with the definition of autism. What is autism? I define autism as a neurological disorder that impacts one's ability to do lots of life skills. Autism spectrum disorder, ASD for short, is a neurodevelopmental condition. It affects communication, social interaction, and behavior. Autism often appears in early childhood and continues throughout life. Autism exists on a spectrum. Each individual is unique. This is what autism is. What is not autism? Autism is not a curse or punishment. Autism is not caused by witchcrafts or spirits. Autism is not caused by bad parenting. And autism is not contagious. It is not. From where I come from, Liberia, West Africa, I never heard the word autism until my daughter's diagnosis. I had to go through Google to learn more about autism. The world has evolved. We now have the internet where you can Google and you can know a lot of things. When my daughter was diagnosed with autism at age 2.5, I knew no one with autism, not a Liberian, not an American, not an African, just no one. So I sat there in this space where I thought about, because I heard the word disability, so I thought about disability. From where I come from, in Africa, Liberia, disability has to be physical. Looking at my daughter, I saw no physical morbidities. I saw no physical disability. The only thing I saw was she had lost her speech. She stopped using her words. So I sat there, and we sat there, my family and I. So now let's shift to the African context and the culture. Autism in Africa, culture and disability. In many African communities, autism may be understood through spiritual or supernatural explanations, moral or social interpretations, traditional healing practices. These beliefs often arise where awareness and diagnosis are limited. So, like I said, when my daughter was diagnosed with autism, I knew no one. I heard not autism the word before, so I did not know anything about autism. I relied on the internet until I met my village, which is where I am now, being a board member of the Autism Society of Maryland. So my beliefs, according to what I believe autism was, because in Liberia, where I come from, when you do not talk, you are not considered nonverbal or non-speaking. The word growing up that I knew for people who did not talk was bobo. People often said deaf and dumb and mute, but the word bobo means you cannot talk. So that's where the first cultural beliefs about autism started to roll in my head. So then let's move on to the spiritual explanations. The spiritual explanations are, we often think about a child has a disability because something spiritual has happened within their family, or something has happened within their social class. That's what most people think about. But it's not like that. I've often heard over the years, especially with my daughter, every time I go in an African setting, people always talk about, so you have this in your family? And I'm turning around, turning heads, and I'm like, not that I know of, no. And you have to sit there and wonder, people are asking you this because what? It's because of the beliefs. The beliefs are spiritual explanations. Do you think this was spiritually done? Do you think something happened with your ancestors and stuff like that? That's what people are thinking. The next one will be blame on families, especially mothers. They will start to ask, and when my daughter got diagnosed, let's go back. When my daughter got diagnosed with autism, the first time when I heard the diagnosis and we're going through the process, I had to fill up a whole booklet. In this booklet, I had to remember from onset of pregnancy until delivery what happened during that time frame. The questions were numerous. So I had to remember every single thing. What did I eat? What did I do? Did I drink? Did I smoke? All of that had to be compiled because the medical part, they want to know exactly if anything went wrong. So I had to fill all of that part up. So in the African setting, because you are the parents, you are the mother, you are carrying the pregnancy for about 9 months, you are the one who is to be blamed because you brought that child out of yourself. So that means, what went wrong? What did you eat? What did you drink? And all of that stuff. So that's the first thing, blaming on families, especially mothers. That's the first cultural beliefs. And then I thought about the traditional healing pathways. And people keep saying that people can get healed from autism. So in our cultural background in Africa, the first thing people want to do, maybe they talk about herbal doctors. Have you seen a herbalist? Have you seen a traditional doctor? Because people can get killed from autism. So that's the stuff that in our culture, people think about, because exploring cultural beliefs about autism in African societies, they will always bring that up in regards to what do you think happened culturally. But we want to always make sure that we let people know the different things that I said, what autism is not. There's another African proverb that says, wisdom is like a baobab tree, and no one individual can embrace it. So, no single belief system fully explains autism. We need shared understanding, medical, cultural, and social understanding. to be able to talk about autism in the African context. So then we move on to these different cultural beliefs about autism in Africa that I mentioned, which are the spiritual or supernatural explanations, moral or social interpretations, traditional healing practices, can often arise where awareness, like I said, and diagnosis are limited because we are not made aware what autism is. Growing up, as I look back, we've always had autism in Africa. And the reason why I did not hear or knew about that word is because no one knew about the word from where we come from. But we had people in class growing up. I had classmates growing up who were just super smart, and some kids were just having issues, but we called them names. We called them crazy or cracky or dumb or maybe weird. But we had those. We had the grandparents who that grandfather would want to sit in that same chair over and over and not move and be in that chair. But something was wrong, but they didn't know that was autism. So growing up, we still had autism around us, but we didn't know what it was. So the rural and urban disparities, the lack of diagnosis, that's where the stigma comes in. So that's the next part. So we want to talk about common misconceptions about autism. There are lots of misconceptions about autism. And that's also the impact of the stigma. With people with autism, we have several misconceptions. Let's go back to the misconceptions. We talk about autism can be cured. All people with autism are the same. These are the misconceptions. When you meet one person with autism, you meet everyone with autism. Autism is caused by immoral behavior, whereas the reality is autism is lifelong. It is diverse, and it is not caused by any wrongdoing. There are some impact of the stigma. With people with autism, we have social exclusion, limited access to education, and increased vulnerability. This is with people with autism. Autism is often viewed through spiritual or moral lenses. And community perception affects acceptance. In our community, and I've always said to people, let's talk about acceptance. Because in our community, people look at people or kids or adults with autism differently because it's all part of the stigma. I met a mother a while ago, a Liberian mother. I was introduced to this mother by another Liberian who wanted us to collaborate after she saw that I was open and talked about my daughter. I talked about my daughter out loud and I share my experiences, the good, the bad, the ugly, so people can see autism as a Liberian or in a Liberian mother. And this mother said she did not want to collaborate because she felt like people have laughed at her child. So that stigma stayed with her. When she took her child out, people were running away from her child, saying he's going to hit them and stuff like that. So that stayed with her. So she did not want to talk about autism with Liberians at all because of the stigma that they have placed on her child. That was very heartbreaking. But again, that's what we are here to dispel the stigma, to dispel the misconceptions. So we'll talk about the different impacts. Limited access to education, social exclusion because people don't want to socialize with our kids or adults on the autism spectrum disorder. Limited access to education because people do not understand, and that's when acceptance come in. They do not understand, they do not want to accept our children as they are. And because people do not understand it, if you do not understand something, you don't know how to respond to it. So that's another problem, because I am not going to blame someone who doesn't understand what they're looking at, or what they don't understand what they're seeing. And so because of that, I'm not blaming anyone, because it's already a part of the stigma. So that's one part of the impact of stigma. And our kids have increased vulnerability because of these stigmas. On families, shame and secrecy, emotional and financial stress, and reduce of community support. Let's start with shame and secrecy. The day my daughter got her diagnosis, we sat in the room of experts, speech therapists, occupational therapists, ABA therapists, the school paraeducator, all of that. The day we heard the word autism as her diagnosis, my hair dropped. I looked at my husband, he looked at me, because I've already done my homework and I read about autism and how difficult this is going to be. And what stuck with me is the lifetime. So I have already raised my husband and explained it to him. We looked at each other and all we did was the tears just kept coming down. And we just cried. And every time I think about that, and every time I think about that particular day, it brings the emotion out in me. But the tears could not stop. My husband and I drove home in silence. We said nothing to each other. Nothing. We got in the parking lot. We sat there and said, what will we do? How can we explain this? He said, you can't tell no one. And I said, I don't even know what to tell anyone. That's secrecy. So I kept that. And I kept that. I even did not even, my children were embraced because we were told my daughter had speech delay in the beginning, before we got the real diagnosis. So I kept the secret. That's the secrecy. And I told my kids speech disability. And I went in my room and I cried, because that secrecy I kept and I held for a long time, until I could no longer hold it, because it was a burden on me and I could no longer hold it. I told my husband, I can't do this no more. So that's it. Because of our culture, our upbringing, we are not prone to embrace a disability. We are not prone to explain things that we don't even understand. So that's what happens. It causes emotional and financial stress. In order to get Jamie to where she is today, we had to do a lot. I did not know children with autism needed a special kind of doctor, such as a developmental pediatrician. Emotionally, I was all over the place. I was withdrawn. I went nowhere because of behaviors my daughter had exhibited. So all of the impact of the stigma, people looking, people staring, that hindered me so much that I couldn't go anywhere for a long time. I was quiet. I was not myself emotionally, mentally the same. And financially, our pockets were drained. We went from one, because I wanted to know more. I wanted to make sure I didn't do nothing wrong. So we went from doctors to doctors, until we got a medical diagnosis where Jamie had to be put under and put in this machine to do a scan of her brain, so I can make sure that I'm clear, that I can make sure that, yes, she has this disability. And then what's next? Financially, the burden started. Developmental pediatrician was $300 an hour. That was the first step. We did a lot to get where she is today. Different doctors, different diets, different stuff, because that's what I am going to do to get my daughter's help. And then fast forward, in reading and hearing about autism, people started to say different misconceptions in regards to medication makes the children crazy, that makes them a dummy, that makes them all kinds of words kept coming in. And because of that, I did not educate myself in regards to that, and I refused medication. I did not want to hear anybody tell me about my child taking the medication, because what I learned was it would make her not be herself, and she would just be walking around like just a zombie. That was the word that was told to me. She will be a zombie. Until I educated myself and I listened to the specialist and her developmental pediatrician, and we sought more help. Seeking more help means paying more money. So financially, we got drained. It also reduced community support. Well, that's the impact. That's the misconceptions people talked about. The stigma and the impact, reducing community support, because my community, the Liberian community, or the African American community will not understand. Why is Jackie Child not talking? Why is Jackie Child homing? Why is Jackie Child making all those noises? Why is Jackie Child jumping up and yelling and just doing things out of the ordinary? So it reduced my community support. So guess what? I stayed by myself. I went nowhere, because taking my child somewhere, many people will be looking and staring. I remember going to a Liberian birthday party for a child, and Jamie started, and people kept looking. The stares were not pleasant stares. So guess what? I left, and I said to myself, "This is what my life is going to look like. I will. I don't care, but I'm here to protect my child." So that's it. On families, that's the stigma. And then we'll talk about pathways to inclusion. We're moving on now. So the world has evolved, the world has changed. We have lots of things that we know now. We have the internet, we have social media, people are sharing a lot. And because of that, that's where inclusion comes in. We have education, religious, and traditional leaders, and people with autism in regards to pathways to change. Let's talk about education and community awareness. Education and community awareness is where we who have accepted our children with autism. When people talk about autism acceptance, the reason why we have moved from autism awareness to acceptance is we have made the world understand what autism is. Now we want people to accept our children for who they are. So that's where the autism acceptance comes in. Accepting meaning that in our education, being very inclusive, and in our community, we have lots of our African people who are nurses, doctors, healthcare professionals, and they also work with kids and adults on the autism spectrum disorder. So because of that, they definitely have also educated people in the community in regards to these children. He's not going to harm you. She's not going to harm you. She's just trying to smell you or come around you, but she just needs your hand just for that sensory to rub her, but she's not going to harm you. That's the education. We need inclusive schools and services. Inclusive schools where sometimes where Jamie is, Jamie goes to a school of inclusion now. And some people say, I don't want my child to go to a school where it's all special needs kids. Sometimes our children need that. She went to a school for a long time until she could no longer be handled by just a special ed classroom. She needed a whole community of special educators, parent educators who will help her to be able to help herself. So that's inclusion and the services that she gets, which is ABA therapy, applied behavior analysis therapy, occupational therapy, using your hands, playing with common things like bees when we're in Africa, kicking, just using your hands to kick. I mean, the little things, tying your shoestrings, sitting on the floor to play. The little things come hard for our kids, but that's basic ABA. And then support for families. I've always encouraged families to join support groups. When I started this journey, I had no one, like I said in the beginning. And then I found a group. And the group that I found, those moms, and we have become families. So I've introduced that to most of my Liberian friends or African friends to join our groups. And in our groups, when we go, the Autism Society of Maryland, our groups have a mom's night out once a month. When we meet, we talk about the what's working, what's not working, how can we support each other, and what's next before we take a drink or two and talk about us and just have fun. So having a support system is key because this journey is a very lonely journey. It doesn't come easy. Very lonely journey. So support for families. And then we talk about the key takeaways and call to action. So the key takeaways and call to action, what I would say here is, let's challenge myths when you hear them. For example, people say, oh, you know what? We have pastors and people who can pray, and when they pray, that child will be good. Nothing will happen. That child will be good. You just need to pray. We all pray. You have to pray. Prayer is part of our life. But let's stop the myth that because someone doesn't pray or because something is spiritually done, that's why your child has autism and it's a disease. That's a myth. It is not a disease. It's lifelong and it is not contagious. So let's just bear the myths. Challenge the myths when you hear one. When you hear people talk about somebody's child in a negative format, challenge them, talk to them, and educate them. That's what we are here for. We have to educate people because autism is lifelong and we need people to be inclusive. And I've always said in all of my videos, I talk about people being kind. Let's support families with compassion. We talk about stares. We talk about the negative impact when people stare at our children because sometimes people give nasty stares. But in life, you have to know when there is going to be a nasty stare. So I'll give you an example. I met a girl. So Jamie loves water, my daughter, and she loves to swim. So my husband decided I don't like to swim, me, Jackie. So he decided that my son and I go to swimming classes alongside Jamie so that Jamie can learn how to swim better. We went to the swimming class a couple of times, and on this day, our teacher did not show up, my son and I. And Jamie, we normally started our session at the same time. We're on the pool at the same time. Jamie, my husband, my son and I. And this day we had a substitute teacher. And that substitute teacher was sitting in the pool with us, but Jamie was doing her classes, but she kept staring at Jamie. And I just get upset when people stare at my child just like that. And I said to my son, I don't know why she's just looking at Jamie. Instead of us taking our classes and teaching us, she's staring at Jamie. And my son said, Mommy, stop. I said, no, I'm so mad. She's just staring at Jamie. He said, stop, Mom. And she kept staring at Jamie, staring at Jamie. After the swimming session was over, we got out of the pool, and then Jamie got her device, and then she came up to Jamie and she started to talk to Jamie. And she said, asking Jamie stuff, and Jamie was looking at her device and they were having a conversation. And I looked at her, I said, what do you know about children with autism? And she told me, I work for Kennedy Krieger Institute. So in the States, Kennedy Krieger Institute is the Institute for Autism where Jamie got her medical diagnosis, and they also have a school and they have clinics as well. And I looked at her at that time, we're on the wait list for 24 months. In America, that's the wait list when it comes to our children, but we're getting there. And I looked at her, I was like, you are? She said, yes. And at that time, I needed help. And I turned to her, I said, can you help me with Jamie? And we exchanged numbers. And that became history. And that girl became our bonus daughter. And she worked for us 11 unbroken years. She's still a part of our family, but that stare was a good stare. That stare was a stare that changed Jamie's life. She needed someone like that. And her name is Sasha. She's one of those persons I would never forget in my life. And because when Jamie had behavioral issues, hitting, biting, pinching, headbutting, and fighting her, and the marks that were on her body, she kept coming back, kept coming back. One day I looked at her after Jamie had tore her shirt off, bit her. She left that day. She didn't want to leave. I said, you have to leave. Because I've had several negative instances where when Jamie struggled, I remember one of the caregivers called me, or I was at work and she said, come and get your child. I can't do this S anymore. And she was on the highway while I was at work, and my daughter had to go pick, my sister had to go pick Jamie up. So when this girl kept coming back, I said, why you keep coming back here? She's fighting all of us, including you. She says she has so much potential, and I want to help her. Every time I hear that impact has let me, those words stay with me forever. That girl is family. She's like our bonus daughter, and she was with Jamie from little until Jamie is now 18. That's how much impact she has brought into our lives. So sometimes when you think the stairs are negative stairs, just be patient. You never know. There's some good stairs out there. That stair changed our life for the best. The other day I was in the mall and we are talking about call to action, how you can support families. When I was in the mall, it was just Jamie and I. Jamie also has obsessive compulsive disorder, and Jamie just went off. The people knew what she wanted at the Cinnabon, and they all know her. Sorry, y'all. But Jamie just went off, and she kept asking for stuff, and she kept fighting me, and I kept grabbing her, and everyone around me was staring. The crowd kept coming, but I sensed the stare was good stare. People were like, "How can I help you? I want to help you, but I don't know what to do." The mall security came. You need help? I said, I do. And some people came, and this lady came. The lady's like, I want to help you, but I don't know what to do. I said, just help me. Let's hold her. Sometimes this is where the impact comes in. This is the call to action. This is where you come in. This is where we have to come in Africa. We let people do things on their own. We don't reach out and give a hand. We have to help. And those people came around and helped calm her down. And she left me. And the guys at the Cinnabon, she wanted to give her what she wanted. She only wanted a big box because she just wanted her Cinnabon to be in a big box. And they were very welcoming, and they gave it to her. So that's the call to action. Our call to action is compassion for families. Help families. If you see a mother or a father out there struggling with their child, don't just look and say, that child is so bad. If that was me, I would spank that child. That was me, I would beat that child. That child is so bad. There's a time for everything. In our African upbringing, we were brought up with my mom used to say the word was you spare the rod, you spoil the child, meaning that if you don't whip that child would not be good. So you have to whip the child. In our world, the more you whip the child gets excited more and get upset more. So we have to be mindful. So call to action. These are the key takeaways. Please be compassionate to families, to moms, to parents. Support families with compassion. Promote dignity. Promote dignity. Life is already hard out there. So when you see somebody struggling with their children or the child is looking some type of way, promote dignity. Encourage them. Motivate them. Be kind to them. Also be inclusive. Be inclusive. Include your friends in the things that you feel like if you do not have a child with special needs and your friend has a child with special needs, include their children when you're inviting them. Be inclusive. That's why our world is not. We have to learn to be inclusive and we have to learn to be understanding. Our journey is lonely. People say you have a lot of friends. No, I don't. I have a lot of acquaintances. I have people that I've grew up with. I have friends that I went to school with. But until you get to know who people are, you will get to know who people are because our world is draining. And sometimes we just don't have the time for ourselves. Majority of the time, we are one of the most tiring people you might not even know about. So when your friend tells you, or when someone tells you, I want to go out, and you say you cannot go out, be understanding because our lives are hard. Be understanding. So on this note, I want us to close. I want to encourage parents, most especially our African parents, in regards to the misconceptions. You have to have a gut feeling of what you feel in regards to your child. Have a gut feeling and take care of your child yourself. You know best. You have to have an open mind. You have to have an open mind. People might say, oh, I sent you a prayer or two. I want you to pray. Have an open mind and use that. Prayer is a powerful tool, so you use that as well. But you're not going to use it and say, oh, I'm doing this because my child is going to be healed right away. Get the misconception and the myth out of your head. Autism is not a disease. You can cure diseases. You cannot cure autism. It's a neurological disorder. Our children just don't have what it takes to have typical stuff. And the reason why I know is because I have had the best of both worlds. I have two kids who are typical and my last child who's neurotypical, who's nonverbal and has this disability. But because I know both sides, so I understand both sides. So have an open mind. I've always had an open mind. It will take you way, way further. Replace education. Education replaces fear with understanding. Educate yourself. There's so much education out there. There's Google, there's everything. The reason why I got really open in this journey was because I will take time off work and go to different seminars that they were offering. This Autism Society of Maryland that I joined, they were offering lots of trainings for parents and educators. And because I wanted to know more, I wanted to do more to help my child and my family, I would take my 8-hour PTO from work and I would go and sit classes where there are specialists, there are special educators, there's therapists, and I will have an open mind and learn as well as be involved in your child. At school, I will always be there. My all of Jamie's teachers knew me really well, and they always were like, "You're one parent who will be here because you want to know why, because you really want to know more." And I will ask a lot of questions, even if I'm embarrassed to ask in public. I will email or ask later. So be involved. Make sure you include religious and traditional religious role of religious and traditional leaders. There's trusted voices, people with autism. They are self-advocates, people who know what they are going through. Make sure you listen to them. They are the trusted voices. Powerful influence can promote compassion. And also join support groups, like I told you all. Parent support groups, advocacy organizations, these help a lot. People who are on the autism spectrum disorder who are self-advocates, they have the lived experience, so they value unique perspectives, and we have to ensure that there is respect for their work because they know what they're going through. So when you see a self-advocate, embrace them. People with autism are not problems to be solved. In closing, I want to say In many African cultures, we speak of Ubuntu. I am because we are. Ubuntu teaches us that our humanity is tied to one another, that no one is whole while others are excluded, that a community is not only as strong as how it treats its most vulnerable members. When children with autism are hidden, when families are shamed, when differences is feared instead of understood, we all lose something of our humanity. But when we choose understanding over fear, inclusion over stigma, and compassion over judgments, we strengthen our communities. I've always said, don't judge what you don't know. If you're not in their shoes, you cannot judge. You can't tell me her daughter looks big like that and she cannot even tie her shoestrings. Her daughter is big like that, she can't even wipe her nose, or her nose is running. You can't judge what you don't know and you don't understand. People with autism, like I said, they do not need to be fixed. They need to be understood, supported, and included. So I leave you with this question, one that belongs to all of us. What kind of village are we building for children and adults with autism in Africa? I thank you.
Indeed, what kind of village are we building? Thank you so much for being here. It's been an inspiring moment having you. But before we let you go, we have 3 questions from the audience. Fatu said, how do cultural beliefs influence when and how families seek help?
How
How
do
do cultural beliefs influence how, when, and how families seek help?
cultural beliefs will probably, what I would say is, the first thing I would say is, in our culture, we believe that, like I said earlier, disability has to be physical. So even though your disability is not physical and you want to go with your gut feeling, if you think something is wrong, you want to seek help. Seeking help meaning that you might want to check in with your primary care, your child's primary care doctor first, and you might want to be able to seek help with your primary care doctor. What else? Yeah, I would say that's the first step I would say in regards to seeking help, checking with your child's primary care doctor, see if you that child is has something that's going on so that the doctor can tell you exactly what is wrong with that child in order for you to move forward. That's what I
Yeah,
would say.
that's right. Sibusiso, I think I got that name right, is asking what strategies have proven effective in reducing stigma at community level? How do we reduce stigma at community level? What strategies?
Strategies first will be education, making people aware. That's the first thing. Making people aware, understanding making people aware so people understand what autism is in order for them to react. Because if people do not understand what autism is, they will never react. They will always think about that myth. So the first thing is awareness is key. Let's make sure we educate. Education leads to acceptance. Once you've done the educational part, people will start with the accepting part, and that's what we want.
That's right. Okay. And lastly, from Nura says, how can we address misconceptions about autism without blaming or shaming families?
We can address misconception about autism without blaming or shifting families in regards to always awareness. We want people to be able to understand the meaning of autism because people do not know, like I did not know what autism was until I heard it. And because I didn't know what autism was until I heard it, I too have misconceptions because I'm like, you're trying to tell me my child is never going to talk. Talking, communication doesn't mean I have to open my mouth to tell you everything from here. You use different ways to communicate. So an
Communicate.
example would be, for me, communication is key, but if my child cannot use her words, my child can use gestures. She can use her hand. She can tell me what she wants. She can point to this and that. She can also give me that facial expression. She can also go ahead and use, we have a vast majority of what people use now. She can use sign language if she has the motor skills to do that. And my daughter uses a speech device where she can point on the computer and the computer can be her voice. She's using her head, her brain, and the computer is telling her what she wants. Open mind. We have to have an open mind.
You'd have to have an open mind. That's it.
Yes.
Okay. Most of the things I took away from the section is that each individual is unique,
Yes.
just like is a spectrum. So each individual is unique. And one thing you said that got me is it is not a curse. It is not a curse and it's not a punishment.
Mm-mm.
It's not caused by witchcraft. It's not caused by a parent. It's not being. Is not, a parent is not being punished for something that happened along the bloodline or in the family.
Yeah.
And in order to overcome this, educate yourself because education, you said, replaces fear with
Yes.
understanding.
That is
Education
correct.
replaces fear with understanding. And you said, be kind, understanding, and we should all try to be inclusive. And on this
Yes.
note, I want to thank you so much for being with us this evening, this afternoon on this program. It's been an amazing time having you here. And I
Yes.
want to borrow something from your language. You said Ubuntu. I hope I got that right.
Ubuntu.
Ubuntu.
Yes.
I am
Ubuntu.
because you are.
I
Thank you
am
so
because you
much.
are. Thank you. Thank you
All
for
right.
having me.
We're glad to have you
Yes.
here
In closing,
today.
I would like to thank Fabi and I would thank all of you for having us. We will not stop here until we bring awareness, acceptance, and inclusion in Africa, and we dispel the myth anywhere around the world in regards to autism. So, on this note, thank you all for having us and
Thank you so
have a
much.
good day. Thank
And you
you.
too. Thank you so much, Dr.
Thank
Kuka. Thank you.
you.
All
Thank you. Bye
right.
bye.
And to our audience, we want to thank you for staying with us up to this time. It's been an amazing time. We've had about three people come on the forum this afternoon to share their heart, to share their experience with us. We will continue with caregiver mental health and self-care. I will use the expression, who cares for the carer? So when we return on a very short break where we can grab a cup of tea or cup of water and have a toilet break, and we will reconvene in few minutes' time, Dr. Sylvia Claire Nguena will be speaking to us on caregiver mental health and self-care. See you all soon. Good afternoon and welcome back. We would continue on this next section on caregiver mental health and self-care. And like I said earlier, that we will be joined by Dr. Sylvia Claire Nguena. And on this section will be centered on caregivers and their well-being. It's a great pleasure to welcome Dr. Claire Nguena, BCDA, and a co-founder of Marvelous Megan Foundation, whose work places caregivers at the center of the autism conversation. Dr. Nguena reminds us that behind every child receiving support is a caregiver carrying immense emotional, physical, and psychological responsibility. Parents and families often expected to be strong. They are often expected to be strong. They are often expected to be resilient and endlessly patient. Yet, their own needs are frequently overlooked or neglected. She speaks to the stress that accumulates quietly over time, that leads to exhaustion that is normalized, the exhaustion that is normalized on a daily basis, to the isolation that goes unseen, and to the guilt that prevents caregivers from prioritizing their own well-being. Dr. Nguena emphasizes a critical truth. Caregivers are humans too. Strength without support is not sustainable. When caregivers burn out, the entire system of care is affected. The children, families, and the professionals alike. Her session is a call for compassion, awareness, and shared responsibility. She challenges communities and systems to move beyond gratitude alone and towards structures that actively protect caregiver mental health. This conversation reframes self-care not as a luxury, but as an ethical necessity for sustainable care. If you're ready, Dr. Gwena, you have the floor.
All right, thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Just trying to put you
up. Okay, perfect. So I would like to send my heartfelt thank you to Spark a Spectrum of Possibilities. That's what we're talking about today. Especially to Ms. Diallo, Madame Fabi. Thank you so much for putting all this together and all the amazing team that is behind helping you. We're very grateful to be here, especially to talk about something that is so meaningful to all of us. So thank you. Thanks to all the presenters that have presented so far and the one to come. We've been getting a lot of great information, so we're very grateful for that. All right, so let's get started. When you look at this image, I don't know what you see. I don't know what it tells you, but let's think about it. Who do I want to be in this moment? Who do I want to be in this moment? A few years ago, I find myself sitting on the floor of my bedroom during a meltdown that felt endless. My body was exhausted. My mind was just racing. I just didn't know what to do. And my thought kept saying, "You're failing. I'm failing." Not because I didn't know what to do, but I had just run away from my own daughter. I'm speaking here as a parent of a child who's 20 years old, diagnosed with autism. Some would say level 3, some would say profound autism, but we call her Marvelous Megan. I ran into my room not because I didn't know how to love her, but because love on its own didn't seem to make things easier. I had run because Megan was having a meltdown. She was very aggressive, not just towards me, but also towards herself. And I had to run away. Can you imagine the pain of running away from your own child and locking the room? And you could still hear her screaming, crying, hating herself. You could feel her pain. But also, you knew at that moment that you were powerless. You didn't know what to do. And as a mother, as a caregiver, and later a researcher and a clinician, I've learned something very humbling. When I say humbling, I really mean it. Caregiving doesn't just test your skills. Let me say it maybe differently. Caregiving for children or for people with different abilities or neurodivergent children doesn't just test your skills. It tests your heart. It tests your limits. It tests your ability to stay here, to stay present, when everything else tells you run away. Growing up and working across cultures, I've seen disability in general, and especially autism, because that's what we're talking about mostly today, are very misunderstood. And the previous speakers did an amazing job talking about the stigma, the silence, the blame, all that have been mentioned so far. And caregivers, we the caregivers, are expected to be strong. Yes, it's been mentioned already. To endure, to sacrifice, but rarely given permission to admit how hard it is. Yes, it's very hard. Or we've never been taught how to care for ourselves in a mix of doing others. That moment in my room, sitting on the floor, crying and wondering, didn't magically change. The behavior didn't stop, but I did. I stopped fighting the feelings. I stopped believing the thought that said I was a bad mother. Instead, I asked a question. What kind of caregiver do I want to be in this moment, given how hard it is? What kind of caregiver do I want to be when Megan is having a meltdown? That questions and the small value-driven choices that follow change everything. And that brings me to why I'm here today. Who is the caregiver? For this presentation, I just want to acknowledge all the caregivers that we have. When we are in the African culture, the caregiver is not just the parent. It is the whole community, the family members, the uncle, the aunt, the aunties, the friends, the neighbors, all of them, the church members. They're all the caregivers. So I want to acknowledge all of them and thank them for everything that they do. The caregivers are often those who show up every day, emotionally, physically, and practically. Without them, we cannot do anything. So thank you. As I mentioned, we often don't talk about how hard it is, but caring for children with different disabilities usually bring a lot of challenges. I'm not going to talk about all of this because they mostly have all been mentioned so far today. But I'd rather just say that when we have all those challenges, whether it's the financial burnout, the financial burden, the stress, the social isolation, this was mentioned today. When you cannot take your child to places, when you go to a birthday party and your child is so disruptive that you have to leave the place. When you have all the stares, which Jackie just mentioned it, people staring at you or staring at your child. This is very challenging. It increases your stress, the burnout, and all this can lead to mental health challenges. Mama Mary mentioned it this morning, the depression, the anxiety, the panic attack. We're all at risk of that. Should I say maybe we're even at higher risk of all that when we're dealing with children that have different needs. What do we do with that? What do we do with that? Maybe self-care can help. Given the limited support and the immense demand placed on the caregivers, it becomes very critical for us and all the caregivers to take care of themselves. Yes, it was said earlier, self-care is not a luxury. It is the necessity. We have to take care of ourselves. According to the WHO, it is defined as the ability of individuals and families and communities to promote their own health, prevent disease, maintain health, and cope with illness with or without the support of a health or a care worker. Let this sink. This is important. It is not a luxury, but it is necessary for resilience and for the long-term caregiving. As we have already said today, autism is a lifespan condition. So we also want to make sure that we are equipping ourselves to deal with that. So why does it matter? Why self-care matters? It is essential for protecting mental health and reducing the chronic stress, the exhaustion, the burnout. When it is neglected, caregivers are increased risk of anxiety, depression. Burnout often occurs when caregivers feel very exhausted. It is important for us to find a balance, to think about what is important to us, and make sure that we're engaging in behavior that will help us align with what truly matters to us. It's more than taking breaks or relaxing. It's about living in alignment with what really means something important to you. Let's think about it. We have to be kind to ourselves. That self-compassion is very important. We have to be gentle to ourselves. We have to recognize the shared humanity. The struggles that we go through, we're not alone in it. Mama Mary said it this morning, we're not alone. Just like we show up with happy faces and beautiful things going on, the same thing happened with the challenges that goes on in our lives. The things that we're not saying out loud. When people see you outside with your children, they don't know exactly what is happening inside when no one is there to see. It doesn't just happen to us, it happened to all of us. This is part of humanity. We have to learn to stay present, stay connected, because as we do that, we engage in what matters to us. This is why today I'm going to introduce a therapy for some or a training for others that can help you. This is called acceptance and commitment therapy because it helps you, it gives you a framework that can help you build the resilience that you need, build the skills that are necessary for you to engage in what matters, even when everything tells you run away. So what is acceptance and commitment therapy? It is a modern behavioral approach that promotes what we call psychological flexibility, which is the ability to be fully present, to accept unwanted or difficult thought, that thought of like, I'm a bad mother, and feelings while you continue to engage in actions that are important to you, that make life meaningful to you. This approach helps people, not just caregivers, but anyone. It helps people, individuals, build adaptability and resilience, especially when you're facing challenges. It helps you reflect on what is important, your personal and your professional values. And I'll ask you a few questions. Let's just take a moment and think about those questions. Why am I doing what I'm doing today? What did you connect to this forum today. Why? What is truly important to you? When you ask those questions and you look deep inside of you for answers, it helps you find out what are your values, the things that are important to you. In art, values are viewed as compass. And the ultimate goal here, as I said, is to build psychological flexibility. And research have shown that people who have great psychological flexibility, that ability to stay present, to stay connected, and to continue to engage with what matters, people who do that have a better mental health and overall well-being. This is why I'm going to be presenting on ACT and telling you how you can use it for your own benefit. It has 6 core processes. And because of the limit, the time constraint that we have, I'm not going to be able to go through all those in depth, but I just have them listed here so that you can have an idea. So it focuses on fixing you, helping you build what we call psychological flexibility using all these 6 core processes. And this includes the acceptance or being open to difficult emotions, the present moment awareness, being here right now, staying focused, staying grounded, the cognitive diffusion, learning to see thought. They just thought, they're not me, they don't define me. The self as a context, which is the I am. Understanding what we are. It's more than just being a parent of a child with autism. It's more than be a caregiver. You are a friend, you're a neighbor, you're a community member, you're more than your present circumstances. And your values, like I said, what matters to you? What is important? And with that, what actions are you taking to make sure that you engage in things that matters to you? So these are the core processes, and I will show you how you can use this to build a life that increase your self-care. Here on the screen, you see a map. It's basically just a form, and I'll share at the end of the presentation in a link what that form is. It's called a Mindful Action Plan. It was developed by DJ Moron, and it takes all the 6 core processes of ACT into one simple but very powerful statement that you can use every day. I am here now, accepting how I feel, noticing my thought while doing what I care about. The goal of this, the Mindful Action Plan that we call MAC for short, is not to eliminate stress, but to help you stay present, to help you stay connected, to help you stay grounded to what matters, even when life is difficult. This is very important. So I'm going to use a story here, the story of Mira. I'm going to use Mira's story to help you go through the map, the Mindful Action Plan. It is an example of how you can use those processes to help build the type of life that you want despite everything going on. All right, so let me introduce you to my very dear friend, Mira. She is a single mother, and she's caring for a child who's diagnosed with autism. Her child is an adolescent, and her child's name is Luo. She was diagnosed with autism at the age of 3. And Luo engaged in a lot of distressing behaviors, and that includes aggressions, property destruction, inappropriate sexual behavior. You can imagine she has a very challenging life. Now, how can we use the Mindful Action Plan to describe what is going on and to help Mira build resilience and promote self-care? How do we do that? So the first step here will be, I am here now. So you pause and bring your attention to the present moment. I am here now. Ask yourself, what is happening right now inside of me? Ask yourself that question. If we are present, our actions usually are driven by what is supposed to be happening. But if we are taken in our thought, we're missing what is happening right now. We're either thinking about the future or we're thinking about the regret of the past. When Mara's child is engaging in challenging behavior, her mind often goes to the past and say, I'm failing, I'm not a good mother, or into the future and saying, what if this never gets better? The I am helps her remember that she is more than she's more than the moment that is happening right now. She's not defined by her child's behavior or her thought about herself. She is a person noticing these experiences. And at the same time, the present moment, being here right now, helps her to come back to what is happening right now so she can respond based on the situation instead of responding based on fear or guilt. And these skills create the space for clarity, for compassion, and action that are based on value, even in the middle of difficulties. That's the first step. All right, let's talk about the second step. Accept what's going on. We allow whatever feeling are present to be there. This could be stress, it could be frustration, even sadness. It's important for us to accept. Acceptance does not mean that you're giving up. It doesn't mean that you are okay with what's happening. It just means that you are opening up to the experience, to whatever is happening. You're not pushing it away. Notice your thought for what they are. Your thoughts are not you. Your thoughts are not your behavior. You may be thinking, I'm not doing well. I don't know what to do. I'm lost. I cannot do this. I'm overwhelmed. The map reminds us here that thoughts don't have to control our behavior. When Mara's child is in distress, she feels frustrated. She has anger. She doesn't know what to do. And those thoughts are flowing. It's just like it's there. And she's telling herself, I should not be feeling this way. But we want her through acceptance and commitment therapy to accept, because acceptance helps her be present, be open to the thought, and dissociate herself from the thought. Noticing helps her sit back and recognize that these are just the thought. The thoughts are not necessarily the truth. I'm not looking forward to see whether the thoughts are truthful or not. Are they helpful? So if at this moment it's not helping me, then I just have to dissociate from it. And by accepting her emotion and unhooking from those unhelpful thoughts, she creates a response that is more calm and choose actions that are important to her as a caregiver, even when things are hard. Now, let's think about the third step. You see that compass there. We ask ourselves questions. In this moment, what action can I take that aligns with my values? It could be resting. It could be asking for help. We said that today. In our community, we live in isolation when we have children that have different abilities. It's important for us to show up and open up. We need help. I'm going to stop here and acknowledge my family that is present. I have my sister Ramon, my brother Frank, who are here today. I could have not done it without asking for help, without my family, without my friends, Leticia, without all the people that I have in my support system. We said it today. Who is in your support system? Ask for help. You cannot do it alone. Yes, it truly is very hard. With your values and engaging in actions that matters, you will find the strength to ask for help when you need help. It's going to teach you how to be patient with yourself. This is important. So Mara, coming back to her values are family, connection, and supporting her child's growth, even during difficult moments. So committed action for her would be staying calm, going through the storm, and acknowledging that this too shall pass. Let's just reflect on those values and see how we can continue to make sure that even when things are difficult, we are staying here right now in the present moment, noticing our thought, accepting them for just being thought, not the reality, and committing to engaging in behavior that align with our value. This is what the Mindful Action Plan teaches us. And at the end, you come up with that powerful sentence that says, I am here now, accepting how I feel, noticing my thought, while doing what I care about. That's who you are, that caregiver who needs to build the skills necessary to make sure that you continue your journey, that very challenging journey with resilience, and most importantly, making sure that your healthcare is well taken care of. All right. If I just came here and said all this and didn't tell you that Mindful Action Plan needs planning, I don't think I would have done a good service. Yes, I can send you the form. You will read the information instruction on the form. It's pretty self-explanatory, but it's important that you plan it. Self-care is a value, so is planning, right? Mindful action planning is a form of self-care. Having a plan, setting goals, and writing it down will really help you do what is necessary for yourself. And I just want to talk about a few steps here that you can do. First, make that plan. What do you want to be? Remember that question. When it's hard, what should I be doing? Engaging in behavior that are important to me. What is important? And notice that self-planning or planning for what it's important to you is not something that you do once. It is ongoing. It happens almost every day, almost every week, because life happens. Your goals change. And we know that there are some goals that may never be achieved, and that is okay. It's part of being human. We have to recognize our humanity, right? Things may be good and things may be bad, and that's okay. We all go through pain. It could be that you're going through pain now, or maybe you just came out of pain. And we should be looking for barriers, things that can prevent us from planning and seeing how we can seek help, do the research, have the knowledge, the education. We mentioned that earlier. Education is power. Assess, why am I not making the progress that I wanted to make? What is happening? Have my value changed? Of course, your values can change over time. I'm pretty sure that the person that I was 10 years ago is not the person that I am today, and may not be the same person 10 years from now. So it's okay for you to evaluate, reassess, and see how things are going, and make adjustment if necessary. That's important. Now, I'm going to have you take a moment and reflect on what we have just discussed. How can you use the mindful action plan in your own life to build resilience and promote your own self-care while taking care of your loved one? So I'm going to invite you to do an exercise with me. Let's practice. So I invite you to take just a few minutes with me. If you feel comfortable, place your feet on the ground and take a slow breath in and a slow breath out. Bring your attention to this moment. Right here, right now. Here you are. Just breathe in, breathe out. Notice your body. Notice your breath. There's nowhere else you need to be. You're right here and you're right now. Accept whatever feeling is coming in this moment. Stress, maybe. Tiredness. Calm. Maybe discomfort. Maybe happiness. Whatever feeling, just accept it. See if you can allow it to be there without trying to change it. Notice any thought that shows up. You don't need to push them away or follow them. Just silently say to yourself, I am noticing this thought. Ask yourself gently, what matters to me right now? What is important to me? Let's reflect on that. What is the one small action I can take today that reflects what I care about? Could it be just spending this quiet moment with myself? Let's think about it. And you're still noticing those thoughts. Make space. You're here right now. Think about that small action that you can take that aligns with what matters to you, what you care about. As we finish the exercise, remind yourself, I am here now, accepting how I feel, noticing my thought, while doing what I care about. When you are ready, bring your attention back to this place. And I would say practice like this, don't remove the difficulty. It creates space to choose how we respond, especially when we are facing challenging moments. How do you want to respond? It helps you center yourself. It helps you be present. And when you are present, you act based on what is important to you. When you are overwhelmed, when you are transported by your thought, when you're thinking about the future, anxiety kicks in. Depression, all those challenges kick. You're very stressed. And when you are lost in your thought, you miss what's happening right now. You miss engaging in what is important to you. So when you practice mindfulness, noticing your thought, being here right now, assessing your values and engaging in behavior that align with those values, you create space to choose how you're going to respond and choose what is important to you. Yes, staying well enough to do what matters. Let's all remember that supporting neurodivergent individuals, whether they are children or adult, yes, it's important that we talk about adult. It is a demanding and deeply humane journey. And at times, it can be emotionally and physically exhausting. Don't get us wrong. The other joys also. We're having a lot of happy moments. But the challenges are very challenging. It is essential to recognize our own humanity, to acknowledge the impact this work has on our mental health, and to remember that self-care is not a luxury. No, it's not. It's not a luxury. It is a necessity. Taking care of ourselves, seeking support are critical to sustaining our well-being and our ability to care for others. And acceptance and commitment therapy or training, depending on the setting that you are in, if you are in a therapeutic setting, it's called therapy. But if you're outside of the therapy, like right now, it's called training. It offers a practical tools to help you stay present, to open to difficult experiences and ground you in what is important, your values. It helps you choose actions that matters to you, even when faced with ongoing challenges. And just as you care for other people, you have to remember that you need to care for yourself, because you cannot pour from an empty cup. And I'm pretty sure for those of you that have traveled or that have watched movies where people are traveling, it says that before you help your own children, put on first your own mask. Yeah, you cannot pour from an empty cup. So fill your own cup first with care, with compassion, and with kindness. This is truly very important. We need to take care of ourselves. And remember that question that I asked myself at the beginning, that we caregivers should be asking ourselves, who do I want to be in this moment when things get very hard? Who do I want to be? It didn't lead to big transformation, I would say, but it led to small, repeatable choices. I kept learning, not to prove anything, but to stay present, to increase my knowledge. We said earlier that education is power. My understanding of my child made me a better mother. My understanding of my child empowered me to make sure that I can provide for her in the way that meets her need, that I can adapt, that I can help other people understand her and better love her for who she is, for who God created her to be. Self-care is different for every person. You have to choose what is important for you. And what is good about acceptance and commitment therapy or training is that we're walking from your values. So it doesn't matter your culture, it's culturally adaptable because it's from your own perspectives. What is important to you? What are your values? I like walking, for example. When I'm outside in the nature walking, I am grounded. I'm not walking because I'm running away from the situation, but I'm regulating myself so I can come back to it more centered and more prepared to handle it in a way that is important, that brings dignity. I chose connection, family, advocacy. All those things are important to me. And through advocacy, through writing, moment like this, where meaning shows up quietly in relationship. The hard moment did not disappear, but I changed how I take care of it when it happens. I stopped measuring myself by whether things were calm, but I start looking and making sure that I engage in behavior that aligns with what is important to me, what matters. And that shift made all the difference. So my hope today is that when you leave here today, even in the midst of all the challenges, that you choose to stay present, to take small action, meaningful steps that are guided by what is important to you. In doing so, you honor your own humanity. You nurture your self-care and you protect your mental well-being, because caring for yourself is not an option. You cannot make it a choice not to do it. It's essential. We said autism is a lifespan disorder. If you want to be that caregiver that is nurturing, that is present, that is resilient, You have to take care of yourself. It's not optional. It's part of it. Put your own marks first before you try to put your child's marks on. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for your attention, for the commitment, and the meaningful work that you do. And I'll open up to questions if you guys have any questions for me.
Of course, we have questions. Thank you so much for being here. It's been amazing having you, Dr. Sylvia. We have 3 questions in the chat. If you would stop sharing your screen so that I can pull that up. Okay.
Sure.
Thank you.
So before I stop sharing, let me just quickly share my references. As a clinician, that's important. So these are my references if someone want to get information from that. And my contact information, if you want to stay in contact with me, here we are. All right, thank you.
All right.
I'll
Thank you.
stop sharing now.
Okay, thank you so much. It's been relieving to say, and we want to appreciate you for being here today. We have 3 questions. One is from Josephine. Josephine says, what early signs of caregiver burnout are most often ignored?
What early signs of caregiving burnout are most often ignored? That's a wonderful question. Self-care burnout. So the first thing I would say is that you know yourself. You should know yourself. And one of the exercises that we did earlier is just taking time to be present. Stop. We have to pause at some moment. Just pause. Your body will tell you that you need to rest. The body tells you, it gives you the sign. Sometimes you go to bed, you cannot even sleep. When you're exhausted, you know that you're exhausted. But what often happens is that we ignore those signs. When your body shows you that you're tired, you're like, no, I can do this. Or sometimes because you have no one else to help you, like, if not me, who else? That's why it's very important to have that circle. So that when your body tells you that you need a rest, you should listen to it and rest. Now, should we even wait for our body to tell us that we need to rest? And I'm sure my siblings are laughing right now because they're always reminding me that, Sylvie, you need to stop. But should we even wait to that point? No, we should not. We should plan self-care. We should plan to relax. Just as we plan to go to work, just as we plan to go to church, just as we have to plan to engage in behavior that aligns with what we call self-care. Because self-care for me is not necessarily self-care for you. So what makes you relax? What makes you calm? That is important. So I would say that your body usually will give you the signs that you're getting to burnout, but don't wait to even get those signs. Plan to make sure that you're taking care of yourself, just like you're planning to take care of everybody else.
Everybody else.
Yeah.
Wow. The next question says, is from Abdu. How can communities provide meaningful emotional support to caregivers?
That's a wonderful question. How can community, and that's a very valid question because sometimes people just don't know what to do, how to help.
Sure.
I have a daughter who's 20 years old, who's 6 feet tall, who engages in a lot of challenging behavior. People may not just know what to do. Sylvie, how can we help? And what I usually say is that even just calling me and say, Sylvie, we think about you. We're praying for you. It's already a lot. It's meaningful. I have a friend who lives in Florida. I live in the state of Maryland. One day, she cooked froze the food, and shipped it to me. When I received that food, I cried. She said, Sylvia, I'm not there personally to cook for you. And she cooked something that I really like for Cameroonian. She cooked fufu and ale. So she sent me that. She froze it and mailed it to me. Can you imagine that?
Wow.
That is how your community can help. Now, one thing is that sometimes the community does not help or does not know how to help because the family is living in isolation. They're hiding it. And people don't know how they can help. So I also want to mention, I want to stress it out. It was already said today, we need to open up. We need to raise that awareness. We need to talk about the challenges that we're going through. When my daughter was diagnosed with autism, she was the first person that introduced me to autism. She was born in the US. If later on we realized that there were other children diagnosed with autism, why did we never heard about those families? That's why we decided that we're going to make it a mission to make sure that on our own, at least, we try to raise awareness, talk about autism. When we wrote our first book and people read it, you cannot imagine how many families call us and say, we never knew that you guys were going through all that with Megan. You cannot imagine how many people told me that, yes, we've heard about autism. We thought we knew about autism, but the autism that you're describing in the book has nothing to do with what we knew about. So that education piece is very important. So let's educate our community. Let's open up to them. Let's tell them that, yes, we're here. You can support us. I have so many friends that will call, so many family members. One of my friends, Leticia, is on the phone right now. We speak almost every day. When you have someone that you can open up to, it helps you a lot with reducing that stress. But when you find yourself very confined in isolation, you have all this thought. We are human. The thoughts are going to be there. We're not going to push them away. You have the challenges. You have the emotions. Yes, it's part of our humanity, but you have to be able to find ways on making sure that you're still grounded, that you're still engaging, reflecting on what is important to you, and engaging in action that align with those values.
Those that align with values. Okay, and the last question from Lerato. What would you say to caregivers who feel guilty for prioritizing themselves?
Yeah. Yeah, and I felt guilty so many times. Right? I'll say that it's a feeling that it's normal. We're all humans, you know. So one of the things that I value is that I value my education, personal development, right? So one thing that kept me sane, I would say, is that when my daughter was diagnosed with autism, back at the time, I was actually preparing to become a board certified, I was preparing to become a certified public accountant, CPA. And the lady at the time who was assessing her and all that was a board certified behavior analyst. And she told me back then that, oh, you will be great at this, and it will help you have a better understanding of your daughter and all that. I was not ready. I told her, no, I'm not ready for this. I want to be a CPA. I don't want to be a therapist. I'm already her mom, and it's already a lot. And now you're asking me to be a therapist. Fast forward a few years later, as Megan grew, and I was like, things are not getting better. Maybe that lady was right. Maybe I need to go back and learn how to better understand Megan and better support her. So I went back to school. And today I'm a certified behavior analyst. But through that process, you can imagine that I was absent at the house a lot of the time. So when I'm outside at the library studying, I'm feeling guilty that, oh my gosh, maybe I should be home doing stuff with Megan. Maybe I should be home doing, but that was part of my own self-care because that was important to me. Those were the behavior that aligns with what was important to me. When I would do that and I would come home, I would be more equipped to take care of her. Yes. So taking care of yourself actually helps you. It puts you in a better state of mind to be present for your child. Because imagine if you are in a hospital sick because of anxiety, panic attack, and all this, who's taking care of your child? So you should never feel guilty when you are prioritizing self-care. Again, think about that thing. Before you put your mask on, before you put your child's mask on, you have to put your own mask on. They want you alive first before you can take care of that child. If you put that child's mask first and now you're dead, what's with that child? So you should never feel guilty about prioritizing self-care. It actually should be number one on your list. Because when you are doing well, when your mental health is great, you will be aligned, will be engaging in behavior that aligns with your values. And taking care of your child, I'm pretty sure as a mother or as a parent or as a caregiver, is something that is important to you. You will have the strength, you will have the knowledge, you will have everything that it takes for you to do what is necessary for your child.
Wow. So basically, self-care is not luxury.
No, it's
Is that-
definitely not. Definitely not.
It's a necessity.
It is a necessity, and we should definitely. And we come from a culture, and this is something when we're talking about education, awareness about autism. This is also something that we should be educated on. You know, we come from a culture, and we said it today. You have to be strong. You have to hide your emotion. You don't have to talk about the difficulties that you're going through because that makes you a less person. Like, you know, we have to educate our community. We have to educate people from our culture that taking care of ourselves is important. Having that support system, having people around us that support us, it's important. Having people that you can open up to without judgment, without stigmatization, it's important to us. It's part of our self-care. Sometimes people are dying in their rooms because they have no one to talk to. And that's the problem of the community. It means that they have not found anyone in that community that they can trust. You know, someone that can open up their arm and just say, come here, cry in my arms. And it's okay to cry. It's okay to cry. We are humans. They're going to be difficult moments, and it's okay. But we also know that during those difficult moments, we need to have around us people there that can support us go through the hardship of that specific moment.
Wow. You know, the keynote speaker said something. She said, when a caregiver says, I'm tired, that it actually means something else. It doesn't really mean just being tired, that it has a lot of weight behind that, I'm tired. It means a lot.
Yeah,
So
because when we used to, you know, especially when you're caring for a child that have different needs, right? There are so many other things that you deal with. And in most cases, you were not even prepared. Not that, you know, we prepare. Sometimes I feel like we were not even prepared to be parent. But now think about being parent of children with different abilities. I mean, no one talks about it. I grew up in a country where I rarely see anyone that had autism. I mean, come on, right? Where were they? They were all hidden somewhere.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Because they were, but probably hidden.
Yeah. So we were not prepared. You know, we did not see the parents and the challenges and the things that they were going through. We were not prepared for this. So it's important for us, you know, and we want to take so much on it. We want to make sure that we do this, we do that. We're still members of the community. We're still out there. We still have job. We have so many other things still going on that we want to always make sure that we get out and then we show up and we're doing good to the point where we cannot do it anymore. It means that it's truly bad at this moment. So that's what she meant. That when I'm tired at this moment, if I open up and say I'm tired, know that I'm almost maybe going to the hospital. Yeah.
There was something you said that caregiving doesn't just test your skills, it tests your heart. It tests your heart, it tests your patience.
Yeah.
And in that midst, in the midst of all that, it's okay to take care of yourself. It's okay to pause. You said pause at some moment and take care of yourself. Thank you so much for being. Thank you so much for being on this program this evening, and it's an honor to have you. And we will move to the next session. Any final words? Any final words for our audience?
Yes. So again, thank you so much to the whole team for putting all this together. This was very thoughtful, very needed for our community. To all the caregivers out there, please take care of yourself. You cannot pour from an empty cup. You come first. You need to take care of yourself. Sit down, assess, look at your values. What is important to you? And make those more actions that helps you align with those values. By doing that, you are empowering yourself to live a resilient life. But more importantly, you're preparing yourself to take care of that blessing that God entrusted you to take care of. So thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. It's an honor to have you. And we will now move on to the next session and to our next speaker. One thing she said last is that you cannot pour from an empty cup. You cannot pour from an empty pot. So take a time out, pause, and take care of yourself. It's a necessity, it's not just a luxury. And we will move on from here and talk about the financial burden that comes with autism. So our next session will be on financial burden on families. And this session will be taken by Lynn Datsi Yeboah. But before then, let's take a minute break. And when we return, we will start that section. Hello. Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us back as we proceed to the next session on financial burden on families. Just like I said before we took that short break, we will be joined by Lynn Yadzi Yeboah. I hope I got that name correctly.
Yes, you did.
All right. So we are honored to have Linda Yadzi Yeboah. She is the founder of Alexis Miranda Foundation. Who brings visibility to a reality many families carry silently, the financial burden of autism. Now, behind every therapy session, every educational placement, and intervention decisions are difficult trade-offs. Families often face reduced employment opportunities, unstable income, and long-term financial insecurity as they attempt to meet their child's needs. Lynn this evening reminds us that access to care is deeply unequal. Financial strain shapes not only what services families can access, but how consistently they can sustain that support over time. For many, the cost of care determines the limits of possibility. Her work challenges us to look beyond the availability of services and examine affordability, equity, and systematic barriers that place disproportionate pressure on families. She speaks candidly about the emotional toll that financial stress adds to an already demanding journey. This session invites honest reflection on the hidden cost of autism and calls for community-based and policy-level solutions that reduce economic barriers rather than deepen them. Lynn Yebua, if you are ready, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And it's a pleasure to be here. Just
Pleasure to
to
have you.
share with everybody, unfortunately, I got COVID and I have to make sure I protect my family. And so I have my mask on. So I'll try to speak as loud as I can, but if you can't hear me, please make sure you say something in the chat box. But it's an absolute pleasure to be here. It's an honor to be on this platform. Thank you to the Autism group, Fabi, and the entire team that put this together. The moderator summarized what we're here to discuss, and it's something that's very dear to my heart and I'm passionate about, the cost of autism on families. So typically, I think she gave you a little bit of my background, but I'll do that. So before I got into this advocacy space, I worked in investments. So I've been an investment professional for over 20 years. And I did work on trust accounts for people that had disabilities. Little did I know that at some point I'd be dealing with those issues for myself and for my family. So I like to share with people so that they can plan. So I come in with that lens as well. So it's the advocacy and my financial background intersects, and then that's where we find ourselves now. But as was said before, in many instances, the focus is on treatment solutions for, and I have a daughter on the spectrum who's 25 years old, she'll be 26. So most of the conversation will be around my experience as well. Um, so, as a parent, or when you're newly diagnosed, everybody is talking about services and how you can get therapy for your child and how you can make sure that you bring them up to speed. What they fail to tell you is that it's very expensive. Families have to go through a lot to make sure they provide care for children. And so, once you're given the diagnosis, the first thing you even have to do is get a specialist to go ahead and do an assessment, and that could be a psychologist. Usually, there are long waiting lists for you to do that, and the cost to do that in the US would range anywhere from $1,500 to $300. I mean, $3,000 just to get an assessment for a child, because the assessment then helps the school in making sure they are placing the child properly. So the conversations really need to be had about the impact on autism on all of us. The financial burden cannot be understated. We focus on awareness. I do a lot of that work too, and we focused about making sure there's support. But then we forget the toll this takes on families. Most families, if they're both working, have to have perhaps 24-hour care for their youth or children on the spectrum, if just to be sure that they're safe. And that is very costly as well. So what I'm going to do is I'll start the discussion of, I do actually have a presentation. Sorry, let's go through that because it'll make it more structured. Let me share my screen in a bit here. Hold on a minute. And please bear with me with the sniffling and all that. So, excuse me. So let's do that. Can you see my screen? Are you able to see my screen? Okay, perfect. And you can hear me? Awesome, thank you. Let's enlarge this a bit. I'm trying to make my screen big here. Bear with me. What did I do? Hold on a minute. Perfect. All right, so why this conversation matters. I already spoke a little bit about it. Already, as families, we're dealing with a lot of pressures, social pressures, emotional pressures once you get the diagnosis, and then compound that with the financial burden can take a toll. It takes a strong, united force to tackle autism. So, in some instances, I've known people personally who are just single parents and they're having to do it on their own. When it's a unit of two people, as challenging as it might be a little easier. What creates the financial burden, and this is where I thought I needed this, is that I'm going to speak about the general financial burden from a national perspective before I come to our family or individual perspective. So, therapies, we'll talk about family pressures. Therapies are very costly. Typically, a child or an adult on the spectrum might need speech therapy, they might need occupational therapy, they might need physical therapy. And all those therapies are costly. And so a family then has to decide, and usually I'm sure families have more than one child. So they'll have the child on the spectrum and other children. They have to then decide how to allocate scarce resources, whether they sign up for all these therapies outside of whatever the school is offering, or they forego some. So the burden, as you can see, is tremendous. The education, the cost to educate a child on the spectrum is also very expensive. Within the US, most school districts will have special education classrooms for the children. And I'll speak to the US more because I live in the US, and then I'll touch on some instances in Ghana because I'm familiar with that. Um, I know a lot of the other countries on the continent have similar frameworks, but I'll speak to what I'm very comfortable with. So in the US, the public school systems will offer special education. And that typically will come to you at no cost because that's paid by the taxes in the town. However, when you have a child who has profound autism or has special needs, there's something called private placement. The private placement can cost, for day schools, can cost anywhere from $40,000 to $100,000 that the district has to pay. Um, and so you can see where a district might push back in trying to place their child appropriately because it's expensive to them. So you'll get all sorts of excuses in placing the child. If the child has to be put in a residential program, the residential programs, I believe, cost between 100,000 and $250,000 a year. That's extremely expensive. So there again, it's very difficult and to get placement. There's always pushback. Families have to get attorneys to help them to get private placement for their children. If not, then they stay in the mainstream special education programs, and that might not be appropriate for your child. So that's one aspect. As much as the districts have to pay for that, in certain instances, they won't. And so as a family, you're torn between whether paying for that yourself, and $40,000 to $90,000 a year is very expensive. And if you look at this, the residential, which is 100 to 250,000, that's $250,000. That's tremendous. And this is not just for a year, this is for a lifetime. So you're starting at, when my child was 6 years old, I was told to put her in a residential program, which I did not do. But imagine starting at 6 years old, and 20 years after that, you keep paying 100,000 to 250,000 for over 20 years. That's quite expensive, and the districts don't want to do that. And even to get a district who will be willing to do that, you have to be in a neighborhood where housing is expensive. To access the right care, you might be forced to move into a neighborhood where houses are expensive, and so they get more taxes to make these payments. So all around, it's never cheap for the families, even when the districts support. If you have to pay for yourself, that's extremely difficult. Most of the schools do not accept do not like to accept private placements from the families because they know long term you won't be able to pay for it. It'll bankrupt you. And so they would rather take it from the city or the state, your town or the district. I say district, I'm referring to the town because they know that that can be sustained over the child's or the adult's lifetime. So that's an issue that most people don't know that families like ours face. It's extremely expensive. We have to forego a lot to make sure that our young adults and young children are getting the services they need. Then, coupled with that, you have the therapies that I mentioned. If you have to go to a speech therapy, you pay for that out of pocket because perhaps what's offered in school is not sufficient. They might get therapy once or twice a week, which should not will not give them the progress you want. So you'd want to look outside to supplement. Those supplemental therapies tend to be very expensive as well. Then you have their medical bills and you have their behavioral therapies. Some children who have profound autism need ABA, and ABA therapy is extremely expensive. My daughter is actually out of school now, so she's an adult, and when you talk to ABA therapists to come work with your child, a BCBA will charge upwards of $135 to $150 just for an hour session. So there again, you can see how this becomes extremely expensive and burdensome. Even for a family that's making average income in the US, it's very expensive. We have to look at transportation costs. Transporting them to and from school is also very expensive. When the state or the town takes care of that, it costs them anywhere between $5,000 to $10,000 to transport your child. If you have to do it yourself, it's expensive. Sometimes you need to get drivers to pick up your kids. If you're working, to drop them off and bring them, or even a nanny to drop them and pick them up so you can go to work. That's a cost that people don't talk about. Then the caregiver loss of income. If a caregiver decides that they'll stay home and take care of their child, that's income that they're losing, family income that they're losing just because they want to take care of their adult or young person on the spectrum. And again, that's always also overlooked. Um, when it comes to the income, I always say that it's just not even the income that you're losing the potential to invest or put money aside for your retirement. So once a parent decides to stay home to take care of their child, they're foregoing 401k contributions, matching contributions that they could have gotten at work is all foregone funding. They're not going to get that. That's lost income. So as much as they're losing income, the nation also suffers because the potential of that parent and what they could contribute to society is off the table. They're no longer able to do that because they have to take care of their child. So it's not a win-win situation. The cost involved is extremely overburdening. If when a family tends to lean on just one income or a sole provider, there's extreme stress on that one that's working, and that also impacts the well-being of everybody in the household, the well-being of the person going out to work, and the well-being of the rest of the family, because it's stressful to take on that burden, be the sole provider, come back home, and then have to deal with a person on the spectrum, and it's very difficult working with them as well. So those are some of the costs that usually are not talked about. I did touch on the therapy interventions. They're needed to support our individuals to improve their quality of life, but they come at an extreme cost. So when society. So I move from the family level to a societal level. So when a government is able to put in systems or programs that support, that helps a bit. It alleviates some of the pressures on the family. Um, as I mentioned earlier on, the schools will provide some sort of therapies for our young ones and adults. However, it's never sufficient, so you have to supplement. That's talking about the US. I'll shift to Ghana. In Ghana, I know that most people do private placement. Most of the people that have their children in private schools. The public schools do have special ed, but I'm not sure it's structured to the level that we would like to see it. And so I think as a force or as a community, when I say a community, I'm talking about a autism parent community or stakeholders. We have to come together to try and push the government to allocate appropriate funding to support the therapies that are needed, because typically those therapies are provided or paid for by the families themselves. And that's extremely difficult. I do know that the governments have funding for different things. In Ghana, they have a program where they call Freeze SHS, which is at the high school level. But there is funding in the education or the department or the Ministry of Education to help. And so we have to be a force that pushes Parliament and the legal experts and the stakeholders to make sure they are providing what our children need. We have to be a voice. Most places, it's the parents that have championed all the changes that have come in place. So from the ADA rules to IDEA, which is within the US, all those were pushed for by families. So it's we're the ones that are bearing the brunt of the issue. So it's incumbent upon us to make sure that we come together, parents, stakeholders, people that have schools, providers, basically, all come together and push for the need to get support from the government. A little support will go a long way. It cannot be all on the parents. It's very, very expensive. Also, in certain countries, or depending on where you're located, the services tend to be in the urban areas, not the rural. So the people in the rural sectors really miss out. So imagining being in an urban area and not getting as much support. And then think about those in the rural areas. They have little to none at all. So in order to get an assessment done, they may have to come to the capital of a country to get an assessment. That's very costly as well. Even here in the US, depending on where you're located, there are rural areas that don't have all the services the cities will have. And so it becomes a burden on the family to get support for their children. Um, and then now, coupled with all the workforce shortages, it's becoming extremely difficult to even find providers to support you. And so the few that you find, sometimes you have to travel very far to get to them, or you have to be on a waiting list for a long time to get to them. And when you're given a price, I wouldn't say it's a monopoly. There are few people out there, so whatever price is quoted is what you take. So there again, we're constantly battling with the cost of caring for our young ones. We'll talk about the education cost and barriers. There are limited inclusive school availability. The inclusive schools segment, it's a dicey and tricky one depending on where you're located. Some people believe in inclusive schooling for individuals on the spectrum, and there are others that believe that there should be specialized classes just for them. Whichever direction you look at, there's a cost to it. So it's expensive, and we need to find ways to alleviate that cost or to supplement that cost. Right now, there's so many cuts here in the US to the budget that's allocated to special ed. Some of the departments or sectors have just been wiped out. So it's been very challenging for families. People are worried They can find caregivers, and the little support that they were getting from the federal level that trickled down to the state is all gone. That also, I think the upside to that is it tells us as parents that we should put in strategies, however little, to make sure that we're not reliant on funding or support from anywhere else. And so, what sometimes I say is that these things are opportunities for us to be creative, right? So, if the funding is not coming from the state, perhaps then families in a local area come together and find ways to put funds together, um, to come up with programs that can support their children. So we've got to be creative, because most of the services that have been canceled, I doubt will come back. Um, Typically, when a program is slashed, it's very difficult to put it back in. So those who are hopeful that, oh, in a few years, if there's a change of government, things might revert, um, have to be cautious, because it might not be the case. Things might revert, but not to the original form that we knew it. So this is where we have to come together and collaborate a lot. There's got to be a lot of collaboration, to come up with things to support our individuals on the spectrum. Um, so I think I mentioned a little bit about the private education expenses, and then I didn't even talk about the shadow teachers and aides. So depending on the profoundness of the person on the spectrum, they might need a one-on-one person to work with them, which then adds on to the cost to care for that. So all around, it becomes very expensive, and even if it's not the family paying for it and it's the district, they don't want to pay for that. It's always numbers. They allocate, unfortunately, that's the way it is. So um, your individual, your family member is considered sort of a number, because they're looking at the cost of just educating that person, and they're looking at the return. So, okay, we're spending all this money on this individual. Are we going to be able to get them to the level where they're self-sufficient, where they can work and contribute to society? And in some cases, we may not be at the table where this is discussed, but it's like, okay, if that's not the case, we don't want to spend the money there. Now there are talks of institutionalizing some of the individuals again, and it's all because some people have sat at a table and decided that these individuals are not going to contribute to our society, and so we don't want to help them. Not forgetting that every person has potential, and we just need to support them to be the best version of themselves. Then we go back to home-based instruction. That can be also very expensive. So if you're not in the school, there's some people that pursue home-based instruction, so they won't go to the school systems. They're not going to go through private pay or private placement. I do see somebody here to be admitted. Am I the one to admit them? Sorry to interrupt. I guess. So some people pursue the home-based instructions, and that's expensive as well. Then we'll come to medical and diagnostic expense. I think I touched on that earlier on, but to first get your diagnosis, you have to see a specialist, a developmental pediatrician. We had to wait 18 months back when my daughter was maybe a year old to get an appointment. And so you wait that long, and it's so expensive. At that time, insurance was not covering it. So the family has to save or come up with funds to pay for that. Then, if there are medications involved, you pay for the medications. Diagnostic evaluations, I mentioned some of the evaluations that are needed that are also expensive. Traveling back and forth to centers, add on. So the the cost keeps snowballing. It's unending. You don't see an end to it. Families have to deal with the hidden cost of travel, as we talked about, to therapies, relocate for services. Some people have relocated just so that they can be in the right district, so their child can get the best services. And that's in the US. In Ghana, I've spoken to people that have schools, and they have clients or patients. I wouldn't call them patients, but they have families traveling long distances just to get services for their individuals on the spectrum, the loved ones on the spectrum. That's very expensive. There was one place that I visited, and a parent had dropped off their youth or their child in the morning and was just hanging around till the end of the day to take them back. And so here's a person that could have been working and is unable to work because they have to. It didn't make sense for them to go and come back because of the distance, and so they stuck around. So there we go. That family loses income right there because the caregiver or the mother that brought their child is unable to work. They sit idle and just have to wait. And that takes a toll on the family as a whole. Excuse me. We talk about the employment income trade-offs. I mentioned that earlier. So families have to take reduced working hours. Some leave the employment sector completely. Others lose their career growth. If you're constantly being called to come pick up your child or come take your child to an appointment, your bosses don't see that as they see you as somebody that can progress. They don't take you seriously when you're in the office, and it's usually tougher on the mothers. There can be a family, a man and a woman, husband and wife, we're working for the same institution, and when there's an issue, they always call the mother, not the father. And so the men are able to progress along in their careers, and the women struggle because they have to take time off, to go take care of their young ones, and it's extremely difficult and touchy situation. Then we talked about the real trade-off. The trade-offs is very hard. So when you're budgeting in your beginning of the year, you budget or you do your monthly budget, you have to constantly weigh therapy versus some household expenses, or therapy versus vacation, therapy versus some upgrade that you need to do. It's always looking at what you can forego so that you can support this individual on the spectrum. Um, Education versus healthcare. There should never be an instance where you have to outweigh which is better, healthcare or education. But in some dire instances, families are forced to do that. They'll have to pick healthcare over education. Um, I've already talked about the employment versus caregiving. If you forego your income just to be a caregiver and hope that your child will progress to the level that you're confident you've supported them well. Excuse me. Excuse me. And I think I told you a little bit about my background. So my background in finance, coupled with the advocacy work, got me to start looking at, okay, how can we support families to plan well? So planning is key, and it doesn't matter how small you start. I tell people, sometimes just putting away $5 a week can add up. And if you do that in an investment account, it compounds. And actually, disclaimer, none of the information I'm giving here is actually, it should be considered educational. So I'm not giving advice as on this platform, so that it's clear. So this all the information that I'm giving to you here is just general knowledge. It's not any advice. As a professional, I have to make that clear. But as families, we can start small. So the minute you get that diagnosis about having a child with autism and knowing how expensive it can be, actually, the minute you get that diagnosis, I think it's very important that you find a community. Because when you get that diagnosis, you're not thinking about cost. You're just thinking about how to get my child better. And so you forget that it's going to cost you a lot. But if you are part of a community, some parents will bring up discussions about cost, which will then get you to prepare. And so the minute you're aware that, okay, I need to start preparing, what you might want to do is explore any investment vehicles that can help you. You can even start off with just a savings account so that you put something little to the side weekly. You might have to forego your cup of coffee or a little treat here and there just so that you can put some funds away. If you put it in a savings account, it might not get a lot of interest, a little bit, but if you're able to put that in an investment account, the return will be a bit higher than just having it in a savings account. So I tell families all the time that it's essential that you find a way to invest for your family. It's critical. You can actually explore whatever your country has. I'm sure countries have different financial tools that they use. And so you want to look out, check with the bank first, your local bank, to see what can be done. Some people, depending on the country, might not have complex investment tools, but they'll have a savings account, or they might have some CDs or bonds. You might want to explore that, right? But the goal is to make sure you're building long-term financial sustainability for the family. So not just you, but for the family. And when you build to, you also want to think about, um, I say this so people can relate to it better. So typically when you're working, you want to save or invest for your retirement. When you have an individual in the spectrum, think about you saving for your personal retirement and theirs as well. Because if you're not equipped to be employed, you need to make sure that there's support or money set aside for them. Um, Depending on your age, I'll use a 60 as an example. So assuming you're 60 years old, you'd be, if you get another 30 years, that puts you on 90, or even 40 years, 100. I'm being quite optimistic there. That's time that you can save. That's a long time that you need to save money for yourself. But once you're gone, because all of us at some point are going to be gone, right? So once you, the adult, is gone, you have to put structures in place to support the individual that you've left behind. You don't want them to be a burden on their siblings. The siblings go through a lot already. So we want to make sure that we've put things in place to support the individuals, our loved ones. So don't just think about your retirement, but think about theirs as well. So you're planning for your retirement as well as theirs. It's crucial that you do that. Excuse me. Let's see here. And then when you parent a child on the spectrum, certain things you cannot take for granted. So, and I'm sure it's been touched on somewhere along the line today. You have to make sure that you have a support system. So guardians are crucial for our individuals on the spectrum. You need to make sure you have guardians. You need to make sure they're spending time with your individual so they know them and can assist you. Sometimes it may be just a simple trip to a doctor's office, or you have a procedure that needs to be done. If you don't have people that are familiar with your child's program or what they do, it becomes extremely burdensome for whomever's at home, having to juggle work and the other siblings. And so it's best to, if you don't have anything, perhaps create a folder and put in all the things that work, all the structures, what you do. So from their daily living skills to, if there's medication involved, medication that they use, to where funds have been put for them. So just make sure you put things in place, in a folder, online, store it somewhere, and give the guardians access to that information. A guardian or two is always wise to have. Excuse me. While you do that, also sometimes the guardians are people you can put on investment accounts as people that can oversee the welfare of your young ones or adults in the event that something happens. Um, so that's important. But again, the goal is to make sure we're building long-term strategies, we're building long-term plans for ourselves and the next generation. They are the next generation. So regardless of what situation they find themselves in, you have to plan for them as well. The next generation, and we need to make sure we're supporting them. That support also goes for our non are typical neurotypical children, so we have to do that for them as well. Okay, we need to make sure we have wills in place. If you don't have a will, make sure you have wills in place. You've designated your guardians, you have your beneficiaries on your accounts. It's all important. Excuse me here. Let's see here. Uh, Excuse me. So then we talk about some planning is critical. That's what we just went over. Lifelong costs. Caring for individuals on the spectrum is a lifelong cost. So it doesn't change. And with increasing costs, services increase, everything increases as well. So planning is essential. You can't forego that. Therapies, medications, caregiver income protection at some point when you retire. Um, if you haven't put things in place, then where are the funds going to come to support you and that individual? You have to do, depending on the country you are and what kind of access you have, you might want to speak to a lawyer about setting up an estate account. You do some estate planning. In the US, that's easy. You can find an estate planning attorney very easily, and they can help you. They'll help you with guardianship planning. I mentioned that earlier. And then generational financial stability is what I talked about, putting structures in place to help. If you're somebody that's employed by an organization, perhaps in our instances, especially with families who have children on the spectrum, I say that you want to have more than one stream of income. So you are employed by someone, meaning that your job security is not 100% guaranteed. You want to find ways to make some extra income on the side. So everybody talks about side hustles now. You want to have things on the side so that assuming things don't work well where you're employed, you have something to fall back on while you're looking again, right? So several streams of income to support the family is key. We have special needs children, meaning that we're special. I say that to all my friends or people that I know on the spectrum, or I mean families. I say, we have special needs children, but we're special too. And this should give us opportunities to create things that people don't normally think about, right? So if you don't have an individual on the spectrum, you're not thinking about, excuse me, making sure you have other streams of income. You're thinking, oh, I have a job, I'm okay, maybe one side hustle. But when you have someone that's solely dependent, they can't be working, they're not working, then that puts you in a situation to plan ahead and plan for them and find other sources of income. So it's crucial that you have that mindset of finding other ways to get income in. You don't want to deplete your savings in your old age when you cannot work and you need care yourself, you need medical assistance, and you've depleted your resources. How then do you support another individual? And you cannot rely on or think that you can rely on benefits from any state or governmental agencies. That's not a guarantee. So you have to have ways of putting something on the side, even if it's little. Delayed retirement planning. So I mentioned that earlier too. When people are planning for their retirement, we can't. We have to keep working. We have to have strategies in place. Um, I'll use myself as an example. I tell people, I at this point in my life, I should be trying to retire. People are like, why are you doing all these other things? I said, well, I have an individual on the spectrum. She may be able to work to a certain level, but not enough to support her. And the cost of living is expensive depending on what part of the nation you're in. So that means that I'll have to work for a long time. I might even have to work if I live to 90, work till my 90th birthday. So, um, if you have that mindset that you got to keep working, you cannot retire, right? So I'm thinking, perhaps certain fields will not hire you over a certain age. So you have to be strategic about areas where you can work to 70, 80. When you're a physician, unless your sight is bad and you're not really fine with your motor systems and cannot perform surgeries, you can work. You go to doctors sometimes and they're in their 70s and they can work. They're not forced to retire. Sometimes people are in their 80s and if cognitively they're fine, they're able to work. You could be a professor. So you have to start looking at ways that you can keep working to support that individual. Or supplement them. So if it's to be a lecturer. If you're a lecturer, once you have the knowledge, you have the knowledge and you can teach to whatever age. Um, you can be in your 80s and teach. So you have to explore what fields that you can work in your old age as well. So delayed retirement is what it's what I mean by that. You cannot plan to retire like everybody else. Especially when the person you're supporting is not capable of working and making sufficient income for themselves. Um, Let's see here. I think I talked about investment strategies also. And in cases where you don't have sufficient information, reach out to people that are in that sphere that can support you, that can give you information. Investment, there are products that can support people on this with disabilities. So if you speak to an investment professional, you have a financial planner, they're able to help you look for tools that will help your family. Okay, losing government benefits. Well, we spoke about that. Right now, the government benefits are being slashed everywhere, so they're not things you can rely on. Um, here, excuse me, sorry. Here are some tools that I would like you to take away and things that you could look at. Depending on where you're located, you might want to look at special niche trust. So you find an attorney and talk to them about creating a special niche trust. Sometimes, if you don't have the assets to put in the trust, you may be advised to explore insurance products to put in that life insurance products. And so they can guide you there. Then there's long-term care planning. We've spoken about that extensively. There are investment strategies that your financial planners or supporters can help you with as a family. Every family or every individual um, has what they're comfortable with, what kind of risk they're able to take, their risk tolerance, what kind of funds they want to put away. So everybody's different. And so you need to speak to someone and go through what you're comfortable with so that you can plan accordingly. Um, let's see here. I think we touched on all those there. And then supporting families through financial strategy, like I said, explore companies or organizations that can help you. Spend some time looking out for companies that can support you. So I mentioned earlier on, I'm a co-founder of a company, Doxa Partners, and I support individuals, and I tend to focus on us with people on the spectrum. It's important. Um, but depending on where you are, if you reach out to me and you need guidance, I may be able to say, okay, in Ghana, I know this and that person that can assist you. In this other country, I've been to Egypt, so I've got some friends in there. We can explore who can assist you. So if you need help, seek out help. It doesn't have to be from me, it can be from anyone, but just seek help in finding those people that can support you plan accordingly. Okay, excuse me. And what makes disability financial planning different? So now, because we've spoken about the family level, and I think I touched on some governmental or national level issues, but the cost is exorbitant for families and for governments and for um, politicians. So politicians always want to see what's in it for them, right? So why would they be pushing your autism agenda, or why would they be wanting to support you? What's in for them? They want votes. When they support you, is it going to get them votes, right? So we have to be able to position our stories in such a way that um, politicians, legislators are willing to speak to us and willing to support us. In some instances, we actually have to dig out those who have family members that are impacted. Those are the ones that tend to be your champions. When they have a family member impacted, they're more apt to wanting to support and help. So we have to look for those individuals that can help us champion the work that we're doing. Um, Government benefits preservation in economies where they have money, to support the benefits, great. You can think about strategies to preserve them. But right now, the way the global economy is going, there's not money anywhere. And so we have to find ways to create different products. Uh, in my little corner here, I've found a few people and we're discussing things that we can put in place to to take care of some of the services that are being taken away. So we all have to be creative, find like-minded people, people that are impacted by your situations, and spend time, even if it's meeting once a week, meet and come up with ideas on how you can support your individuals long term. Caregiver retirement protection, we've spoken about it. Multi-generational planning, I've spoken about it to some extent. One thing that I said early on in the conversation was we don't want to burden siblings with the other children on the spectrum. It's unfair to the siblings. They already have difficult lives as it is dealing with an individual at home. Um, on the spectrum. As much as it's a blessing to them, they learn so much. Like when my children go places, people can tell they're very empathetic, they're kind, they're loving. It's because they've just been caregivers. I don't force them to be caregivers, but it's they're in the situation and so they know how to help. So there's been benefits to them, but it's also stressful. So as adults, we don't want to burden. It's not their responsibility. So some way you can plan multi-generational involving your other children is if you want them to step in, perhaps if you have assets or things that you plan to give them, you tie it to supporting their sibling. So if your child A, if I give you a little cube or this box here, then you're going to support your brother or sibling to some extent if you want that, right? So give them incentives to want to do it so that they don't feel they're burdened. They have the choice. I want this thing my parents want to give me, and so I'm willing to support my sibling. Those are some multi-generational plannings that you can do. Find ways to be an entrepreneur. So we spoke about that because that's how you can extend, the generational wealth as well. Working for someone all the time is not going to give you that. So find ways to add some kind of entrepreneurship to your life. Cross-border financial planning. So depending on where you live, sometimes you're able to explore. You have to. You're able to explore what other countries have. So look for neighboring countries, and if you're able to invest in their product and it will earn you a bit more, and they allow it, why not explore it and invest in there? So you could be in the UK, and if you research and find out that you can invest in the US market in certain things, go ahead. You can invest in Nigeria, Ghana, do that, extend your tentacles. Look for ways that you can you can diversify your portfolio or your assets. And I think here I already mentioned what my organization does. We help people with financial planning, long-term care, retirement, cross-continental planning, financial literacy education workshops. And Doxa also tries to partner with organizations. So if you have an organization that needs someone to come talk to your family members about financial planning, reach out to us and we'll be more than happy to let someone come speak to them. If it's not myself, one of the partners or the team members will be happy to come discuss with them what they need to be looking out for and planning. Use us. We're here to support each other. Likewise, if you have an organization and I feel I can benefit from you or need something from you, I'll be more than happy to reach out. So don't hesitate. We're a community by ourselves and we need to support each other. Free resources. So I mentioned there's an autism financial planning starter guide. You must have a financial readiness checklist. I did talk about that guardianship booklet or folder that you need to create to make sure you've got things in place to share with other people. Caregiver retirement planning worksheet, you want to put those in place. And sometimes you have to have some difficult conversations with family members, with spouses, with siblings about what you would like to see for this individual. Um, Instead of birthday presents for them, that money could be put into some kind of investment property. You might find something small that you could use that money for. So let's find ways of creating sustainable income flows for our individuals on the spectrum. I think I already mentioned a few times before we started that this presentation was for educational purposes only. It doesn't constitute individual financial planning advice. And then call to action. That's always important. As parents, as providers, stakeholders, we have to come together and help push the agenda forward. Most things that some of us are benefiting in the countries that we're in were fought by parents. They were parent led. So we have to lead and champion whatever changes we want to see wherever we are on the continent. So on a country level, find a group of families and come together and champion what you want to see, the changes you'd like to see. Um, Workforce development, in as much as we can, we work to make sure we're developing our kids, and not just our kids too, but those who support them. So let's make sure we have things in place to support them. I'm for making sure that our individuals on the spectrum thrive and work. They are very talented, so it's up to us to find where their talents are and help them in those instances. It might take a few more steps than a neurotypical kid, but they're brilliant individuals. They're very smart. I think most of the time we're the ones that underestimate them. We underestimate their level. They're super, super smart. And so let's make sure we support them so that they can be gainfully employed, so that first identify what they want to do. I have some gentleman that I was speaking to. He's nonverbal. He communicates with spelling, and he wants to help with making movies. And so what we've done is we're looking for an organization that can hire him. He loves movies so much, and I can see him doing well for Disney or some country, I mean, some organization. So let's identify those things too so we can help them be gainfully employed. And then community collaboration, that was woven through the discussion. Let's collaborate. Collaboration is key. And we've discussed financial empowerment. So that's the call to action. That's what we need to do. Thank you very much. I think I wanted to make sure we had enough time for questions, and we do have a few minutes, so I'll open it up for questions.
Wow, thank you so much. We will proceed to questions at once. We have about 3 questions for you. One is from Kojo. Kojo says, which financial burdens impact families the most over time?
Ooh, which one? I would say the cost of education. The education is extremely costly. Yes. For the most part, if your individual doesn't have comorbid issues and it's just the autism diagnosis, then you don't have to worry about healthcare or healthcare needs, medical needs. But it's the education because we want to equip them to be self-sustainable, to be able to work. So that's very expensive. I think you're muted.
Okay, so I need to pull up the next question. If you would help me stop sharing your screen
Oh,
in a
sure.
bit. Okay, thank you. So
Okay.
the next one is from Aisha. Aisha says, how does financial stress affect long-term outcomes for children and families? How does financial stress affect long-term outcomes for children and their families?
Financial stress affects the outcomes long term overall in certain areas. So if you're I'd like to say that if the family members are stressed, right, they're not really in a position to support their children well. I can
That's right.
tell when my stress level is high, my daughter doesn't respond to me adequately. I don't get the results from her because they're very smart and they can tell. So when you're stressed out, you're not able to support them as much as you want to.
Adequately.
You think you're doing the work, you're helping them, but they can tell. So you're not getting the same impact. The results will not be the same. Also, um, your well-being is important. So when you're financially stressed, you're not in a frame of mind to help anybody else. You can
That's
pour
true.
from an empty cup. So stress brings on a lot of illnesses. And so financial stress can give you unnecessary illnesses that you don't want. So we have to find ways to mitigate it. It's difficult, but we do have to find ways to prioritize our well-being so we can support well.
Okay. You can't pour from an empty cup.
Not you.
Okay, the last question is from Samuel, and he says, what practical steps can communities take to reduce economic barriers?
What steps can communities take?
To
Depending on,
reduce economic barriers.
yeah, so depending on, this is how I like to structure this. Depending on where you are. So in the US, we have the insurance, healthcare insurance. And the
Yeah.
reason why people buy into healthcare insurance is because it makes the cost or the burden less, right? Because
Yes, yeah.
we're all chipping in. And so instead of maybe party A paying $1,000, you're paying $10, and everybody pays into that pool, and we all dip in when needed, right?
Needed,
In
yeah.
certain societies, they have something that's even called susu, right? Where people come together and they put money together. And when a person needs it, they can draw from it.
That's
The
right.
same approach can be utilized within economies, right? Within small segments. So, depending on your town or your community, that's why I talked about collaboration and how we need to come together as parents, find like minded people who are impacted by the same thing, and say, hey, somebody has to take the lead,
That's
obviously. But we need to identify a leader in that group and say, hey, let's do this together. You get a leader in a group of you, and you come together and put in things that will support. So it might be funds. You come together and put funding together to support. It might be getting medical support like therapies. You
Yeah,
identify physicians or people that you can go to. So every time you go to a group, as you go to a provider as a group, they're able to give you better pricing. So if 10 of us decide that we want to go to Dr. A for therapy, we can then negotiate a better price because we're bringing lots of clients, right? And they see value in that and they're willing to work with you. So on I think that there's several ways, depending on what you try, the targeted issue, come together, and then as a unit, you're able to negotiate better pricing or better deals for yourself.
thank you so much for being with us today. It's been an honor having you, Lynn. We will now proceed to the next segment of this forum. And thank you so much for being
Thank you.
here.
Thank you for the
It's been
time.
an amazing time.
Thank you.
All right.
Goodbye.
Okay, so moving forward, we would now talk about a journey across lifespan, a journey across lifespan. So in our next session, we are going to be having Auntie Basi to talk to us about a journey across lifespan.
How do I get myself off here so we have Auntie Soul?
Yeah, how did it?
Hi, Auntie Soul.
Hi, Lynn, how are you?
I'm good.
Hi, everyone. My name is Henrietta Sowobasi, fondly called Auntie Sowobasi.
Yeah, Auntie Soe, I will do the introduction and then you will take it up from there.
Okay.
All right. Do you have slides? Do you have slides that you would share?
I was, but for some reason, my computer wasn't making, so I have you on here. I'll just talk about
Of
it.
course. All right. So We are deeply honored to be joined by Auntie Sowobasi. She is the founder of Junior's Place of Hope. Her journey started as a mother and spans through her lifespan of autism, from early childhood through adolescence and into adulthood. Auntie Sowo reminds us of a truth that is often overlooked. Autism does not end after early intervention. Families continue navigating transitions, uncertainties, and evolving needs long after childhood services fade away. She speaks with honesty about endurance, about resilience, and unconditional love. Her story reflects the long term commitment families make, often with diminishing support as the children grow older. Through her work, she has created spaces of hope for families who once felt abandoned by systems that did not plan beyond childhood. She speaks not only of challenges, but also of growth, of strength, and the importance of community across every life stage. This session emphasizes that support must evolve over time, and that dignity, opportunity, and guidance are just as critical in adulthood as they are in early childhood. Auntie So, if you're ready, you can take it from here.
Thank you very much. Yes, I said my name is Henrietta Sowobasi, fondly called Auntie Sowobasi. I'm originally from Sierra Leone, West Africa. I migrated to the United States in 1988, but I go to Sierra Leone every year. I'm a widow, and I have 3 kids. My second son have autism. His name is Junior. He's 35 years old now. When Junior was diagnosed at the age of 3, I'm a registered nurse also. Even though I was a nurse, I wasn't prepared for that because the only knowledge I knew about autism were the severe cases that they bring to the hospital or in the mental institution. And they had a mental institution that was just 15 minutes from my home. And when we go there as nurses, I knew what I saw. And for them to diagnose my son with autism, it's almost like they just made a death sentence for me. Because in 1993, 90s, not much was known about autism, and we did not talk about it. And I did not know any African who had an autistic child. And of course, when I told my family back home, they said it is witchcraft. It's somebody that is doing something to me because of my husband loves me. It's my in-laws. It's this my family members that I did not like. So everything was going, and we were doing all the prayers. They were praying for me in every church. And some of my family members, we are Muslim, we are praying for me. We are making kola nuts. They were doing everything, thinking that we just make the autism go away. I cried and cried and cried because the effect it has on us, there was so much effect it has on us, even as family. My husband will cry, crying for the son he thought he will have, but he did not have. I was crying like, what did I do as a mother? Even the pediatrician at that time did not even know much about autism. She just knew the basic. So after crying and crying, and just know I was working, I had a 4-year-old daughter also who needed me. So after crying, we just stopped and said, you know what, let us see what we'll do. So we went, they did all the testing and everything. They diagnosed him with autism. And while we are crying in the autism thing, my son was diagnosed also of seizure disorders. He was having grand mal seizures every day. So just imagine you have your child, you have just trying to even calm him down, then he have a seizure. So you are dealing with 2 major things that you are not prepared your whole life for. So it was depressing. It was almost like overwhelming. I know I couldn't do it by myself. So we brought my sister from Africa to come help me for a few months. Then she went. Then my mother-in-law came. Then she went. So we are bringing family members from Africa to assist us. But after all of that, my son started going to school. He was getting physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech therapy, every therapy that you can think of in addition to neurological visit for his seizures. Now we are now dealing with so many medications. But all of that, I was still thinking, oh my God, I don't see any hope because he was so aggressive and he was not talking. Because he was talking in the beginning at the age of 2 and he just went mute. I had videos of him singing, Mama, good boy, and he just went mute. And of course, even though I was a nurse, I refused to accept it or believe because I was thinking this is a phase. So he started going for therapy, then he started going to school. He was kicked out of few schools because of the aggression. But finally, we got a school where one of the teachers just fell in love with my son and said, oh my God, he's so cute. He smiles good. And she was willing to work. And the state told him if she's willing to work because they confronted me when he was like 8. If we cannot find a school, the best bet would be maybe we'll put him in this institution. And I told my husband, I said, I think my stay in America is over because I'm going to go back to Africa with my son. But nobody's going to take him away from me. So just imagine at that phase, you making decision that I'm going to go back to Africa and leave my husband. I'll take my kids, but nobody's going to institutionalize my child. So we started that hard work of working with our son. And we finally got him, the behavior therapy got him into a stage so good. And I thank them every day. They will come with me at home. They'll go with me in church and they will teach me. And some of the things like right now, we sit down and I laugh about it because when we used to go to church, he would just look at somebody, take off their wig and throw it, or take their purses and throw it, and you see things going down the aisle and you are standing there more horrified. And I'll go down picking things just all the time. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. He's autistic. I'm so sorry. And we did all of that. So the behavior therapist actually even took me to the mall because we had a mall. Anytime we passed through that mall, my son was going, he want to go up the escalator. Even if I'm in a rush, if I say no, he will pinch me, bite me, pull my hair, and will fall on the floor. So the therapist said, the behavior therapist said, we have to go to the mall and I'll show you what to do. And I was mortified. I begged her, please, wherever we can go, let us go. Don't take me to that mall. But we went to the mall and she showed me what to do. And she said, if he said he's going to do this, what you need to do is go. We're going to take him and do behavior therapy here. And I'm looking, everybody's standing at the store watching us. They stood at the store watching us doing behavior therapy. And that time it was the holding therapy. So she said, if he starts biting you, sit down on the floor, you hold him. Let him sit in front of you, put your arms around him and hold him. And everybody in the store was now looking at us and they called security on us. And they called this security. The lady said, okay, the therapist said, we'll go outside. And she grabbed my son and he was big. She grabbed him, put him over the shoulder, and she's running out of the store with my son. People thought she was kidnapping because she was white. My son was black. Everybody started screaming at Yuma, and people were rushing on her, and I'm behind her running. She's not kidnapping him. She's not kidnapping. She's helping me. Please, I thought the woman will never come back. But the woman went, and she said, it's okay. I've done this before. And I came home. I cried all night. I told my husband, I don't think that lady is going to come back because of the embarrassment. But to move forward, after all of the therapy helps us a lot. Speech therapy helps a lot. And he had his first word at the age of 8. That's the mama. And it's almost like the cloud have just opened for me with the joy. He started saying, Mama. Then I became also his teacher at home. I refused to accept that he will never talk. They said, do you want to give him a computer, a laptop or something? I said, no, this boy is going to talk. I'm going to do everything. Whether it's what denial I was in, it's okay, but I'm going to try. So I started sitting, I'll make the computers I have, I will start making like baby books. And since he loves singing, I'll make I will clap. So he started enjoying it. I saw he started enjoying, I started repeating everything we are saying. I told my husband, it's working. So he started repeating, then his vocabulary increased. And when he was about 12, we finally got the seizure under control because they got him a new medication, Trileptal, that helped. And since then, he hasn't had any seizures, but he still takes the medicine. So we praise God that that one was under control. And by the time he was 12, 13, the behavior has minimized in a way that if he starts, I'll just look at him, then I just, breathe, and he'll start breathe. So even now you can, people that watch our videos, if he's doing something, I look at him, he say, breathe, they start breathing. So the behavior, and that's why I tell people, most people don't believe in behavior therapy, but I can testify that that's what saved our son. Because if he was in, I don't think he would be living at home with us today. Because at the age of 5, that boy will beat you. That boy, they are so strong. He will pull my hair, beat me, bite me, kick me. So if he was, now he's 35, he will be in this house. I know that. But doing all of that, he helped a lot. And even during these times, we go to Sierra Leone every year. Every year I go. And when we go, family are looking at that, and people tell me, Auntie, so your son, this boy is the devil. And we have medicine. If they do it, he will start talking and he'll behave normally. So if they don't want to hear the word autism, it's a lie. I'm saying I'm covering up something. So during one of those visits that we visit, we started noticing that there are children in Africa also who look like my son. So I started looking, and I'm telling my son, but none of our family members or people in the neighborhood will listen to me. Every year I go, I tell my son, that boy look like autistic. And they say, oh no, that woman, her husband married another child, another woman, is that lady. Because this woman have a son. So she did something to that son. So that's when we become like that. But I knew from my medical background and what I have learned through the therapists, the professionals here, I know what they are saying is wrong. But I cannot come straight and tell them it's wrong. Because I'm from Africa, I know you cannot tell them it's wrong. You have to prove that it's wrong. So on one of those visits, I was sitting there and they saw a boy that was autistic. He was going, anytime he come, they would splash water on him. I was so terrified. So I went to the neighbors and told them, don't do that. He's not crazy. They say, you don't know, he will just come and start making his hand like this and making a lot of noise. So I told them, I say, Junior does that. They say, no, Junior, I say, he does that just like now. It's under control. When I look at him, he'll put his hand down. If we're in church, he start making, I'll just look at him, I smile. Then he put his hand down and breathe. So he knows. I said, but that's autism. So I started small, talking to our communities, teaching them, talking to the women and the mothers, but the fathers will not listen. I'm not making any sense to them. So finally, in 2016, I went and called some family members and some ladies that I went to my high school with. I told them, I said, I want to do an autism awareness walk. I said, we can just walk, and I want to go teach people about autism, talk to them about autism. So these ladies joined me, and we went and we started talking to the neighbors. I went to the hospitals. I went to the clinics. I went to the schools. I went everywhere people gather, even in marketplaces. So we started, every year I do this. I was doing it until 2018. I decided I'm going to open a place where children with autism and other special needs can come and spend a day in a structured environment. Well, the obstacles I got was, number one, parents were not buying into it. They did not believe these children can learn anything. They did not believe these children are going to amount to anything. And I told them it is free. You don't have to give any money. These children can just come. Let us teach them basic functional skills. That's all I want them to function in society. And even though I had a beautiful place and everything, we just had 8 kids. They couldn't. So I told my staff, it's okay. I am from Africa. If we do something and these kids prove us right, people are going to bring those children. And that's correct. In 3 months, the kids that were just slapping people were now sitting in one place, because we were fortunate to have a Sierra Leonean who is a BCBA in London. She has her own practice in London that volunteered her time. She said, I will donate my own time to come and train your staff, work with the kids, and I'll be doing online in-services for them. I said, oh my God, we can do this. So she came, because she usually come to Sierra Leone to see her family. She came and spent 3 days working with the kids, training the staff. Then once a month, she'll do an in-service and train the staff and work. So if the staff have an issue with a student, they will videotape it and send it to her. Then she'll call them and do a video and show them what to do. So since now we have our BCBA, I also did autism specialist program. Then I also went and did behavior therapy certification. So now I said, with my little knowledge and me raising Junior, everything I've learned from all these professionals put together, I said, we can do this. So we started working with these kids. Then within 3 months, the turnaround came. The ones that you have in the severe behavior, we are now controlled, and they'll have behavior maybe once a day. Maybe just pinch somebody. As you say, don't do that, they'll say sorry. So we started seeing this, and their neighbors started seeing this. The word started going on. After the 3 months, we had 20 students. People we are now bringing kids from the different towns. And the first thing they asked me, do they have a house here for them? So my goal to them was, my goal is not to come have like a house where we live, you dump these children. Because I notice in Africa, most of the places, they just go dump them and there's no improvement in the kids. So I told them, no, Junior wasn't dumped somewhere. He lived with me. And I know we can do this. So most of them that we are not interested, they took their kids back, but the over 23 stayed now. So we started working with them. And I told the parents, Junior was always there with me. I take Junior, and those that used to see me bringing Junior when he was small started getting encouragement, because they have seen how Junior was now. He will sit in one place. They will see a few minutes. He will do this, but he will sit and he will listen, and his speech, he have more vocabularies now. He will say things. So they started getting encouraged. And while they were being encouraged, they started passing the word on. So when the neighbors were seeing them, then I started going into the churches. I went to the churches. One day I'm sitting in one of the church. Then I saw one of the ushers have a kid that have autism. They kick him out of the church because he makes too much noise. Then when people are going for communion, if he goes to communion, they pull him and he'll be wailing. They drag him out. So I went and I told the steward, don't kick him out. I said, that is how I make him. Maybe he want to sing. Go put him where the choir is at the back. If anytime they are singing, that's when he make the noise. Get a chair for him there and have a cookie or something, you give it there. Then I told the priest, I said, if he come for communion, always have bread. He just want to do what people are doing. Cut the bread and give him instead of communion. They started doing that and he will be so happy. Anytime he go, the little boy that is standing next to the priest, the ushers will give bread to him. They will give him and he will smile and he walk away. So they started seeing that the noise was less, because now when he's singing the choir, when they are singing, he just make it. So they will tell them, when they are singing, you sing. So I tell him, when we sing, you sing. When we don't sing, we quiet. He say, okay. So we saw that the adaptation, when we start trying to bring them together, accommodation, you accommodate them, make small changes. It makes a big difference. So when I went, I taught in that church, they did. The other churches started asking me to go. Anytime I go, somebody say, can you come to our church and show them? So we started doing it also. Another boy was there. He just had Down syndrome, but also they were kicking him out. When they went now, he was doing. Then the other I went to the church. Later, he became an usher. And the good thing about it was during the Ebola. Being autistic, he is very proper and stick to the points. So they told him, if anybody come, if they don't wash their hand, don't allow them to enter the church. So giving an autistic person an instruction that you stand at that door and make sure everybody wash their hand. The pastor was telling me, he said that was the best thing that he saw. Anybody that come, he said, wash hand. If he say no, enter. No enter. So everybody that came, he would stand in front of the church, wash hand. So they saw that even though he was autistic, he won't do most of the other thing, but there's something good that he can do. So they started loving him in the church. He's an usher. And when people come, if the pastor is preaching, people are supposed to stand outside. So he stand at the door. No go, no go, no go. And they don't know. And nobody was fighting. Nobody was insulting me anymore. So even though our children cannot do certain things, there are certain things they can do. We just need to find out are they good at? What can they do that will help them? So when we are now at JPO, is increasing now. Today, we have 65 students. And out of those 65, one of them was able to get married to another special need person who have a hearing impaired and some intellectual disability. They have 2 kids now. And she still come to JPO. And we hired his wife as a cook. She helps the cook in the kitchen just to give them funds for their children, and they live with their mom. Because at first I was thinking, oh, we can help him. We open a little petty marketplace, a little shop that just the ones the bill is stick in Africa that he was working on. But what happened was, because his wife was also intellectually disabled, all the food they have there, they ate all the toffees, all the biscuits, they eat everything. So I asked them, why did you eat it? She said, I was hungry. So we knew, okay, this is not going to work. Let us bring the wife and give her something to do. And their little boy, 3-year-old, is now in the elementary school that we opened in the compound. So all the family, we are helping all of them. And his husband is still at JPO. So they are now the support staff that help the other kids in the school. So these other kids now, we had 3 of them. They got so well that we have to transition them to regular schools. They went at first, the transition was very, very bad for them. They did not have the support because they have no special education school in the whole of the Southern province. JPO is the only one. So when they take them to the private schools send them back to JPO because they are not equipped. So we started working now, how are we going to help these children that have transitioned? Then I thought about it. I said, maybe we shall open our own primary school, even if it's a private primary school for other non-thing, but our children can transition. Then we have the support staff on the campus that can just go into that building and help them. So we open Tender Loving Care pre and elementary school on the campus. So most of our kids now, like we have 2 of them that are in that school now that are functioning at normal level. Because anytime they have issue, our staff will just go to them and they sit and work with them. And the others that are improving, we take them 1 hour a day to the elementary school, they work, then they come back. We transition them slowly. So the parents saw that, and eventually, finally, when these kids improved, the fathers accepted the children. We got the dads to get involved. We made the dads now become part of the parent-teacher group. So the dads will be the ones that encouraging other dads because they can testify their child was like this, he wasn't talking, he was fighting. Now he's in primary school, he's doing well with the normal children. So that is what we get. For do this, we have to involve every part of the community with no government assistance. Because when I went, they wanted me to go open this school in the capital city. They said, oh, if you open this capital city, making a private school, you'll get a lot of money. I said, my goal is not for money. When I bring my son to Sierra Leone, he has nowhere to go. Because when I come, I see these other kids. If my child was born in Sierra Leone, he is going to be the same as everybody else. You're going to treat him the same like these children. We need to change the narrative. We need to change the mentality. And we need to create a safe place for these children. So we started working again with the other schools. I finished with the pastors. I finished with the schools. Now it was the community leaders. I went to the mosque. I talked to the imam. And the good thing is, my father's side, all of them are Muslim. My mother's side, they're all Christians. So, and you know, in Sierra Leone now, we have religious tolerance. If my friend is married in the mosque, we all go there. If we are married in the church, the Muslims all go there. So we all blend in very well. We have no problem. Muslims attend Christian schools. So it is very well, they do it very well. So it was very easy for me for them to accommodate me because they've known me growing up in the community and they know what I have done for them. I went to school in Sierra Leone. So we started talking to the mosque people, and because the men, since the men dominated places, so the men were the one I was talking to. So I started telling them their wives were not responsible for the children they have, because most of the problems we are having was the men blamed the wives, that their other wives did not have autistic children, that they don't give birth, their gene don't give birth to autistic children. So the mothers were blamed. The mothers were sent out of their marriages. The mother-in-laws were blaming, the sister-in-laws were blaming the wife. So I had to start with the husbands. We start with the husbands. We encourage them. Do not, what I learned, you cannot force it down their throats. You have to prove. And since now I have testimonies, I have proven that these kids can be function and become functional. They may not be able to go to college, but they can be useful at home. So the grandmothers will come say, now that boy, he's not the one who do laundry at home. He's the one that helped me draw water from the well. So the word started going around in the communities, in the neighborhoods, in the city. So people now started bombarding us. They'll bring, we say, no, enough for this semester because we want to make sure we settle with these ones before we move to accepting new ones. So then we started seeing the growth these kids were doing. And now that they are seeing these children are transitioning in the elementary school and doing well, now the parents now are involved. They come and say, what can I do? What can we do? So we started making, and now we brought the whole family. We brought the other wives, the sister wives. We brought everybody and started teaching them. So I turn it around to them. I say, it may not be autism or something, but I want you to know, what if your child have this? What if your child just have seizures every day and somebody blame you for it? It's not you. So the other wives started playing into it. I started getting them. Then we started getting that whole family. So most families were now involved and they all became support system for each other. So I got the neighbors getting involved because they are the ones that used to throw stones at these boys. So I got the neighbors become almost like my own support system. I used my son to get compassion from them. So I went to them, I showed them Junior. I said, look at Junior, you guys like Junior, right? You know what I do for you, right? I want you guys, the love you have for Junior, to show the same love for these kids. What do you do? If you see anybody bothering them, especially I know in Africa, they have the youth, the young men that everybody will be afraid of and they will do something. So I add the youth. You guys have to be now like my police. Support these children, protect them, and make sure if anybody is trying to fight them, tell them, no, they are not crazy. They are just sick. So they became our protectors. Whenever the bus stops, the youths will come and stand by the bus to get this child out of the bus to make sure he reach home wholly. And I saw that this one is not just work for one person, it's the whole community. We have to join the whole community. And nobody can say they love you if they don't love your child. If people are inviting you, they cannot invite your child. That means they don't actually care for you. I don't go. Even here in America, when I was working, I tell them, you cannot invite my daughter and not invite me and my son. I will not allow my daughter to go. So everywhere my daughter was invited, I go with my son because I have to teach them. You have to accept them because if it was your child, I will welcome them in my home. So we started teaching that the same thing in Africa. If you have a sister that will say, hey, don't come here, your child make too much noise, that is not your sister. So we started involving the whole community and the whole town. Now when Junior go, everybody's waiting from the airport in Sierra Leone. Hi, Junior. Hi, Junior. He's become like our celebrity. Then the turnaround came when Junior was now becoming a support staff in the school. Junior will come, he will enter the class, and you can just see chills will go up my skin. Junior stand and the kids will be quiet immediately. As Junior enters the room, they all stand up. Hi, Uncle Junior. And I'll just be bawling because I never knew my son will be in a place where kids will call him uncle in a school. So Junior will go. I know in Africa, most of the kids have never played with Legos. He will go sit there showing them how to play Legos. So even those of us here, you think your child cannot be appropriate or will not be able to do, you don't know. Even in Africa, they can support other children that have special needs. My son will show them how to do Legos. He will show them, hold their hand, how to write A, how to write B, because he had learned it already. I've been teaching him. So even though your child is there, don't just think your child cannot do anything. If you have a little child now, start with just baby books. Start with baby books, show them. Even if they are not saying words, Junior, when he wants to say juice, he used to say, ooh, ooh. They will clap. Junior, you said, ooh, ooh. They will say, did you mean juice? Did you mean juice? They will all clap. And all the family members will join in, will all clap. And we started doing it as a family, as a house. We'll all sit down and sometimes we'll play card. One. The other person say two. And Junior will start saying, one. They will all clap. He just like the clapping. So we'll all say two. Every little thing that you can do. If with colors, what I did with Junior with colors, I just bought different cups with different colors. And I'll just saw the club, blue, and it's a boo, they will all clap. So even those of you who are parents whose children are not talking, do not give up. Get things that they can identify. If you're in Africa, you don't have all the fancy things here, you can take a little cardboard, make a little cardboard and just make red and use that little cardboard and just say, red. Maybe this whole month is just red you are going to be talking about until he can say. Even if he says, red, you clap for them, the mere fact that they are making the sound. That's what I learned from our specialists, from the professionals, that anything they say, it's communication. So you make them learn how to say these sounds, how to do this, and even the bathroom, for us to potty train him, he used to love candies, those little M&Ms. So they taught me that for me to get him the M&M, I say, if you go and pee in the toilet, I'll give you M&M. So for that M&M, he'll go every second he was going to the bathroom. Then I say, no, you actually have to pee in the toilet. So when he we give you M&M. So he knew now if he pee in his underwear, I won't give him M&M. So he will go and say, good boy, candy, good boy, candy, good boy. So we have to go see. And that's the same thing we did with the toileting. That's how we got him potty trained. We have to use something that is of value. Because if your child is not interested in TV, you cannot say, I will not make you watch TV. It doesn't bother them. You have to make something that is meaningful to them. So for Junior, what I did, and even the kids at JPO, what I did was, we took something that is meaningful. That's what we use as the reward. So we know most of them like to have lunch because that's what encourages them. Because most of those kids that are at JPO, they don't have meals at home. They live with their grandparents. Like most African countries, when the young girls give birth to a child that have disability, they send them to the grandma in the village or somewhere. So most of the grandmas, these kids, they live with their grandparents. Even if it's raining, they'll make sure they come to school just so they can have a meal. So I know the meal alone attracted these parents, that at least if their children come there, they're going to have meal. That's what attracted them more. The meal, and make sure the boss, they don't have to pay transportation. Because people were asking me, why are you doing for free? I said, it's not that I just have money. I want to help these people, but I know if we don't have transportation means to bring them to this school, they are not going to come. The amount of money they will spend, that is a full day's food for transportation to pick them up and drop them. And definitely, you cannot put an autistic child on top of an Okada by themselves. They need somebody there, and the parents don't have the money. So giving them food in the school encouraged the parents to send the children. So for the food alone. So when these children are there now and Junior working with them, the parents are now encouraged because I'll call them to come see what Junior was doing. Because they saw him when we used to come, he hold his ear all the time and biting. And then seeing him now sitting in one place, actually helping another child, was a big encouragement for them and hope. That's why we named the school Junior's Place of Hope. And I told them, you give me hope. Together we can all change the world. I gave them hope, they gave me hope, and now we are changing the world one child at a time. And if you are home, if you are a parent, you need to be involved. You cannot depend on just the therapist. A behavior therapy can come and work with your child 30 minutes, 45 minutes, 1 hour. It is not their responsibility for the next 23 hours to be with your child. They teach us. When they come, they are teaching us what we can do when they are not there. But what I notice, most parents think is the behavior therapist will make sure these children are not misbehaving at home anymore. They give us tools. The speech therapist gave me tools, what to do to encourage my son. That is, continue talking to him, involve him in conversation, let him be saying things. But if we as parents, if these people bring their children or they are teaching us, but we do not respond to what they are teaching, we are not going to succeed. So the journey is not a journey, it's a journey of a lifetime. Now, Junior is 35. He lives with me. But I have taught him to be self-sufficient. I taught him even his medications. I sit down and he put his medication in his medication cups. Because I know one day I'm not going to be around. I don't want him to be a burden on his siblings. And the main thing as parents that we have to remember, we are not going to be there forever for our children. If we don't prepare them to be at least functioning, that if they can stay with our friends or anybody we choose, that if something happens to us, they will change, those children are going to suffer. They will not end well. So when they are small, that's why it's very, very imperative that we use the services that they can offer us. If you have behavior therapy, use it. If you don't have behavior therapists, the behavior therapists that are posting things, if you live in a village or somewhere, watch those instead of watching YouTube videos, just Nigerian movies and other things. Watch those videos of people teaching us what to do with our children. There are free services on YouTube. Watch it if you are not in an area where you can afford a therapist. Watch those videos. They even have videos on speech therapy if you're in an area that you don't have any speech therapy in your area. That's what we did. We didn't have a speech therapist. So what I did was I went and took all of those things on YouTube, and they sit down with the parents and we watch it. You have to do everything in your power to help your child to function. Function means they can feed themselves. They can go to the bathroom by themselves. They can wash themselves. They can dress themselves. Even if they are not talking, if they are able to do things, whoever is going to assist them, they'll be of minimal assistance to them. Like my son, we have to call for prescription for him. But if I bring it, he can do it. I can cook. He cannot use the stove because his tolerance to pain is so high. He doesn't have the concept of danger. He can see fire and he will just smile. Even though he's functioning well in other areas, some areas, he still has some mental disabilities in some of areas. So even though he's there, but if he see fire, he will just sit down and laugh. If water is dripping from the wall, he will just sit down and laugh. So I'm really pleading to parents, please work with your children so that they can function so that when you pass tomorrow, they will not be a burden to people or they will not suffer. Because these are the children that we see suffering because they did not give them behavior therapy, speech therapy, and other therapies when they were younger. Now, when they are adult, they are beating their parents, slapping them, doing everything. But Junior, when he started, he was small. By the time he was like 10 years of age, we've already conquered that. So he was not doing those behaviors anymore. And from that time, he has never done that. He doesn't hit anyone. When he's upset, he will just stand like that. And I look at him, then he go to his room. I say, Junior, breathe. I know you are upset. You have a right to upset, but it's okay. You can go. Thank you very much. God bless us. And just know you are not in this alone. We always here. If you want to get hold of me, I'm on Facebook. You can contact me. I'm on WhatsApp. You can send me messages. We can talk. I can give you little things that I do with Junior that worked. I'm always here. We are in together. Thank you all very much for giving me the opportunity to share my story and to share what we have done. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much, Auntie. So it was this was very energetic and very reassuring that there is hope. There is hope that
there is.
And the basic thing is to ensure that we teach them to be self-sufficient because
exactly.
you cannot be there forever. You cannot be there for them forever.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
Wow, thank you so much, ma'am. We have some questions for you. Binta says, how does the autism journey change as children grow into adulthood? How does the journey change as they grow into adulthood?
Well, for me, when Junior was small, they're in elementary school and everything. Then for us, when they become 18, they graduate from the high school in the United States. Then when they are 18, from there, they go to post-secondary school. That's another 4 years. Then when they become 22, then they are out. Now they have to go to either, if they are able to work, they go work, or like my son now, he couldn't work, so he goes to a day program. In California now, our day program, the state pays for all of those. So, and the thing about us in California, I don't know about other states, even his speech therapy, behavior therapy, we didn't pay anything regardless of your income. They are entitled to it. So they provided all the services for him free of service. The only thing we are paying out of pocket extra was speech therapy. So in addition to the speech therapy the state was paying for, we went and got him a speech therapy that we will pay for him to go twice a week. But the journey changes, their needs, now they are becoming adolescents. Mm-hmm. So they are becoming more like, if it's the girls, the hormones have changed. If the boys, like Junior started more, I will see him like playing with himself. He will come in the living room, I'll just see him with his privates, and then I'll tell him, no, we don't do that. You go to the bathroom. So I started teaching you go to the bathroom. Whenever now, he will see, if you see he's having an erection, he will run to the bathroom. It's a bathroom. He go to the bathroom. So you have to teach him. And with the girls, what we notice at JPO, you have to teach them about sexual assault. Because anytime they feel, everybody know, they touch your breast, you feel good, they think that person love them. Anything that people do that make them feel good, that's their friend. So we have to teach our students at JPO about good touch and bad touch. So with the sexual things, in most of the things, even my friends, some of them, they go after the boys. And when they go to this home, some of them, they are the ones that come to the boys. And some of them, they have people assaulting them. Some of them assault them because the kids don't report because they think it's good. So we started teaching the kids about touching. So you teach your child. And as they grow older, you can really see, like Junior used to come and sit every time for me. But as he was becoming an adolescent, he started detaching. He doesn't come. He only come now at 8 o'clock when we are watching at the games or his soccer or basketball. But other than that, he go watch his own show. He'll go sit down in the guest room and watch TV. So you start seeing your child is not clingy to you anymore as they become an adolescent. They need their own space. So you can really see they are like typical teenagers. And that's why even their behavior, if they have behavior as typical as teenagers, when you say no to them, you see they start acting up. And Junior will get upset. But those are the things you have to know. They are no different than other normal children, but their needs change. So now you are not dealing with a child. You're dealing with an adult. And even though he's an adult, he doesn't talk. I still encourage him to tell me what he wants. You go pick what you want. So with his lunch, he picks what he wants. He decides what he wants. Before I would tell him, what are you going to take for lunch? He wait for me to prompt him. Now I say, no, you big man, go make your own lunch. And he will go tell me what he wants. So you start detaching them from the child and start making him. And I teach him, listen, for myself. Since my husband died in 2024, he's home with me. I know there'll be a time maybe I'll pass out or something. So I teach him on our alarm. If mama is sick, he press the ambulance. If he see fire, he press the fire. Then I taught him about medication. I taught him about all my medicine. So I started teaching him, if I'm having chest pain, he will go bring my nitroglycerin. I say chest pain, medicine under mama tongue, he brings it. If I'm having migraines, he know my migraine medicine. He will look in my bag and give me. So even though your children cannot talk, don't think they are stupid. They are very intelligent. They are very, very intelligent. Teach them basic things. Let them know why they are taking their medications. You may think they don't know. Junior, he doesn't know, but I said it's seizure, but he's not recollecting because by the time the seizure stopped, when he started really growing up, he will not remember, but I say seizures. So teach them little things about themselves. Why are they taking that medicine? Talk to them like you talk to a normal person. Because I see most parents, they talk to the children as if they are crazy or they are not. Talk to them, explain to them. They may not understand everything, but the basic one, they will understand.
Wow. The basic one, they will understand.
Yes.
Talk to them. And just like you said, that it's a whole community affair.
Yes.
It's a collective thing. So Oluwaseun is asking, what types of support do families often lose access to over time? Like, what kind of support do they often lose access to? You know, as a child grows, what kind of access do they lose access to over time?
Well, with my son in the elementary school, by the time I had to fight for speech in the high school, but after that, there's no more speech therapy for them. There's no more behavior therapy. There's no more occupational therapy. By the time they are going to high school, they don't have those anymore. You have to pay out of pocket or do it. So they don't give those anymore for them. And as they become 18, I was telling people in Facebook, you start looking for conservatorship. Conservatorship is for you to be the guardian of your child, even though you've been taking care of your child all your life. The moment they become 18 in America, the government can give them disability checks every month when they become 18. So for them to give them, they are going to, you say, okay, I want to be the person in charge of this money they are giving my child. The government want to know about you and everybody that live in your house. They are going to investigate you. They investigate your husband. They investigate your children. Anybody living in your house, they investigate. Then you have to go to the court. You file those papers. You go to the court. But before you go, they have a doctor that will examine your child and say this child actually needs a conservator because he is not able intellectually to do something. So you go and the judge will grant you your conservatorship. So they grant you the conservatorship that you do. Then they will be putting money in your son's account. And that's one also, even though we now, Junior was just getting 800 because he lived with us and we are not charging him rent. So some other people, they live with their aunts and others, so they say they are charging them rent. So their money is small, but we don't charge Junior rent. So the money is there, 800 every month. But what we did was, at the end of the month, every month, I'll go take that money and go put it somewhere else because the money in that account should not be more than 2,000. You have to return it to the government. That means you don't need it. So if you ever where a conservator, they are giving money to your child, make sure that money is there at the end of the month, as they deposit, you take it out. Go put it somewhere else under another name. Don't put your son's name there. Even if you have a trust or something, do not leave your house to your son. Because what people don't know, if you leave your mom, like our children now, we are paying medical insurance for him, but the moment he became a disabled now, when he got his Medicare was paying for everything. So if you leave a house to your child, when you die, government will sell that house and take every penny that they have spent on that child. And people don't know that. People don't know. I even have a friend whose brother was disabled and his parent died and left the house. So his brother was living in the house, but under the brother's name. And when the brother died, the sister thinking they was just because she was doing all the repairs on the house and everything, she thought they would give the house to her. But the government told her, no, since this boy was 10 years of age, he was on track, we've been doing everything. Just imagine, the man was in his 50s. The government took all that money. So do not leave your child on that name. You can write a will and tell your daughter or your siblings that house, the proceeds, all that is for my child, but don't put their name on any property that you have, because they will go after that property.
Wow.
They'll go after these things that you have. You can make your trust, and you can put something there, and you can write things like my trust is there. My daughters, I told her it's in my will that this house will be for Junior. He can always live here. They can bring somebody to care for him here to live here. But I did not put Junior's name on the list. His name is in my name. So if something happened, if God forbid anything happened to Junior, the house can go to my children. But those are the things we have to learn. People don't know that. Some other people, they say, I just have one child. I'll just put their name on all my properties. But if that child is getting anything from the government, you will have to refund everything. And that's why they make that most of those that are disabled, they have property. They don't get much from the government because they see that they have assets. Their parents left lots of assets for them. So people have to be aware of those and do it. If you have children that you trust, if you have somebody that you trust, you can make a will. It will be under your name. Leave it under your name and just write there. Leave everything in your name and just write something that this happened. Use this house. My child can stay in that name, but leave it in your name. But don't put it under your special needs child's name.
Wow, that is an eye opener.
Mm-hmm.
The final question for this is from Hassan. Hassan said, what should communities understand about lifelong autism support? What should communities understand about support?
For support, we'll talk about America or in Africa. In Africa, what you need to do is you need to bring that child to the community. Bring your child to church or to the mosque, wherever you are. Let your child be part of that community. You become part of the community, then the community can become part of him. You cannot exclude your child in a home and you hide in them, their community come to you. Bring your child. If you are the parents, like your child is now an adult or even a young child, come in, bring them and teach them. It starts with the little children. Little children are more supportive than adults. When I used to take Junior, the little kids that I would tell them, I say, Junior doesn't talk. I'll just make basic sense. I say he's not well, he's not talking, but he likes to play. You can play games, you see, and everything. And they all started playing like the TikTok, so they play in Junior love and sit and watch them. You involve them. So the children were not afraid of him. At first, when he did that, they were afraid of him. So I put them down and explained, don't be afraid. He's not doing anything to you. He's just like excited because he cannot talk. That's how he does that. So start with the children. Your neighbors' children, come and sit down. I will do this. And this is what, explain to them in simple language. Don't make big talk. Junior, my child is not well, but he's not bad. He just, when he get upset because he cannot tell us what we want. So he asked this, how can we do so that he can feel better? These children will come up with answers that you may not even recognize. If they are adults, start bringing them to every meeting, things that you come to. If they are going to games, take them along. Let them see what happened. But I see people who have children who are special needs. They go to games, they go to sports, they leave them there. Like last year, we need the 4 sports, the special needs sports in Sierra Leone, in Bo. People were crowd, people were coming. Even the ladies who have centers in the capital city came. They were crying. They said they've never seen it. Those children, the parents were crying. This is the first time they have participated in a sport for a child that have autism or Down syndrome or other disability. Because we wanted to make that they are normal. They can do normal things that other children do. So they saw them running, carrying batons, filling the baskets, and people were just overwhelmed. They've never seen it, because when they see these children on the street, they think they are crazy. And now, when they started dressing, they don't walk around the streets anymore. They see, I even do like fashion shows. I put it on Facebook. People are seeing my kids going around doing these kids that were wandering in the neighborhood. They stand like that, they dress nicely. And they are just overwhelmed. We have to include them. Don't leave them out. So that is how you can get your community to know it's a lifelong term. They don't know. You have to show them. You don't tell them. Show them. Bring your children. Show them that this child is like your child. The only thing, you cannot talk. And people will embrace them. The moment they understand each other. People that know Junior now, wherever I go, people love Junior. I take him to my high school reunions when I go to Maryland. All the old girls from Africa are all dancing with Junior because he loves to dance. But they will not do that in the beginning because they were scared of what that
Yes.
Junior has been the first one that they are actually seen and touched of an autistic child. All of them just know the pictures that we see. So encourage people, encourage your neighbors, start small steps. Start with even your own family. Don't go to your neighbors yet if your own family don't accept your child. Because that is what happened in Africa. The wife that have the child with special needs are the ones the in-laws don't like. Start with your family. Tell them, this is my blood. This is my child. This is my son. I will love your child no matter how it is. This is just a thing, but he can still do things for us. Start teaching your child to function. The moment they see your child is functional, people will start relaxing because they know he can do things. He can go get water from the tap for himself, or draw water from the well, or do his own laundry. People are going to embrace it. This is just like our children. So it is in the hands of the parents to make their children function so that they can be accepted into society.
Wow. What a way to come to an end of day one. Auntie Sel, thank you so much.
You're
This was
welcome, my dear.
energetic, and this is very informative. A lot. Thank you so much for taking
Anytime,
that
anytime.
time.
And thank you guys for inviting me.
Yeah.
We are
Thank
in this
you.
together. And thanks very much to Fabi and everybody.
Yeah, thank
Thank
you
you very
so
much.
much.
You're welcome.
All right.
Okay.
So this is a way we will come to the end of day one of the forum. So as we come today, I would like to thank all of our speakers for their honesty, their expertise, and generosity, and our audience for your thoughtful engagement and patience for staying with us on the call. Today's conversation reminds us that meaningful change happens when families, professionals, and communities come together.
Yes.
We look forward to continuing these conversations tomorrow for day 2 of the Autism Africa Forum. Thank you for being with us, and have yourselves a wonderful day.
You too. Have a wonderful day. Thank you.